The long shadows of late afternoon fell across the cobbled yard of the Red Keep. A wavering veil of gold and blood. The city hummed beyond the walls. Voices, bells, the distant laughter of watermen on the black water. Arya Stark crouched atop the low wall between the castle's stable yard and the servants' walk, half hidden by a curtain of trailing ivy, her knees scuffed, her hair snarled by wind. She had climbed like a cat, the way Syrio had shown her, silent as a whisper, the hush of her breath drowned by the clamor of far-off guards. She should not be here. She knew that. She ought to have been at her dancing lesson, repeating the steps. Left, right, turn, pivot, again and again. But curiosity gnawed at her as fiercely as hunger. Sansa said ladies should not prowl and skulk, that their place was at the feet of queens, their laughter as sweet as summer wine. Arya had never cared for such places or such laughter. She had seen them again, golden-haired and beautiful, like characters from Sansa's stories. Except the stories never said anything of whispered quarrels in shadowed corners, of hands clasped in the darkness, of the sharp hiss of secrets. She had thought at first it was only her fancy, the way girls imagine monsters under the bed or ghosts in the window. But it was no fancy. Yesterday, Arya had watched as Queen Cersei's hand brushed Lord Jaime's arm for too long. A caress, not a sister's touch. The day before, she had seen the way Jaime's gaze lingered on the queen when she spoke to father. A look raw and hungry, not unlike a wolf's. Now, in the failing light, she waited, patient as a stone, eyes sharp. The queen's apartments were above her, their windows half open, gauzy curtains fluttering in the breeze. Arya heard the murmur of voices, a laugh, a man's, then a woman's, low and amused. Servants passed in and out, scurrying on their errands, eyes lowered, lips pressed together, as if fearful of what they might see or say. She did not see the queen and her brother at first. The pair moved carefully, cloaked in the pretense of sibling affection. But as the sun dipped and the shadows lengthened, Arya's patience was rewarded. Through the parted curtains, she caught sight of Cersei's pale golden hair, unbound and loose about her shoulders. Her gown of deep green velvet. Beside her, Jaime lounged against the broad stone windowsill, his back to the dying sun. They spoke in low voices, words Arya could not quite make out, only the music of their tone, the hush of a secret, the flirtation of a promise. "Does anyone suspect?" Arya heard Cersei whisper, a tremor in her voice. "Only Ned Stark, perhaps," Jaime replied. "But he's too honorable for his own good. He will warn us before he acts, he always does." Cersei's laugh was brittle. "Stupid man. He thinks honor is a shield." Now in Hrond. Jaime's hand slid along her arm, slow and familiar, and for a moment the queen's face softened. Arya froze, every nerve screaming. It was wrong. She did not know how, but she knew it. Brothers did not touch sisters like that, not even in the South. "Father would have our heads if he knew," Cersei said, leaning into Jaime's touch. "Our heads, and the heads of our children," Jaime replied. "But he's not here, and the king is drunk as ever." Arya watched them, her breath coming quick and shallow. She pressed her fists to her mouth, fighting the urge to run, to scream, to do something. Her mind raced. What to do? Tell father? Would he believe her? Sansa wouldn't. Sansa thought the queen was beautiful, a shining jewel of courtly grace. But father, he would listen. He always listened, even when Arya's words were clumsy and tumbling over themselves. Even when her stories made little sense, he would know what to do. Careful not to make a sound, Arya slipped down from the wall, landing light as a feather. The palace was a maze of stone and silk, but she had mapped every secret passage in her head. She moved quickly, avoiding the main corridors, slipping between kitchens and laundry rooms, scurrying like a mouse beneath the noses of the guards. She found her father alone in his solar, hunched over a map of the city. The candlelight threw deep hollows beneath his eyes, and for a moment Arya almost lost her courage. He looked so tired, so worn down by secrets and burdens too heavy for one man's shoulders. He looked up when she entered, his gaze softening. "Arya, you're late for your lesson." "I know," she whispered, suddenly shy. Is something wrong? His voice was gentle, but it carried a weight, the promise that he would hear her, truly hear her. Arya took a deep breath. Father, I saw something. I know it's important. He listened as she tumbled out the words, half-truths and fragments, the thread of her story weaving around itself, catching on the edges of her fear and shame. He did not interrupt, did not dismiss her. He only watched her with those sad, wise eyes, and when she finished, he pulled her close, stroking her tangled hair. You're certain of what you saw? He asked quietly. Arya nodded, biting her lip. Eddard Stark closed his eyes for a long moment, the lines of his face deepening. When he opened them, something hard and cold glittered in their depths. Thank you, Arya, he said. You've done well. Go to your chambers. Tell no one else what you have seen, not even Sansa. But no one, he repeated, and his tone brooked no argument. Arya went, reluctantly, her mind swirling with questions. As she slipped through the halls, she caught sight of the Queen herself, walking arm in arm with King Robert, her face composed, her laughter bright as bells. Jaime followed at a distance, a ghost in burnished gold. Later that night, Arya could not sleep. She lay awake, staring at the flicker of candlelight on the ceiling, listening to the soft breathing of her sister in the next bed. She wondered what her father would do, if he would confront the Queen, or the King, or both. She wondered if the secret would swallow them all. In the morning, Ned Stark called for her again. He was not alone. Beside him stood Lord Varys, the spider, his round face a mask of concern and sympathy. Arya eyed him warily. She did not trust the eunuch, not after all the things she had heard whispered in the halls. My lord, Varys murmured, bowing. The girl has information? Ned nodded. She does. Arya? Repeat for Lord Varys what you told me. Arya hesitated, but the memory was fresh, a wound not yet scabbed over. She repeated her story, this time more slowly, the words coming easier. Varys listened, his expression grave. This is grave news indeed, he said. And dangerous. We must proceed with care, Lord Stark. Then sour. My daughter is brave and loyal, Ned said quietly. She would not lie about such a thing. Varys nodded. Oh, of course not, my lord. But truth can be dangerous, especially in King's Landing. We must be cautious. Ned dismissed Arya with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Go now, Arya. I will send for you if I need you. She left, her heart pounding. The rest of the day passed in a blur. She practiced her swordplay with Syrio, her mind elsewhere. She tried to listen to Sansa's chatter about the Queen's dresses and the tournament, but none of it mattered. All she could think of was the secret she carried and the weight it placed on her father's shoulders. That evening, as the last light faded, Ned summoned Littlefinger to his solar. Pettier Baelish arrived with his usual smirk, a feather in his cap, a dagger at his belt. Arya, listening from behind the door, caught only snatches of their conversation. Words like treason, danger, evidence. She heard Littlefinger laugh, the sound sharp and mocking. You're playing a dangerous game, Stark. Secrets are currency here, and yours is worth more than gold. Ned's reply was quiet but fierce. My daughter is a child. She has seen what she has seen. I will not have her silenced. Petter's voice dropped to a purr. Children have been silenced for less, my lord. Arya's blood ran cold. She pressed herself tighter to the wall, heart thundering. When Littlefinger departed, Ned's face was drawn and gray. He sat alone in the candlelight, staring at nothing. Arya did not sleep that night, nor did she eat the next morning. She watched her father from a distance, the way he moved through the castle, his step heavy, his expression grim. She saw him speak to Grand Maester Pycelle, to Sir Barristan Selmy, to Lord Renly. She watched the Queen too, always surrounded by guards, her children trailing in her wake. Prince Joffrey's face was pinched and sour. Princess Myrcella clung to her mother's skirts. It was not long before the castle felt the tremors of the coming storm. Guards doubled at every door, whispers in every corridor. Sansa noticed, her blue eyes wide with unease. Something's wrong, she whispered to Arya. Why is everyone so tense? Arya shook her head. I don't know. She lied. Maybe it's nothing. But she knew it was not nothing. On the third day, King Robert summoned Ned to the council chamber. Arya waited, hidden behind a tapestry, biting her nails. She saw her father stride into the room, his cloak billowing, his sword at his hip. She saw the lords gather: Renly, Littlefinger, Varys, Pycelle, and Sir Barristan Dotko. The queen stood to one side, her expression unreadable. Ned's voice rang out, steady and clear. "Your Grace, I have grave news." Robert blinked, bleary-eyed and hungover. "What is it now, Ned? Have the Lannisters offended you again?" Ned's jaw tightened. "It is not me they have offended, Your Grace. It is the realm." Cersei's face flickered, a shadow crossing her features. Ned drew a breath. "I have evidence that Queen Cersei and her brother, Sir Jaime, have engaged in an unholy union. The children Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, they are not your trueborn issue, Your Grace. They are the product of incest." A silence fell, heavy as a stone. Robert stared at him, mouth working as if struggling to comprehend the words. Cersei's eyes blazed. "This is slander." "Enough," Robert roared, rising to his feet. "What proof do you have, Stark?" Ned met his gaze unflinching. "Witnesses. My daughter, Arya, saw them together. Others have noted the resemblance, the children's hair, their features. You know it yourself, Robert. They do not look like you." Robert's fists clenched. He staggered, gripping the table for support. "You bring this to me now, Stark. Here, in front of the council." "It could not wait," Ned said. "The realm is at risk." Littlefinger shifted, his smile gone. Renly's face was white. Varys watched with hooded eyes. Cersei stepped forward, her voice cold as winter. "This is a lie, a child's fantasy. Arya Stark is a wild little beast, everyone knows it. She would say anything for attention." Ned did not flinch. "Call her then. Let her speak." Robert nodded, a jerking motion. "Send for the girl." Arya's heart stuttered. She wanted to run, to hide, but her feet moved as if pulled by strings. She entered the chamber, every eye upon her. Lords and knights, her father, the king, the queen, all waiting. Ned's face was calm, his eyes soft. "Tell them what you saw, Arya. Speak the truth." "Naso." She swallowed, hands trembling. "I saw the queen and her brother together. Not like brother and sister. They kissed, they touched, they spoke about keeping secrets." Cersei's face was a mask of fury. "She lies. She's a jealous, bitter child." "Be silent," Robert thundered. He stared at Arya, searching her face. "You're sure, girl? You know what you're saying?" Arya nodded, tears stinging her eyes. "Yes, Your Grace." Robert turned to Cersei. "Is it true?" The queen said nothing, her lips pressed tight. The council chamber exploded in argument, voices shouting, accusations hurled like daggers. Ned stood unmoving, his hand on Arya's shoulder, shielding her from the storm. Later, in the privacy of his solar, Robert raged. "By all the gods, all these years, I have been made a fool." He struck the table, sending wine sloshing. "I should have listened, Ned. I should have seen." Ned stood silent, watching his king, his friend, unravel. "We must act," Robert said. "The queen, her children, they are not mine. They have no claim to the throne." "And the realm?" Ned asked softly. "Damn the realm," Robert shouted. "They've spat on my house, on my honor. I'll have them all executed. The boy first, then the girl, then Tommen. Let the lions weep." Ned's jaw clenched. "They are children, Robert. They are not mine." Robert roared. "I will not leave a bastard on my throne. Would you have me raise another Targaryen?" Ned shook his head. "We must be wise. The Lannisters will not stand idle." Robert paced the room, breathing hard. "I want the queen arrested. Now. Tonight." Ned bowed his head. "As you command." Arya watched from the shadows, fear gnawing at her belly. She had never seen her father look so weary, so close to despair. She wanted to go to him, to wrap her arms around him. But she did not move. That night, the city held its breath. Ned summoned his men, careful and quiet. The gold cloaks were bribed and bought, but loyalty was a fragile thing in King's Landing. Varys came and went, whispering warnings. Littlefinger slithered through the halls, a shadow among shadows. Arya clung to hope, to the belief that her father would win, that good men would triumph, that evil would be punished. But in the dark, doubt crept in. She remembered Sirio's lessons. Fear cuts deeper than swords. The storm had broken, but no one knew what ruin it would bring. Dawn came pale and cold, the air thick with rumor. The queen was confined to her chambers, guarded by Stark men and gold cloaks loyal to Robert. Joffrey raged and wept, pounding on the door, his shrieks echoing down the halls. Myrcella and Tommen hid behind their mother, their faces pale. In the throne room, Robert sat slumped on the Iron Throne, a cup of wine in his hand, eyes red-rimmed. The lords assembled: Stark, Baratheon, Renly, Varys, Littlefinger, Pycelle. Ned stood before them, rigid as iron. Arya watched from a high gallery, heart hammering. She could not see her father's face, but she felt the weight of his sorrow. The sentence was swift. Queen Cersei was to be imprisoned, pending trial for treason and adultery. The children were declared illegitimate, stripped of their claims. The realm shuddered. Arya wept, her tears silent, her heart heavy. She had spoken the truth, but the truth was a blade, and it cut deeper than she had ever known. In the hush before dawn, the Red Keep was more fortress than palace. Cold, gray stone held its secrets close. Shadows drifted long and chill across the Tower of the Hand as Arya pressed her brow to the latticework window, peering out at the narrow yard below. Mist clung to the gardens, muffling footsteps, cloaking the world in uncertainty. She'd hardly slept, and when she did, her dreams were wild. A flurry of gold and crimson, her father's solemn face, her own small hands stained with blood, she could not wash away. Ned Stark sat at the table in the solar, hands folded, the flicker of candlelight dancing over his features. He had aged a decade in a night. The armor was gone. In its place were simple woolens, his sword ice sheathed in the corner. The great direwolf sigil on the wall seemed to glare down at him, accusing. Outside, the city roiled with rumors. Word of the Queen's arrest, of the bastardy of the royal children, of the Starks' sudden rise and the Lannisters' disgrace. Power shifted with the wind. Arya watched her father through the crack in the door, the way he rubbed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his temples. She wanted to go to him, but her courage withered. She had not known truth could do such harm. She had not thought so many could be hurt by words, even words that were true. She remembered Sirio's voice. The scene is the thing. Open your eyes, see? She had seen. Now she wished she could unsee. A soft knock made her jump. Maester Luwin slipped inside, a tray in his hands, porridge, honey, tea. "Eat, my lord," he said gently. "I have no appetite," Ned replied. "Then take heart at least. The city is restless. The lords are uneasy. There are whispers. Some say the Lannisters plot revenge. Others that Lord Tywin will march from the west." Ned looked up, voice hollow. "It was always going to come to this, Luwin. Cersei's pride, Robert's neglect. Now the kingdom will pay. The queen is in her rooms, well guarded," Luwin offered. "But her family is not defeated." A silence stretched. Ned stared at the window, as if the dawn might offer comfort. "Have you heard from Sansa? She's in her chambers with Septa Mordane. The girl is distraught. She pleads for the queen, for Joffrey." Luwin's lips thinned. "She believes them innocent. She cannot grasp the truth, not yet. She loves Joffrey. I cannot fault her. She is a child. We are all children in the end, playing at games we do not understand." Ned's eyes darkened. "Keep her close, Luwin. Arya as well. The city is not safe." Arya felt a sharp pang at that. Not safe. Never safe. Not even for a lord's daughter. Not even for truth-tellers. Outside, the bells tolled. Once, twice, thrice. Summoning. Arya stiffened, listening as the city roused. Horses' hooves clattered on stone. Shouts echoed. The chill in the air was sharpened by fear. In the throne room, Robert sat hunched, his eyes bloodshot, a stain of red wine on his sleeve. He had not shaved, he had not washed. The Iron Throne loomed behind him, jagged and pitiless. Around him gathered the small council: Renly, Varys, Littlefinger, Pycelle. Ser Barristan Selmy stood in white armor, grave as ever. Arya entered behind her father, silent as a shadow, staying near the wall. Sansa was there too, pale and trembling, clinging to the septa's skirts. Joffrey sat beside his mother's empty chair, staring at his hands. Robert banged a fist on the armrest. The city is in uproar, Ned. The gold cloaks are on edge. The people chant your name. The Lannisters are calling for blood. What in the seven hells are we to do? No, stay. Ned met his gaze. Justice, your grace, as you commanded. Justice. Robert spat. Well, the Queen's guards fight with ours in the halls. Tywin's men are said to be riding for Harrenhal. You've thrown a torch into dry grass. Littlefinger leaned forward, smiling his cat-like smile. There are ways to calm the storm, your grace, if Lord Eddard would consider compromise. There is no compromise with treason, Ned cut in, his voice sharp as ice. The law is clear. The children have no claim. The Queen has confessed to nothing, but her silence condemns her. Then? Renly's eyes darted from face to face. We cannot kill the Queen, brother. It will be war. Tywin Lannister will never accept it. Blood will flow in every street. And if we do nothing? Robert asked, a bitterness to his word. Let them laugh at me. Let the whole realm see how I've been cuckolded. Varys, hands folded, watched Arya with a strange calculating softness. If I may, your grace, mercy may be the wiser path. Exile the Queen. Send her to Casterly Rock. Strip her of all power. Let the children live, but remove them from succession. Nyalan. Joffrey sprang to his feet, voice cracking. I am the heir. I am the king's son. You are not, Ned said, and his words were thunder. The boy's face twisted with hatred. Liar, liar! Mother said you would do this. You want the throne for yourself. Sansa broke from the septa, falling to her knees. Please, father, don't hurt them. Joffrey's good. He's never hurt me. Please, father. Arya's chest ached. Sansa's sobs were raw, desperate. Ned did not move. Robert slumped. What am I to do? I never wanted this. Nanam Sar. Ned's reply was cold iron. What you must. The realm will not forgive inaction. Ser Barristan stepped forward. The Queen must be tried. The children must be removed from court for their own safety. Your Grace, the city is a powder keg. Only strength will hold it together now. Pycelle stroked his beard. Lord Tywin's answer will be war. Robert drained his cup, face contorted. Then let it be war. I'll not be made a fool again. Arya watched the council dissolve into argument. Shouting, recrimination, hands pounding the table. Only Varys remained quiet, his eyes always returning to her. She shrank away from his gaze. In the days that followed, the city teetered on the edge. Lannister men vanished from the streets. Word was that many fled the city or barricaded themselves in the Red Keep. Gold cloaks loyal to Lord Stark patrolled the halls. Sansa begged to see Joffrey, but was forbidden. Arya was kept under guard, not quite a prisoner, not quite free. The Queen's rooms became her cell. Arya caught glimpses of Cersei through half-open doors, proud, unbending, clad in black and gold, her hair bound tight, her green eyes hard as jade. Tommen and Myrcella wept at her side. Joffrey raged, refusing to eat, breaking dishes, screaming his hatred for the Starks. Once, Arya crossed paths with Jaime Lannister in a guarded corridor. He was unshaven, eyes wild, hands clenched. You, he hissed, his voice cold as snow. You brought this upon us. Arya did not flinch. You did it to yourself. He might have struck her, but the guards were there. He turned away, shoulders shaking, and was gone. Word spread that Tywin Lannister had gathered his banners. The riverlands burned, small folk slain, villages razed. Lord Stark sent ravens to Winterfell, to Riverrun, to the Eyrie, begging for aid, for counsel. The realm was fracturing. At night, Arya listened to the wind howl through the empty halls. Sansa cried herself to sleep. Ned paced his chamber, sleepless. The walls seemed to close in, heavy with secrets and fear. On the fifth morning, Ned was summoned to the king. Arya followed at a distance, silent as dust. She listened from behind a pillar as Robert spoke, voice thick with wine and sorrow. "They hate me, Ned. The people hate me. The lords hate me. What has this city become?" Ned was silent. Robert rubbed his face, defeated. "If I send Cersei to Casterly Rock, Tywin will march. If I kill her, he'll burn the realm. There's no good answer." "There never was," Ned said softly. "But if you do nothing, the realm will tear itself apart." Robert stared into his cup. "I'll do what must be done. I will stand before the city. I will tell them the truth. The queen is guilty. The children are not mine. The line of succession passes to Stannis." "Nay." Ned stiffened. "Stannis will not be loved. He will rule," Robert said. "Better a cold king than a kingdom in ruins." That evening, a great assembly was called in the throne room. Every lord in the city was summoned, every knight, every counselor, every captain. Arya stood in the shadows, heart racing. The room was packed. Faces she knew, faces she didn't. All tense, uncertain, hungry for spectacle. Robert rose before the crowd, pale and drawn, his voice echoing off the stone. "Hear me now. The queen, Cersei Lannister, has been found guilty of adultery, of treason, of deceiving her king. Her children are not of my body. They are bastards, born of her incest with her brother." "Issio." The room erupted. Shouts, curses, the clash of swords. Sansa fainted, and Septa Mordane caught her. Joffrey screamed denials, fighting his guards. Myrcella wept openly. Tommen hid behind his mother, silent and afraid. Cersei stood straight-backed, chin lifted, green eyes blazing with hatred. "You think this is victory, Robert? It is your doom. Tywin will come. The lion does not forgive." "Demon?" Robert ignored her, or tried to. "The queen is to be exiled. The children, I will show mercy. They will be sent to Casterly Rock, kept under guard. They will not inherit." The lords murmured. Some looked relieved. Others, Tyrell's red wines, Martells, exchanged glances, calculating. Lord Renly stepped forward, his voice clear. "And the succession?" Robert's face twisted. "Stannis is my heir. The lords will bend the knee or pay the price." As the lords knelt, Arya watched Cersei's eyes. There was murder there, and something more. Pride, defiance, a promise of vengeance. Arya shivered. The aftermath was chaos. Gold cloaks dragged Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen from the hall, their cries echoing. Sansa was carried out by Septa Mordane, limp as a rag. Arya slipped away, weaving through crowds, ignored by all. She found her father on the balcony overlooking the yard. He stood alone, hands gripping the stone, staring out over the city. She approached, unsure. "Father?" He turned, and his face was so tired, so old. He knelt, gathering her in his arms. "I'm sorry, little one. I never wanted you to be part of this." "Damn." "I told the truth," Arya said, though it sounded small. "You did." He hugged her tight. "And the world has changed." They stood together as the sun set, painting the sky with blood and gold. That night, the city rioted. Lannister loyalists clashed with gold cloaks in the streets. Fires raged in Flea Bottom. A group of Stark men were found murdered, throats slit. Sansa's screams echoed down the halls. She fought her guards, trying to reach Joffrey. Ned sent word to Winterfell, begging Robb to send men, to prepare for war. He wrote to Cat at Riverrun, "All is lost. Protect the children. The North must stand strong." Varys appeared in his chambers, silent as a wraith. "The Queen plots, Lord Stark. Her allies move in the shadows. Beware the Tyrells. Beware Littlefinger. The game is not over. Ned nodded. It never is. Arya was not allowed outside. The yard was filled with armored men, banners fluttering. Baratheon, Stark, Tyrell, Arryn. She watched from a high window as the queen was led from the castle, surrounded by guards. She did not weep, did not flinch, only stared straight ahead. Joffrey was dragged after her, spitting and screaming, "I am the king. You cannot do this. I'll kill you all." Myrcella and Tommen walked quietly, holding hands. Sansa watched from behind a lattice, her face empty. Arya wanted to go to her, to comfort her, but did not know how. News came that Tywin Lannister had seized Harrenhal, that Gregor Clegane rode at his side, burning villages, slaughtering small folk. Riverrun called its banners. The North marched. War was coming. In the Tower of the Hand, Ned gathered his daughters. "We must be ready. If the worst happens, you must flee the city. Arya, you are clever and brave. You must keep Sansa safe. Promise me." "Ben?" Arya nodded. Sansa stared at her lap, silent. That night, Arya crept through the halls, knife at her belt. She listened at doors, watched the comings and goings of lords and guards. She saw Littlefinger slip into the queen's old chambers. She saw Varys whisper to a cloaked man in the godswood. In the kitchens, the small folk whispered that the queen's exile would not last, that the lion would return, claws bared. Arya could not sleep. She wandered the empty halls, the cold floors numbing her feet. She thought of Jon at the wall, of Bran and Rickon at Winterfell, of her mother far away. She wished for home, for the wild hills and gray snows of the north. But she was here, in the belly of the beast, and there was no going back. In the weeks that followed, the kingdom shattered. The Riverlands burned. Tywin's banners marched south. The Eyrie and the Vale held aloof. The Reach waited, watching, weighing its choices. King Robert drank and brooded. Stannis arrived in King's Landing, cold and grim, his claim announced. Lords gathered, pledging allegiance or plotting rebellion. Ned Stark stood in the eye of the storm, his daughters beside him, the weight of the realm on his shoulders. Arya watched him, learned from him, grew harder. She did not flinch from blood, from pain, from fear. The truth had been told, and nothing was the same. Sometimes, late at night, Arya crept to her father's chambers, curled beside him, her head on his shoulder. He stroked her hair, silent, watching the shadows flicker. "We did what we had to do," he murmured once. Arya nodded, though she was not sure. Outside, the world burned. But in the Tower of the Hand, father and daughter kept vigil, waiting for the dawn. Dindoan saw. The city simmered beneath a sullen, heavy sky. Thunderclouds gathering above the towers of the Red Keep. Dust swirled in the narrow streets, and the smell of smoke drifted in from Flea Bottom, mingling with the stench of sweat, fear, and anticipation. King's Landing waited, hushed, expectant, quivering on the edge of violence. The old order had cracked but not broken, and in every tavern, behind every shuttered window, the people whispered, "Lannister? Stark? Baratheon. War, war, war." In the Tower of the Hand, Arya traced the veins of the marble window ledge, watching lightning flicker across the distant horizon. She felt a storm in her own chest, anxiety, guilt, anticipation. She was restless, drawn tight as a bowstring, her thoughts circling back to the moment she'd spoken in the throne room. The memory was both sharp and dreamlike. The shame in Sansa's eyes, the way Joffrey's voice cracked, the look on her father's face when he gathered her into his arms and whispered that she had done well. But now the city pressed in from all sides, and there was no comfort in having done right. The days grew thick with tension. Stark men patrolled the Red Keep, watchful and grim. Sansa barely left her room, pale and sullen, refusing to eat. Arya saw her only at meals, where the silence between them stretched longer with each passing day. At night, Arya sometimes heard her sister's quiet sobbing, and wished she could speak some kindness, but the words stuck in her throat. Ned Stark moved through the castle like a shadow, meeting with lords and captains, sending ravens, speaking low and urgent with Maester Luwin and Sir Barristan. Arya watched him from the archway one morning, the weight of the realm bowing his shoulders. He did not see her. His thoughts far away, his face pinched and gray. He was a man under siege. On the third day after the Queen's exile, a rider arrived at dawn, mud and blood splattered to his knees. He brought a message. Lannister banners had crossed the tumblestone. The ruined towers of Harrenhal already shrouded in lion's gold and crimson. Villages burned behind them, and Lord Tywin's army grew with every league. Ned's jaw clenched. He read the message thrice, then burned it to ash. "Send word to Riverrun," he told Maester Luwin, "and to Winterfell. We must be ready for anything." Robert summoned his council that morning. Arya crouched above the chamber, her breath shallow. The lords were restless, anxious. Renly flicked his fingers. Varys folded his hands. Pycelle sniffed and blustered. Littlefinger's smile was sharper than ever, but his eyes darted like a cornered rat's. Robert's voice was rough, tinged with defeat. "Tywin means war. He'll not rest while his grandchildren, bastards or not, are prisoners in my hands. If I kill them, I am a monster. If I let them go, he has hostages for the rest of my days." Ned spoke softly but without flinching. "You must not let sentiment guide you, Your Grace. Cersei's children are a threat as long as they live. Tywin will use them against you, no matter where they are kept." "Did the lords argued, voices overlapping. "The North can muster 10,000 swords. The Reach will not move unless the Tyrells see profit. The Vale sits in its mountain fastness, unmoved by any plea. If Stannis is crowned, he will not forgive your mercy. If Stannis is crowned, he will not forgive your mercy." Robert's fist hammered the table. "Enough. I will not be remembered as another mad king, slaughtering children. Send word to Tywin. Come to King's Landing. Parley under a flag of truce. Let him plead for his children's lives if he dares." Ned bowed his head. "And if he will not come, then we prepare for war," Robert said, "and pray the gods forgive us." Arya's mind reeled with visions of armies clashing, of the city burning, of her father riding out to battle and never returning. She slipped away, a ghost through the halls, searching for quiet. In the God's Wood, she found it. A hush beneath the tangled branches, the old black pool reflecting clouds and crows, and her own pale face. She knelt in the grass and tried to pray, for her father's safety, for her sister's happiness, for Jon at the wall. But the words would not come. A rustle at the far end of the grove made her start. She reached for needle, only to see a figure step from the shadows. Varys, in his soft slippers, his round face placid. "My Lady Stark," he said, bowing. "Forgive the intrusion." Arya rose, wary. "Why are you here?" Varys smiled thinly. "I come seeking truth. There is precious little of it in this city." Arya frowned, remembering her father's warnings. "You're a spider. You spin lies." "Sometimes," Varys admitted. "But sometimes I listen. I listened to you in the council chamber. You were brave. There are many who would have kept such a secret to themselves." "Mantirwain," Arya bristled. "I only told what I saw. The truth is the truth." "Ah, but the truth is dangerous, child. You have cast the realm into fire. Did you know that?" She looked away. "I didn't mean for it to happen. It was wrong. What they did." Varys' eyes softened. "It was. And yet many in this city will suffer for it. Sometimes I envy children. Your sense of right and wrong, your certainty. But the world is not so simple." Arya glared at him. "You're afraid of the Lannisters." "I'm afraid for the city," Varys replied. "For the small folk who will be trampled beneath the boots of lords. For your family, too. Lord Stark has many enemies." She tightened her grip on Needle. "If anyone hurts my father, I'll kill them." Varys laughed softly, shaking his head. "You are your father's daughter, Arya Stark. But be careful. The truth is a blade. You must learn when to draw it, and when to hide it." He bowed again, then melted away into the trees, leaving her alone with her thoughts. That night, the sky cracked open, rain pounding the rooftops, thunder shaking the windows. Arya lay awake, listening to Sansa's ragged breathing, the distant clash of swords in the yard, stark men drilling by torchlight. She dreamed of wolves running through burning woods, of her father kneeling in the snow, a shadow looming behind him. She woke before dawn to the shrill sound of horns and a pounding on the doors. Voices shouted in the corridor. Urgent, afraid. Arya scrambled from her bed, heart pounding. Maester Leuven burst into the chamber, his robes askew. Dress quickly, both of you. Your father has summoned you. Din, Mundial. Sansa whimpered, but Arya yanked on her boots, thrust needle into her belt, and hurried after the maester through twisting corridors, downstairs choked with guards. They found Ned Stark in his solar, a flurry of parchment before him. Sir Barristan at his side, grim and ready for battle. The room smelled of wax and wet wool. Ned pulled his daughters close. Listen to me now. There has been an attempt on the children. Last night, someone tried to poison Tommen and Myrcella. The Queen's loyalists still linger. You must be cautious. Do not go anywhere alone, and trust no one but those I name. Sir Barristan, Maester Luwin, Jory Castle. Namoshi. Sansa burst into tears. Why do they want to kill the children? They're only little. Ned's eyes were hard. Because the throne is made of blood, Sansa. And it is sharp enough to cut anyone who tries to sit upon it. Arya bristled. If they come for us, I'll fight. Ned smiled faintly, brushing a lock of hair from her brow. I know, little one, but you must be careful. There are more ways to fight than with steel. He knelt, drawing them both into an embrace. Arya felt the roughness of his beard, the warmth of his arms. She wished it would never end. A knock at the door. Jory Castle, armored, face drawn. My lord, they found the man. He's confessed. Paid by someone in the city. No name given, but he carried a Lannister coin. Ned stood, grim. The Queen's hand reaches farther than we knew. He sent the girls back to their chambers with a double guard, warning them again to trust no one. The days blurred, thick with fear and tension. Word of the attempt spread, stoking the city's anger. Lannister loyalists were dragged from taverns and beaten in the streets. A group of gold cloaks defected, slipping away in the night to join Tywin's army. Robert raged, drinking himself into stupors, while Stannis plotted and Renly whispered with the Tyrells. Arya haunted the corridors, listening, learning. She saw Varys in council with her father, speaking urgently of spies and plots. She saw Littlefinger slipping into the stables at midnight, a sack heavy with coin over his shoulder. She watched the Tyrells men arrive, their banners green and gold, their faces wary. One morning, Arya found Sansa sitting at her window, a crumpled letter in her hands. Her face was blotched and swollen from crying. I wrote to Mother, Sansa whispered, not looking up. I begged her to come. I begged her to take us home. She hasn't answered. Arya sat beside her, silent for a long time. Do you hate me? Sansa asked at last, voice small. No, Arya said. I wish things were like they used to be. So do I, Sansa whispered. A tentative peace settled between them, fragile as glass. One afternoon, Ned returned from council, face pale as chalk. Robert is dead, he said simply. A hunting accident, they say. But I do not believe it. The world tilted beneath Arya's feet. She clutched her father's hand, her heart hammering. The lords will gather, Ned said. Stannis will press his claim. Renly will not yield. The city will become a battlefield. We must prepare to leave. I will send for you when it is time. Trust Sir Barristan. Trust Jory. No one else. He looked at Arya, eyes fierce. You must be brave, Arya. For Sansa. For the North. Arya nodded, though her hands shook. That night, she wandered the halls, unable to sleep. She found Jory Castle in the yard, sharpening his sword by lantern light. Teach me, she said, drawing needle. He looked at her, startled, then smiled. You have courage, Arya Stark. but it takes more than courage to survive in King's Landing. He showed her how to parry, how to watch an opponent's eyes, how to move her feet. She practiced until her arms ached. "If things go wrong," Jory said softly, "remember the Godswood. There's a postern gate by the river. If you need to run, go there." Arya nodded, repeating the directions to herself until they were burned into her mind. The next morning, the bells tolled again. Slow, mournful, the city shrouded in black. Crowds gathered in the square before the Red Keep, murmuring. The king was dead. The Baratheon banners flew at half-mast. In the throne room, lords assembled. Stannis, grim and rigid. Renly, eyes narrowed. Mace Tyrell, smiling and dangerous. Hoster Tully's men. Banners of Arryn, Martell and Stark. Ned knelt before the throne, the lords behind him, his daughters on either side. He read Robert's will aloud, naming Stannis as heir. Renly stepped forward, voice calm. "There are other claimants, Lord Stark. The realm will not accept Stannis. Nejaris." "Inwire." Stannis' voice was like iron. "The law is clear. I am the king." Littlefinger smirked. "The law is what men say it is, Lord Stannis." The lords erupted in argument. Accusations, demands, threats. Arya clutched Sansa's hand, watching her father's face. He was calm, unyielding. Suddenly a shout from the hall. A guard, bloodied, staggering. "Lannister men in the yard, they come for the children." Chaos erupted. Arya was swept up by Ser Barristan, Sansa by Jory. They raced through the corridors, swords drawn, guards shouting. Arya heard the clash of steel, the screams of dying men. They reached the postern gate. Jory shoved Sansa through, then Arya. "Run," he barked. "Don't look back." They fled into the night, rain pelting their faces, the city burning behind them. At the river's edge, a boat waited, Varys at the oars, cloaked and hooded. "Quickly, girls. There is no time." They tumbled in, soaked and shivering. Varys rowed them into the darkness, the Red Keep receding, flames flickering in its windows. Arya looked back once, saw the great towers silhouetted against the storm, the banners of wolf and stag and lion twisting in the wind. Sansa wept, her face hidden in her hands. Arya gripped Needle tight and stared ahead, teeth clenched. The city was lost. The world turned upside down. But she had her sister, her sword, and the memory of her father's words, "Be brave." They drifted downstream, the storm swallowing them whole. The river was cold and swift beneath the battered skiff, the water black as ink in the storm-lit night. Arya shivered under her sodden cloak, every muscle tight, eyes fixed on the ghostly line of willows slipping past. The city had shrunk behind them, a jagged darkness against the sky, scattered fires burning in the lower wards, chaos and fury left in their wake. Sansa hunched beside her, silent tears streaking her face, shoulders shaking with every rattle of thunder. Varys rode with a careful, measured rhythm, silent except for the rasp of oarlocks and the distant riot of King's Landing fading behind them. He seemed less a man than a shade, his bald head glimmering now and then in a flash of lightning, his eyes unreadable. He offered no comfort, no explanation. His task was flight, and nothing else. The rain eased as they rounded a bend and slipped beneath the cover of drooping trees. The world reduced to river and night and the sound of the current. Arya's hand still gripped Needle so tightly her knuckles ached. She replayed every moment, the shouts, the clash of steel, the smoke, her mind circling back to the tower. Her father's voice, the scent of leather and cold rain. She wanted to believe he was alive, that Jory and Barristan had kept him safe, that they would meet again at Winterfell or Riverrun. But the night seemed to swallow hope as surely as it swallowed the lights of the city. Sansa finally spoke, her voice broken. "Where are we going? What about father?" Varys did not turn, his words soft. "Your father will find you if he can. Until then, you must be hidden. The Lannisters will search for you. The city is lost to you now, my ladies." Arya stiffened at that, lost. Sansa's sob became a wail. "No, it can't be. He'll come for us. He always does. Hush, Arya said more harshly than she meant. We have to be quiet. Varys nodded, lips pressed thin. Your safety depends on it. There are eyes everywhere. Spies. Sells words. Worse. I have a place for you. It is not grand, but it is safe. The skiff drifted to a muddy bank. Varys tied it off, gestured for them to follow. Arya slid out first, her boots sinking into cold muck, Sansa stumbling after her. The world here was a tangle of reeds and twisted branches, the air thick with the scent of river mud and rotting leaves. No banners flew, no torches glimmered, only darkness and the distant hum of frogs. Varys led them along a narrow path, pausing often to listen, peering into the shadows. Twice Arya heard distant voices, saw the flash of lanterns across the water. They crouched, barely daring to breathe, until the searchers passed. The city soldiers would be everywhere tonight, looking for wolves. At last they came to a ruined hovel pressed close to the water's edge. Its door was broken, the roof patched with sod and sticks. Varys ducked inside first, struck a flint, and lit a stub of candle. The room was small, cold and musty, but dry. You'll stay here for now, Varys said. There is food. Bread, cheese, dried apples. Water in the jug. Do not light more candles. Do not go outside. Sansa shrank into a corner, weeping quietly. Arya sat needle beside her, arms folded. Will you come back? Varys regarded her for a moment, then nodded. I will. If I do not, wait until sunset tomorrow, then follow the river north. I will leave a mark on a tree, 3 slashes. Follow them. Someone will meet you. He left with no more words, the door creaking behind him. Arya listened to his footsteps fade, then nothing but rain on the roof. They ate in silence, each lost in her own terror and exhaustion. Sansa fell asleep quickly, curled in a ball on the straw. Arya sat awake, eyes on the door, thinking of father, mother, Robb, of Jon at the wall, of Bran and Rickon. She thought of wolves running in the dark and whispered a prayer to the old gods, voice almost too faint to hear. When she slept at last, her dreams were fitful. A great white wolf leaping between trees, red eyes gleaming, a tower falling into the sea, a sword slipping from her grasp. Morning came gray and cold. The candle burned to a stub. Arya woke first, every muscle stiff, her head aching. She ate a crust of bread, forced water past the throat gone tight with worry, then checked the door. No sound, no sign of Varys. Sansa slept on, cheeks red from weeping. She spent the day pacing, peering through the slats of the ruined window. Once she saw a pair of soldiers wading through the reeds, Lannister crimson on their cloaks, swords drawn. She crouched, heart pounding, not daring to breathe until they were gone. The day crept by, heavy and silent. By dusk, Arya was ready to run. We can't stay here, she hissed, shaking Sansa awake. If Varys isn't coming back, we have to move. Sansa rubbed her eyes, frightened but obedient. Together they crept from the hovel, keeping low, eyes straining in the gathering dark. Arya found the mark, a tree trunk near the bank, 3 deep slashes cut with a blade. North. Always north. The next hours blurred, a scramble through tangled brush, the wet slap of branches, the steady rush of water beside them. They followed the marks as twilight deepened. Once, distant dogs barked, and they froze in terror, hiding in a ditch until the barking faded. And at last a figure appeared ahead. A woman cloaked and hooded, lantern shuttered to a narrow slit. She beckoned them close, a finger to her lips. Quickly, I have a cart nearby. Move. Arya clutched Sansa's hand and followed. The woman's name was Jane, plain-faced, sharp-eyed, a washerwoman in the Red Keep, or so she claimed. The cart was piled with rags and sacks of turnips. Jane bundled them beneath the sacks, whispering, Don't move. Don't make a sound. The road north out of King's Landing was choked with refugees, farmers, beggars, battered merchants, and limping wagons. Lannister patrols stopped every cart, searching for spies, for enemies, for Stark girls. Twice Arya heard men shouting, saw them drag a young boy from his mother, a accusing him of thievery or worse. Each time she pressed herself deeper beneath the sacks, heart hammering, breath shallow. Jane was clever with the guards. All smiles and soft lies. "Only turnips, sir. I'll be lucky to sell them before they rot. No Starks here. Only hungry mouths." She handed over coins, a wedge of cheese, whatever it took to pass. Each time Arya felt the weight of steel in her fist, her hand on needle, ready for the worst. When they were finally free of the city's shadow, Jane let them out. The countryside was wild here, muddy fields and scattered cottages. "We must move quickly," she said. "There are Lannister men on every road. I will take you as far as Rosby. There are friends of Lord Stark there, or so I've been told." They traveled by night, hiding by day. Sansa grew thinner, pale as milk, but she followed without complaint, clutching Arya's hand in the dark. Arya grew harder, sharper. She learned to watch for the glint of armor, the sound of horses. She kept needle close, practicing the steps Syrio had taught her. Left, right, thrust, pivot, retreat. On the fourth night, they reached Rosby, a broken little town of crumbling stone and muddy streets. Jane led them to a low inn on the edge of the wood, where a man with a graying beard waited in the shadows. He knelt before them. "I am Gerd Rivers, in service to Lord Stark. My lady Arya, my lady Sansa. You are safe, for now." Neatolo. They slept in a cold room above the stables, the window nailed shut, the door bolted. Gerd brought news, fragments, rumors, bits of truth, and lies all tangled together. "Your father still lives," he said quietly, voice thick. "But King's Landing is in flames. Lord Tywin marches. The Riverlands burn. Robb Stark calls his banners marching south." Arya felt hope flare, only to be snuffed by fear. "Will father come for us?" Gerd looked away. "He will try. But the roads are not safe, and the Lannisters want you as hostages. You must remain hidden." "No," Sansa spoke, her voice wavering. "If they catch us, will they kill us?" Gerd hesitated, then shook his head. "No, my lady, they will want you alive. But alive is not always safe." They waited in Rosby 2 more days. Arya spent the hours practicing with her sword, learning to move quietly, to listen. Sansa sewed, mended clothes, did her best to keep her hair neat. They grew closer in their fear and loneliness, each clinging to the other at night. At dawn, on the 3rd day, a raven came to Gerd, sealed with wax, marked with the direwolf of House Stark. He read it twice, then burned it in the hearth. He called them to the tap room, where a fire burned low. "Your father has reached Riverrun," he told them. "He's gathering his bannermen. Lord Robb rides with the northern host. We must join them." Arya's heart leapt. "Winterfell? Not yet. To Riverrun first. We will take the back roads, cross the Blackwater at night. There are scouts waiting." Sansa's eyes were wide. "Will mother be there?" Gerd nodded. "She is with your father. You must be strong for them both." They. That night they rode, 2 girls, Gerd and Jean, cloaked and hooded, avoiding every main road. The journey was hard. Swollen rivers, muddy tracks, the threat of Lannister patrols always near. Once they hid in a thicket as a column of Lannister knights passed, their banners snapping, armor bright in the morning sun. Arya kept her hand on her sword, ready for anything. They crossed the Blackwater at night, the current strong and cold. Gerd paid the boatman with gold, and Arya stared at the stars, wondering if Jon could see them from the wall. When they reached the outskirts of Riverrun, the banners of the wolf and trout flew side by side. The camps stretched for miles, tents, fires, the ring of hammers, the neigh of horses. Gerd led them through the lines, the guards letting them pass at the sight of his ring. Arya saw men from Winterfell, men she remembered. Harwin, Pate, old Nan's grandson. They cheered when they saw her, their faces split by weary grins. In the great hall of Riverrun, Lady Catelyn waited by a roaring fire, her hair wild, eyes red. When she saw her daughters, she ran to them, pulling them close, tears streaming down her face. "My girls, my brave, brave girls, you are safe. Thank the gods." Arya buried her face in her mother's shoulder, relief like a knife in her chest. Sansa sobbed, clinging to them both. Ned Stark entered then, tall and gaunt, his face etched with grief and hope. Arya ran to him, all fear forgotten. He knelt, arms wide. "Arya, Sansa, I thought I'd lost you." They huddled together in the firelight, father, mother, daughters. For a moment, the world outside, the war, the fire, the city's ruin, faded into nothing. But Riverrun was no refuge, only a stronghold waiting for siege. Messengers came and went. The news was grim. Tywin Lannister's army was camped at the crossroads, burning and pillaging, drawing ever closer. Stannis had claimed the throne in Robert's name, but the realm was fracturing, banners raised from Dorne to the Dreadfort. That night, in the chamber they shared, Arya sat by the window, needle in her lap. Sansa slept at last, her face peaceful for the first time in weeks. Their mother watched the fire, hands clenched in her lap. "Father says the war will not last long," Arya said quietly. Catelyn smiled, but her eyes were sad. "He must say that, for our sake." Arya nodded, understanding for the first time how heavy the truth could be. The next day, Ned gathered them all. "We ride for the twins," he said. "Lord Walder will let us cross, or we'll force him. Robb needs us. The North rides to war." Arya felt fear and pride in equal measure, clutching needle, ready to follow. They mounted up, the banners snapping above them, Wolf and Trout, North and Riverlands united. Arya rode beside her father, Sansa and Catelyn close behind. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but together they were stronger. The world had changed, the truth had been told, and nothing would ever be the same. Yet the Stark girls rode on, out of the shadows of fear and into the dawn, with steel in their hearts and the hope of home on the wind. In day, the banners of Stark and Tully streamed in the wind above the host, encamped beneath the high gray walls of the twins. On every hill and riverbank, campfires glowed like scattered stars. Tens of thousands of men gathered, north and south, beneath a sky raked by autumn's first cold breath. Beneath the banners and the restless murmurs of 100 encampments, Arya Stark rode with her family at the head of the column, boots muddy, hair snarled, eyes bright with a restlessness that had become her constant companion. Robb led, a shadow of the boy he'd once been, his jaw set, sword at his hip. A commander now in truth and name. Arya saw in his face the lines of worry, the determination, the fierce hope that had driven the North this far south. Beside him rode their father, Lord Eddard, still gaunt from the siege of King's Landing and his flight, but his back straight, his eyes sharp as the bite of winter. On the other side was Catelyn, drawn and pale, but every inch a Tully in the line of her brow and the steel in her gaze. Sansa rode between her mother and Arya, hands clenched on the reins, lips pressed white, silent and watchful. They'd come west at a gallop, the direwolf banners flying, the riverlords flocking to their side. The Lannisters had not caught them, though word of Tywin's atrocities traveled faster than their horses. Villages burned, hostages taken, the silent threat of the lion's paw closing around the throat of the trident. Everywhere, the small folk looked to the Starks for hope. Though hope was a thin, brittle thing these days. It was midday when they reined up at the bridge, the pale green river running swift and cold below. The twins rose before them, two squat towers of weathered stone, joined by a great arch of wood and iron. Guards bristled along the battlements, crossbows gleaming. The portcullis was down, banners of House Frey limp in the wind. A hush fell. Robb looked to his father, and Ned urged his horse forward, Arya and the others close behind. The gates creaked open just enough to admit them, and a herald in Frey colors, mud brown and blue, waited with a sneer. "Lord Walder awaits you in his hall," the herald intoned. "All of you, your men will stay outside." "Natem." Arya bristled, one hand falling unconsciously to Needle's hilt, but Robb nodded curtly. "We have no quarrel with House Frey." As they entered, Arya caught the smell of old stone, river damp, roasting meat. The great hall was crowded with Freys, sons, grandsons, daughters, all with the look of Lord Walder. Narrow faces, pale eyes, cunning. At the high table, the Lord of the Crossing slouched like a corpse, propped up by pride and spite, his skin papery, lips pursed. He peered at them, blinking, then cackled. So the wolf comes to my door and brings his whelps with him. All the better. The lion's at your heels, Stark. Why should I open my gates? Ned inclined his head, formal. Because there are worse things coming than lions, my lord. The North will not forget kindness or treachery. Walder's gaze flicked over Catelyn, then Sansa, then Arya, lingering a moment longer. You offer much, but words are wind. What of my house? What do the Starks bring us, besides war? Robb bristled. But Catelyn leaned forward, her voice cold as river ice. Your house stands between Tywin Lannister's horde and the safety of the Riverlands. If you refuse us, you will be alone when the lions come. Walder licked his lips, eyes darting. Perhaps, or perhaps I let the lion devour the wolf, then pick the bones. He let the words hang, savoring the discomfort, before waving a thin hand. Still, I am not a fool. I know a storm when I smell one. I want marriages, Lord Stark. My daughters are pretty enough. My grandsons brave enough. Marry them, and I'll open my gates. Arya stared at him, then at Robb, who stiffened but nodded. I will do what I must for the North. So the bargain was struck. Marriages and hostages, promises and oaths. The gates of the twins creaked open, and the host flowed across. A river of banners and steel. The next days were a flurry of planning. Scouts reported Tywin's movements, a column of Lannister knights pushing north, banners snapping, burning as they went. Robb met with his lords beneath canvas, Great John Umber, Lady Mormont, Roose Bolton, Sir Brynden Tully. Arya listened from the shadows, learning the language of war. Supply lines, pincer moves, forced marches. At night, the family huddled together in a cramped chamber above the river, the stone walls cold. Arya watched her father write letters, his quill scratching across the parchment, and listened to her mother's soft prayers. Sansa rarely spoke, only wept at night when she thought the others could not hear. Arya wanted to comfort her, but did not know how. A week passed. News arrived in a flurry. Stannis Baratheon had taken Dragonstone and proclaimed himself king. Renly had fled to Highgarden with the Tyrells. The Lannisters held King's Landing, with the Gold Cloaks and the city's gates, and claimed Joffrey as king still. Despite all, Robb gathered his men beneath the moon, his voice clear, urgent. We ride at dawn. We cross the Green Fork, strike at Tywin's host, and break the Lannister line. For the North, for Winterfell. The shout went up, wild and fierce, echoed down the riverbanks and across the black water. Arya watched the men saddle horses, sharpen blades, check mail. She was not allowed to ride with them. You will stay here with your mother and Sansa, Ned said, his hand heavy on her shoulder. This is not your battle. It is, Arya whispered. They burned the Riverlands. They tried to kill us. They want our heads. I want to fight. Ned looked at her, sorrowful and proud. One day, perhaps. For now, you must live. That is all the fighting I ask. He kissed her brow, then turned to Sansa, who clung to his sleeve, eyes wide. Be brave, sweetling. The world is not gentle, but you are strong. The next morning, Robb's host thundered out beneath the Frey banners, a river of steel. Arya watched until they vanished, wishing she could go, wishing she were old enough to bear a sword in truth. The days that followed, blurred, news from scouts, tense dinners with Freys, the river mist thick as wool. Sansa grew paler, spent long hours in the Sept, praying for Robb, for father, for peace. Arya could not sit still. She prowled the halls, listened at doors, ran the length of the bridge until her lungs ached. Then, one night, the horn sounded, a single, mournful note. The halls erupted in shouts. Catelyn burst in, face wild. Robb has won a victory. He broke the Lannisters at the Whispering Wood. Jaime Lannister is taken. Tywin is in retreat. Arya's heart soared. Men cheered. Freys grumbled. Sansa smiled for the first time in days. The next day, Robb rode back across the bridge, cloak muddy, sword bloodied. but his eyes alive with triumph. The northern host hailed him as king, voices ringing from the towers. Robb dismounted in the yard, found Arya, swept her up in a fierce hug. "We did it, little wolf. The king's lair is our prisoner, and the river is ours." Sansa clung to him, weeping with relief. Catelyn held all three children close, tears on her cheeks. Ned stood apart, pride warring with dread. He embraced Robb, whispering, "You have done what I could not." Robb shook his head. "We did this together. The North stands and Winterfell will not fall." But the victory was fragile. Messages came by Raven. Tywin's host was regrouping. Stannis called his banners. Renly was crowned in the south, and the Lannisters still held King's Landing. That night, the northern lords met in secret. A ring of shadows around Robb and Ned. "The realm is broken," said Greyjohn Umber, fist slamming the table. "The south squabbles over a false king. We have no lord but the one we chose, king in the north." Cry was taken up. "King in the north, king in the north." Robb paled, looking to Ned, who only nodded. Arya watched as they crowned her brother, a bronze circlet placed on his brow. She felt pride and fear, hope and dread, all twined together. The next morning, Ned called his daughters. "We will ride for Winterfell," he said. "Robb must stay, but you, your mother, and I will return home. The north must be guarded. There are still Lannister plots, and the wall is troubled. Jon writes of wildlings, of shadows moving." "Naps den?" Sansa was relieved, Arya torn. "I want to stay," she protested, but Ned shook his head. "You have done more than enough, Arya. The north will need its wolves." They packed that day. Simple things, warm cloaks, steel and leather, food for the road. Arya walked the battlements, saying goodbye to Robb, to Catelyn, to the roaring river. She watched the Frey towers fade in the mist as their party rode out. Ned, Sansa herself, their guards, and the direwolf banners flapping in the cold wind. The journey home was slow. Every mile was shadowed by fear of pursuit. They heard tales of bandits, Lannister raiders, the growing unrest in the south. In every village the people looked to Ned Stark as their lord, their hope. At last, after weeks of hard travel, they crested the last hill, and there was Winterfell, gray and solid and eternal, smoke curling from the chimneys, wolves howling in the dusk. Arya felt tears prick her eyes, and Sansa wept openly. They were home. The gates opened for them, the old familiar faces waiting. Maester Luwin, Hodor, Old Nan, Little Rickon wild with delight. The direwolves bounded to meet them, Ghost and Shaggy Dog, Summer and Grey Wind. That night, they feasted in the great hall, fires blazing, laughter echoing from the stone. Arya sat beside Jon, who had come from the wall with grim news. Things stirring beyond the frost fangs, wildlings moving, shadows seen by torchlight. After the feasting, Arya found her father atop the wall, watching the stars. "Do you regret it?" she asked, voice small. Ned smiled, pulling her close. "No, little wolf. The truth is a hard road, but it is the only one worth walking." "Dayin." She rested her head against his arm, the wind cold and sharp, and listened to the howls of the wolves in the darkness. Winter was coming, but the pack was together, and that was enough. The next weeks were busy, preparing for the long winter, sending out scouts, mending the wounds of war. Sansa found comfort in the Godswood, Arya in the yard, sparring with Jon and the men-at-arms. Ned and Catelyn rode the lands, met with their bannermen, steeled themselves for what might come. Letters arrived daily. Robb, crowned king in the north, holding Riverrun, negotiating with Stannis and Renly, Jaime Lannister their hostage. The war dragged on, but the north held firm. In the cold mornings, Arya trained with Jon, learning to use needle with greater speed and precision. At night, she listened to her father's stories, the firelight soft on his face, the shadows long and deep. One evening, news came from the wall. A rider bearing a black cloak, wild-eyed. "The dead walk," he said. "Beyond the wall, things move that should not. Your son sent me, my lord. He says the Night's Watch needs the north." "Happens." Ned nodded. grim. We will ride soon. The realm is torn, but the true danger is in the cold. That night, Arya dreamed of wolves running through snow, of a wall of ice stretching forever, of shadows creeping toward the fire. In the dream, her father's voice echoed, "The pack survives. Remember that, Arya, remember." And when she woke, she did. On knee. The first snow of the year fell before dawn, dusting the battlements of Winterfell in pale silver, muting every sound beneath a velvet hush. The world was transformed, the mud of the yard hidden under new frost, the smoke from the kitchens curling up through still wide air. Arya awoke shivering, pulled the furs tighter around her shoulders, and crept to the window. She pressed her palm to the cold glass, watching flakes spiral down, catching the hint of wolves' prints in the outer yard. Somewhere below, Ghost barked, and Rickon's laughter echoed. The castle seemed to breathe easier, shielded behind thick walls and iron portcullis, the far-off chaos of the Southern War only a memory. Sansa lay on her side in the next bed, sleeping deeply at last, her hair tumbled across her face, her brow smooth in rare peace. Arya let her be. She dressed in silence, pulling on breeches and boots, shrugging into a quilted gambeson, needle at her hip, and slipped into the dawn. Out in the yard, men bustled, loading sledges, hauling firewood, tending to the horses' steaming breath. The scent of pine baking bread drifted from the kitchens, and the hounds danced for scraps in the shadow of the walls. Arya found Jon and Robb sparring near the well, their boots kicking up snow, swords flashing in the dim light. Bran, bundled in furs, watched from a stool, hands tight on the carved arms. Maester Luwin hovered at his elbow, murmuring advice. Arya paused to watch, a grin curling her lips as Jon feinted left, and Robb countered, laughing. They sparred for the joy of it, brothers again. The weight of crowns and war forgotten for a moment. Jon saw her first and called out, "Little sister? Up early or not to bed?" Arya scowled, bounding over. "I can sleep when I'm dead. You said you'd show me that new stance." "Now." Robb clapped her on the shoulder, cheeks red from the cold. "She's better than half the men in the yard, Jon. Soon enough she'll put you to shame." Jon's smile was warm. "Never doubt it." He drew his sword, showing her a tricky pivot and thrust, his motions slow and careful. Arya mimicked the movement, frowning, her tongue between her teeth. "Faster," Robb urged. "Pretend you're facing the hound himself." Arya's heart sped at the thought, and she threw herself into the drill, sweat prickling beneath her shirt despite the cold. Jon corrected her grip. Robb mocked and teased. Bran called out advice, and for a time the yard rang with laughter. Later, at the high table, the family gathered for breakfast. Sansa arrived last, her eyes brighter, her step surer. She slid into her seat between Mother and Bran, murmuring a greeting. Catelyn poured her tea, brushing her hair with gentle fingers. "I dreamed of the sept in Riverrun," Sansa whispered, voice small but steadier than before. "The sun on the water, the willow trees. I wish I could show you." Arya nearly said she'd rather see the stables, but bit her tongue. She understood now a little, what it meant to lose a home. Ned sat at the head of the table, gray in his beard, stern but present. He shared the news. Robb would remain at Winterfell to gather the bannermen, and Jon would ride south with Ned and 200 picked men to answer the Night's Watch's call for aid. Sansa and Arya were to stay with Catelyn, safe behind Winterfell's walls. Arya bristled. "I want to go." Ned's gaze was steady. "You have had enough of running for now, Arya. Winterfell needs its wolves." She pouted but knew it was true. Still, she could not help herself. If the dead are truly walking, they'll need every sword, even a small one. Ned smiled, a tired shadow of pride in his eyes. "We'll need brave hearts more than sharp swords." Jon ruffled her hair. "I'll come back, little sister. I promise." Robb shot her a look, half stern, half fond. "You'll have your chance, Arya. The world's not done with us yet." Later, Arya found herself in the Godswood, snow muffling her steps. The heart tree loomed, face red as blood against white bark, branches heavy with ice. She knelt beneath it, breathing in the sharp air, letting her mind wander. She thought of Syrio and his lessons, of father's words, of the faces she had seen in her dreams. The white wolf, the icy dead, her family ringed around a fire in the endless night. A shadow flickered at her side. Sansa, arms wrapped tight, her breath pluming in the cold. "Will father be all right?" she asked, voice raw. Arya nodded. Fierce. "He has Jon, and half the north at his back." Sansa smiled. Shaky but real. "You're brave, Arya. Braver than me." Arya shook her head. "You kept going, even when you were scared. That's what courage is, isn't it?" Sansa's eyes shone. They sat together, silence falling like snow. Sisters at last. Days passed in a blur. The men drilled in the yard. Messengers came and went. Ravens brought word from the wall. Wildlings massing, something stirring in the haunted forests. At night, Arya dreamed of shadowy things slipping past the wall, of voices in the darkness calling her name. The day came when Jon and Ned prepared to ride. Arya helped Jon pack, slipping a scrap of parchment into his glove. "Remember, the pack survives. Come back." He hugged her fiercely, whispering, "Keep Sansa safe. And listen to Robb. Promise me." Arya nodded, blinking back tears. "Promise me you'll come back." "I will," Jon said, and she wanted so badly to believe him. The courtyard was filled with riders. Wolves on their shields, mail gleaming, banners snapping in the cold wind. Ned embraced Catelyn, whispered something in Sansa's ear, and clasped Bran and Rickon's hands. He lingered with Arya, kneeling to meet her eyes. "Be strong, Arya Tywin. The world is colder than we ever knew. But you are my daughter, and no one will ever break you." "Nah." She hugged him hard, refusing to let go until Robb pulled her away, teasing but gentle. Then they were gone. Horses' hooves fading down the King's Road, the snow swallowing their tracks. The castle seemed emptier, as if the stones themselves felt the absence. Life went on, repairs to the walls, stores laid in, sentries doubled. Arya trained every day with Robb, learned from Sir Roderick and even from old Hodor, who let her ride his shoulders across the yard. Sansa sewed and sang, taught Rickon to read, grew into her own quiet strength. One night, a raven came in on black wings, bearing news from the wall. Jon had reached Castle Black. The dead had risen again. The wildlings were on the move, but the Night's Watch still held the gate. Arya read Jon's letter 3 times, tracing every word. "Tell Arya I have not forgotten Needle. Tell Sansa I remember the songs. Tell Robb to hold the north. Tell Bran I saw a wolf in my dreams." She clung to the letter, hope blooming and breaking in her chest. That winter was hard. Snow piled high against the gates. The wind cut to the bone, but the people of Winterfell endured. There were lean nights and tales of wolves in the woods, but no one starved. No one was turned away. Arya prowled the castle, patrolled the walls, kept watch on the shadows. Once, she caught a pair of thieves trying to slip through the postern gate. Runaways from the Riverlands, ragged and desperate. She challenged them with needle drawn, voice steady. "This is Winterfell. You don't belong here." They fled at her command, vanishing into the night. Spring came late, a slow thaw. Word from the south grew worse. King's Landing was a pit of vipers, Joffrey still on the throne, the realm splintering. But the north held, and the people remembered who had protected them. Songs were sung of Robb's victory at the Whispering Wood, of Arya and Sansa's escape, of the dire wolves that guarded Winterfell. In the stables one day, Arya found Sansa feeding a sickly foal, murmuring gentle word. "You're different, Sansa," Arya said. "Stronger." Sansa smiled, stroking the foal's muzzle. "So are you." That night, another raven came. Jon, again. The dead gather beyond the wall. We ride to meet them. If we fall, remember us. Winter is here, but so are we. The pack survives. Arya stood on the battlements, needle at her side, the sky burning with sunset. She saw in the distance the great woods of the north, the rivers, the snowy peaks, the endless wild. She was a Stark of Winterfell, and whatever storms came, she would meet them head on. Robb joined her, a wolfhound at his heel. "Thinking of father?" She nodded. "He'll be back," Robb promised. We all will. We're Starks. And the world needs us now more than ever. Bun? Arya watched the stars wheel overhead, felt the wind on her face, and knew in her bones that no matter what darkness came, they would endure. The pack survives. The pack would always survive. And do. The spring sun returned in hesitant fits and starts, gold glancing off the towers of Winterfell, snowmelt running in shining ribbons through the castle yards, but the cold was slow to leave the stones. Crows called from the broken battlements, and the wind still carried the bite of frost and rumor. Arya felt it most in the mornings, when the world was white and silent, and she stalked the dew-wet grass alone, needle light in her hand, shadowed always by the memory of flight and loss, and the hard-earned peace that settled uneasily over her home. In the weeks since Jon and Ned rode for the Wall, Winterfell had become a citadel of vigilance. Robb rose early, his hair tousled, face lean and determined. Every day he met with the captains in the Solar, reading letters, marking maps, hearing the woes of distant villages battered by war or storm. Catelyn walked the walls with him, her arm in his, her gaze forever scanning the horizon. Maester Luwin sent ravens, tended the wounded, taught Bran the reckonings of coin and harvest, and made Rickon recite old histories by the fire. Arya trained harder than ever. She sparred with Robb, with Jory Castle's sons, with any boy willing to stand for a round of bruises and cuts. She ran the walls at dusk, scaled the ramparts with bare hands, slipped between shadows with a grace she had learned from fear. Needle felt more a part of her than ever, the balance of its blade sure, the comfort of its hilt cold and steady in her grip. Sansa found solace in quieter pursuits. She wrote long letters to their mother's kin at Riverrun, gathered the other girls in the Solar for singing, wove garlands from the first spring flowers. But she no longer flinched from the clang of swords in the yard, nor turned away when Arya returned spattered with mud or blood from the butts. Something fierce had awoken in Sansa too, a dignity, a stubborn hope that could not be shaken by the winter's horrors. Bran grew in wisdom, though his legs remained weak. Hodor carried him wherever he wished to go, and together they patrolled the Godswood, watched the ravens soar, or listened to old Nan's tales of giants and wights and the children of the forest. Each day brought new tidings from the south. The war still raged. Tywin Lannister's men ravaged the Riverlands. Renly gathered lords beneath the Rose and the Stag, and Stannis, cold and relentless, claimed the narrow sea for his own. King's Landing simmered with unrest. The small folk squeezed between hunger and the iron grip of the crown. The word of the Starks' victory at the Whispering Wood, and of Robb's crowning as king in the north, had spread to every hamlet and keep. But for Arya, the quiet of Winterfell was a blade with two edges. She chafed its stillness, haunted by half-glimpsed dangers in her dreams. Each morning she ran farther, practiced longer, always searching the southern road for a banner that never came. One morning as she drilled in the yard, sweating beneath her padded shirt, Robb appeared, a sealed letter in his hand. "From father," he said quietly, holding it out. Arya snatched the wax-smeared parchment and tore it open, her heart hammering. Sansa and Rickon appeared at her shoulder. Bran wheeled up in his chair, all of them breathless, waiting. The letter was brief, words cramped, the ink smudged as if penned in haste. "The wall holds, but the threat is grave. The dead walk, and Jon's warnings grow more dire with each day. We have lost good men to the cold and the darkness, but the fire in us endures. I pray daily for you all. The world is not as it was, but we are Starks, and we endure. I will return when I can. Jon sends his love. Tell Arya to guard her pack, and Sansa to keep hope bright. Tell Rickon to listen to his mother, and Bran to trust in dreams. I miss you all more than I can say. Eddard Stark." For a long moment, no one spoke. Sansa sniffed, dabbing her eyes. Bran smiled, his fingers tight on the arms of his chair. Rickon simply looked up, wide-eyed. "He's alive," Arya said softly, a grin blooming on her lips. "And Jon too." Robb clapped her on the back. "He always was too stubborn to die easy." The news brought new purpose to the castle. Maester Luwin read the letter aloud in the hall that night, and the household cheered. Even the wolves seemed to howl a little brighter beneath the rising moon. As the days lengthened and the first green shot up in the fields, Arya's restlessness shifted. She spent more time with Sansa, joining her for long walks through the Godswood, learning the names of flowers and herbs, sharing secrets neither had ever dared voice. Arya spoke of her dreams, the white wolf with red eyes, the sound of strange voices calling her name from beyond the wall, the feeling that winter was not yet truly past. Sansa, in turn, spoke of her own nightmares. Flames and shadows, the screech of the Red Keep's bells, the cold hands of fear around her throat. They held each other's secrets close, learning to lean instead of clash. Becoming again the sisters they'd been before King's Landing had stolen all innocence. The world outside did not rest. One night, the portcullis rang with shouts and the clang of alarm. Arya was among the first to reach the gatehouse, needle in hand, Robb's direwolf at her heels. A single rider staggered through, blood soaking his cloak. He fell into Robb's arms with a choked gasp. "Lannisters," he croaked. "Southfields. A raiding party. They burned the outlying farms, took prisoners, headed west." Robb cursed. "Saddle the horses," he called, turning to his captains. "We ride now." Catelyn caught his arm before he could leave. "Take men enough. Don't ride blind." Arya tried to follow, but Robb turned her aside. "Not this time, Arya. You stay. Guard the castle." He ruffled her hair, but Arya saw the worry in his eyes, the burden in his step as he strode away. The hours that followed were taut as a drawn bow. Arya patrolled the walls, heart pounding, every sound amplified. She watched the horizon for fire, her stomach twisting at each flicker in the sky. When at last the riders returned, they were fewer. Faces grim, eyes hollow. Robb limped into the yard, a bloody bandage around his arm, Catelyn rushing to his side. "We drove them off, but the damage was done," Robb told him. "Some of our folk are dead, some taken. We'll answer for it." The losses were felt keenly. At the funeral pyre, Arya stood beside Sansa, the flames painting their faces gold and red. Robb spoke over the dead, voice rough with pain. "They were of the north. We do not forget our own. Winter is coming, but so are we." In the quiet that followed, Arya saw the cost of war written on every face, grief, rage, and something like resolve. Winterfell braced itself. Robb sent out more patrols, summoned men from the Barrowlands, bolstered the defenses. Catelyn managed the stores, kept the peace between lord and smallfolk, sat up late with Maester Luwin discussing what to do if the castle was besieged. Arya grew bolder. She slipped from the castle at dawn, tracked in the woods, learned the hidden paths beyond the walls. She visited the graveyard in the snow, practicing with needle beneath the watchful eyes of the old kings. She studied the faces of the guards, the way they stood, the little mistakes they made. Every lesson from Syrio rang in her memory, but fear never quite left her. Every dream seemed to hold warnings, a raven with 3 eyes perched above the wall, a great shadow swallowing the sun, her family scattered in the snow, calling her name. In late spring, another raven arrived. This one bearing black wax. "This one," John writes, Maester Luwin announced at supper, reading from the scroll. "The Night's Watch has repelled another attack. The dead are many, but we have held. Tell Arya, Ghost is well. Tell Robb, the North is remembered. Tell Mother, I have not forgotten who I am." Arya clung to the words. Each letter was a lifeline. One evening, as the castle readied for sleep, Arya and Sansa climbed the broken tower, bundled in furs, sitting shoulder to shoulder beneath the stars. "I wonder if we'll ever see them again," Sansa whispered. "Jon, father, even Mother. I wish he'd come home." Arya pressed close, fierce as ever. "We will. We're Starks. The pack survives. We'll find them all." Sansa looked up, a tear on her cheek, and smiled. "The pack survives." Far below, wolves howled at the rising moon, the night alive with the promise of more battles, more heartbreak, but also with the unyielding hope that had always been the North's strength. The seasons turned. And though winter still lingered in the shadows, life crept back into Winterfell. Fields sprouted green. New lambs were born. The people planted, mended, healed. The North would not be broken, not by war or loss, or even the shadow of death itself. Arya ran through the woods, her breath steaming in the cold air, needle flashing silver in the dawn. Every cut and bruise made her stronger. She was no longer a child, not in her heart, not in her dreams. And somewhere beyond the wall, her brother fought an enemy older than men. Her father stood with him, the memory of their family like a fire against the coming dark. The world was changing, the dead were walking, the lions were not finished. But in the ancient heart of Winterfell, the pack endured. Arya stood at the edge of the Godswood, her hand on the bark of the heart tree, the faces of her family flickering in the flames behind her eyes, and she whispered, "I am Arya of House Stark. I am a wolf. I am not afraid." And the old gods, in their silent, watchful way, seemed to whisper back, "Not while the pack survives." The summer that followed was unlike any Arya had known. A season of strange, anxious waiting beneath the high gray towers of Winterfell. Even as the days grew long and the sun warmed the mossy stones, an unease haunted every shadow. The scars of war lingered across the north, in burned fields and broken villages, in the hollow faces of those who'd fled south or east or simply vanished in the night. Yet life, hard, persistent, northern life, endured. Arya rose every morning before dawn, drawn from restless sleep by dreams she could never quite remember. She ran the walls in the hush of first light, the ramparts slick with dew, her heart pounding in her chest as she raced past sentries and watched the forests for movement. There were wolves in the woods, and sometimes she thought she could feel them watching her, her own wild kin, silent and unseen among the green shadows. She thought of Nymeria often, of their parting by the river all those years ago, and wondered if the great she-wolf remembered her too. The castle itself was busier than ever. Robb ruled as Lord of Winterfell, his days consumed with letters and audiences and the endless problems of land and law. He walked the yards with gray wind at his side, his hair longer, his shoulders broader, a trace of steel in every word. Maester Luwin kept a steady hand on the running of the keep, gentle with Rickon, patient with Bran, tireless in his care for the wounded and the weary. Bran, his legs still crippled, had grown wise with books and maps and quiet, haunted dreams. Rickon ran wild, with Shaggy Dog always close at his heels, a small shadow with wild eyes. Arya's days became a pattern of drills and duty. She sparred with Jory's sons and the guards, learning from every mistake, pushing herself until sweat dripped from her brow and her arms ached. She rode the new foal Robb had given her, a rangy gray mare with clever eyes, out beyond the fields, past the stone markers, into wild country where the air tasted sharper and the sky seemed wider. She learned to read tracks in mud and snow, to move silently beneath trees, to trust her instincts as much as her blade. Sansa found her own strength in gentler ways. She organized sewing circles and lessons for the village girls, helped manage the stores and soothe the fears of the small folk who looked to Winterfell for hope. Her songs echoed through the halls in the evenings, and sometimes Arya would slip to the edge of the solar to listen, unobserved, marveling at how clear and lovely her sister's voice had become. There were scars on Sansa's heart, Arya knew, and nightmares still woke her some nights. But she was not the soft little bird she'd been. They were sisters now in truth, bound by more than blood. Letters from the south came sporadically. News from King's Landing was confused. Joffrey's reign was as cruel as ever, the city restless and hungry, the Tyrells gathering strength, Stannis lurking on Dragonstone, Renly dead beneath the walls of Storm's End. Word of the Red Priestess from Asshai had reached even the north, whispers of fire and shadows in the night. The Lannisters still held the capital, but fewer and fewer lords called Joffrey king, and the small folk muttered of dragons seen in the east. From the wall too, messages trickled in. Jon wrote as often as he could. The wildlings mass beyond the wall. Strange things walk by night, giants, dead men, other shadows I cannot name. We hold, but barely. Father leads with honor, but I see the fear in his eyes. Tell Arya Needle is safe. Tell Robb I dream of wolves running through snow. Tell Sansa not to forget the old songs. Tell Bran I flew last night, and the sky was black with wings. Arya read each letter a dozen times, tucked them beneath her pillow, let them shape her dreams. One bright morning, as the scent of pine and cut hay drifted on the breeze, a horn sounded at the gate. Arya dashed to the battlements, needle at her hip, heart thundering. A rider approached, dusty, grim, the direwolf badge of House Stark on his breast. He was hurt, an arrow snapped off in his shoulder, his horse lathered with sweat. Robb and Maester Luwin rushed to meet him. The rider staggered, clutching a bloody scrap of parchment. "Raiders," he rasped. "Northmen, but not ours. Spearwives and wild men painted faces. They struck the villages along the last river, said they served a new king, one with blue eyes." Robb went white. "White walkers," he breathed. The man shook his head, swaying. "No, living men. But their leader was pale, hair white as snow, eyes cold. Not like any man I've seen," said the winter comes for us all. Robb carried the rider to the infirmary, Luwin tending his wounds. Arya followed, silent, listening as her brother conferred with Catelyn and the Maester. "We can't hold the whole north," Robb said. "If the wall truly falls, if the dead or their servants come south, we must be ready." Arya slept poorly that night. Her dreams were filled with cold and darkness. Strange shapes moving through the snow. A blue-eyed man with a crown of ice riding at the head of an army. She woke gasping, heart racing. In the morning, Robb gathered the household in the great hall. The banners of wolf and trout hung heavy above him, the torches burning low. "We must be ready for anything," he said. "The Lannisters are not our only enemies. The world is changing. My father and Jon hold the wall. But if they fall, the North will be the first to suffer." Now, he sent riders to all the bannermen, Umber, Manderley, Karstark, Glover, Serwyn, calling them to arms, ordering every village fortified, every able-bodied man to drill with spear and bow. Arya trained harder than ever, her lessons growing fiercer. Robb allowed her to ride with the patrols now, through the stony hills and shadowed woods, learning the lay of the land, the hidden places, and the quick ways home. Sometimes, on the edges of the wild, she would pause and listen, certain she heard wolves' howls, deep, distant, wild. Sometimes, she fancied she saw a flash of gray or white in the trees, too large to be any ordinary beast. Late one evening, returning from a ride, Arya found Sansa on the terrace, sewing by the last light. The summer sky was streaked with purple and gold, the air still and charged with expectation. "Will they come for us, do you think?" Sansa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Arya sat beside her, brushing dust from her breeches. "They always do. But we're ready. We're Starks." "Nah." Sansa smiled, but her hands trembled. "Sometimes I wish things could go back to the way they were. Before all the fighting, before King's Landing. Before the secrets and lies." Arya gazed out at the forests. "We can't go back, but we can fight for what comes next." That night, Maester Luwin summoned Arya to his chambers. She found him bent over a new letter, his lantern throwing long shadows on the walls. "This came from your father," he said, handing her the scroll. Arya opened it, her fingers trembling. "Arya, winter is closer than you know. The wall holds, but the dead grow bolder. We have seen their leaders now. Men, but not men. Cold and beautiful and terrible. Jon and I hold the gate, but the wildlings flee before them. And some say there are traitors even within the watch. Be ready, my wolf girl. Guard your pack. Teach Sansa to use a blade. Protect Bran and Rickon all. Listen to your dreams. I will come home if I can, but if not, lead. Your loving father, Eddard Stark." Arya pressed the letter to her chest, feeling both pride and terror. In the days that followed, she took her father's words to heart. She brought Sansa to the yard, placed a wooden sword in her hand, showed her the first dances Syrio had taught her. Sansa was clumsy at first, but her resolve was real, and Arya felt a deep satisfaction watching her sister grow bolder with every swing. Bran and Rickon she guarded fiercely, teaching them to read tracks in the Godswood, to run fast and silent, to hide in hollow trees and shadows. She told them stories of the old kings, the children of the forest, the secret ways through Winterfell's walls. The people of the north gathered in the castle's shadow as the season waned. Old allies, bannermen, free folk from the woods and hills. Greyjoy and Umber arrived with 100 men, their voices loud as thunder. Lady Mormont sent her best warriors, grim and fierce. The Manderleys brought wagons of grain, the Glovers their best archers. On the eve of midsummer, Robb called a council. The hall was crowded, lords and captains, old women with tales of the last long night, maesters and warriors, even the Septon. Arya sat near the front, needle in her lap. Robb's voice carried through the hall. The wall holds, but we must be ready if it falls. I will not let the north be caught unawares. We are the blood of the wolf. We endure. Then a storm broke outside, rain hammering the roofs, thunder shaking the stones. The wind howled like 1,000 wolves. Arya watched the shadows leap and dance on the walls and felt, for the first time, that she was exactly where she was meant to be. She drifted to sleep that night to the sound of wind and rain, dreaming of white wolves and endless snow, of a pack running through the dark, fierce and free. When she woke, the world seemed brighter, the air sharper. She felt older, stronger, ready for what was coming. For the world was changing, and winter was not finished with them. But Arya Stark, wolf-blooded, would not run. She would stand. She would fight. She would lead, if she must. And in the heart of Winterfell, beneath the ancient trees and high stone walls, the pack would survive whatever darkness the world tried to bring. Kai-Ken. A hush had fallen over the north, a stillness more profound than any snows. It was the hush before a storm, the tension that lingered in the marrow of every man, woman, and child behind the walls of Winterfell. The days were long and cold now, but the air held the taste of metal and dread. Sometimes Arya thought she could smell the cold itself coming. Sharp as a knife, clean as a blade. It was deep into summer, yet the mists clung to the moors and the shadows in the woods seemed thicker. Scouts brought word of strange tracks in the high fells, camps abandoned in the night, rumors of blue-eyed shadows glimpsed beneath the boughs of ancient pines. The old gods were restless. Even the direwolves paced, their hackles rising at nothing. At council in the great hall, Robb listened to every tale, measuring, weighing, refusing to be swayed by fear. But Arya saw how he gripped the wolf's head on his chair until his knuckles went white, how sleep fled his eyes. Each day at dawn, Arya ranged the battlements with the sentries, bow slung over one shoulder, needle at her hip, cloak fluttering in the cold morning wind. The air above Winterfell was crisp, smelling of wood smoke and coming frost. She'd learned to move quiet as the shadows, to read the crows on the walls and the wolves in the forest. When she rode out with the patrols, always with 2 guards at her side, no matter how she grumbled, she watched the tree line for any sign of movement, scanning for the quick flash of pale shapes against the green. She found Sansa in the library most afternoons, reading histories of the Old North, tales of the First Men, the Night's King, the Last Long Night. Arya sometimes joined her, resting her boots on the old oak tables while Sansa traced the faded letters, lips moving soundlessly. They argued and laughed and told secrets between the lines. "Do you think the dead are really coming?" Sansa asked one afternoon, her finger pausing on an illuminated page. A woman with a crown of ice, hands outstretched to call a blizzard. "They're already here," Arya said, voice low. "Father's seen them. Joan's fighting them every night." She tried not to let her voice shake. "But they haven't won yet. They won't, if we're ready." Sansa closed the book, looking older than her years. "Mother would have known what to do." Arya's answer was a thin, wolfish smile. "Mother would have had us all learning to use a bow before our 5th name day." They shared a rare laugh, and for a moment Arya felt lighter, as if the 2 of them together could face any shadow. Bran dreamed more now, slept long hours in his tower, always restless. Sometimes when Arya crept up to visit, she'd find Hodor at the window, Bran's small hand resting on his shoulder, both of them staring north. Bran spoke of the three-eyed crow, of flying above the snows, of hearing the wolves speak. "They're coming, Arya," Bran would say, eyes wide and green as leaves. "I see them in my dreams. The snows will come, and behind them the dead. But we'll be ready. You'll see." "Member Hoss." Arya squeezed his hand, not trusting herself to answer. Rickon was wild, half feral, but Arya could see the fear in his eyes too, the way he clung to Shaggy Dog at night, and sometimes woke screaming. The days crept by, one indistinguishable from the next. Drills in the yard, lessons in the solar, rides out to the edge of the woods with the garrison. Robb and his captains trained every soul in Winterfell. Maids and smiths and children with bows nearly as tall as themselves. Arya helped Sansa teach the women to bind wounds, to mend mail, to make oil for lamps and fire. There were stores to gather, walls to shore up, men to arm. On the hottest day of the season, a black raven came down from the wall. It bore a short, grim message, Ned's strong hand behind every word. "We are outnumbered. The dead grow bolder. Jon leads a sortie tonight. Pray for us. If we fall, ride south. Do not wait for me. The north is yours, Arya." Robb read the words in silence before the gathered household. Catelyn's chair at his right hand stood empty, draped in Tully blue. No one wept. They only set their jaws bent to their work as the first stars blinked through the haze. That night, Arya wandered the halls, sleepless, listening to the wind. The Godswood was alive with strange music, the leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. She touched the weirwood's carved face, cold and wet, and prayed, "Let Jon live. Let Father come home. Let us be strong. Let the pack survive." A day passed. Then two. The air thickened. The sky was a cold, pitiless blue. No more ravens came. On the third night, as Arya finished her rounds along the curtain wall, she saw a figure climbing the path from the south gate. Bloody, lurching, wrapped in a black cloak. Men shouted and rushed forward, weapons drawn. Arya ran to meet them, heart pounding. The man collapsed at her feet, gasping, reaching for her hand. "Lady Arya," he choked. From the wall, sent by Lord Eddard. His eyes rolled back. Maester Luwin and Robb knelt at his side, but it was too late. He was dead before they carried him to the great hall. But he carried a letter sewn inside his cloak, and a bundle wrapped in oilskin. The letter was short. "We hold for now, but the wall will not last another moon. The dead are many. The wildlings fight with us, but their numbers dwindle. If this letter reaches you, gather the north. Winter is here. Remember what I taught you, Arya. Let it eat." Eddard Stark. The bundle was needle, freshly honed, hilt polished, Joan's name scratched into the crossguard. Arya traced the letters, tears stinging her eyes. Robb called a council that night. The great hall was packed, torches burning, banners furled. Lords and captains crowded the dais. Women in furs stood by the doors, even Bran in his chair, Hodor behind him. Arya and Sansa flanked Robb, one on either side. The youngest Wolf Lord looked out across the crowd, his voice ringing. "You all know what is upon us," Robb said. "My father writes that the wall may fall within the month. He asks us to lead, to hold the north as the last refuge. We will not fail him. The Night's Watch are our brothers. We will answer their call." A rumble of assent ran through the hall. "We gather what men we can spare. We send stores north, bows, axes, fire oil. Arya, you'll lead the archers, everyone who can draw a bow. You drill them at dawn. Sansa, you'll take charge of the wounded. Bran, you and Maester Luwin will oversee the supplies." Well, they nodded, each standing a little straighter. Arya did not sleep that night, but watched the moon ride high above the towers. Pale and cold, she thought of Jon, standing atop the wall, sword in hand, facing down nightmares. She thought of Father, fighting for every heartbeat. She thought of her own promise. The pack survives. Dawn came silver and cold. Arya assembled the archers in the yard. Boys and girls, old men, a few maids with determined faces. She drilled them until their arms shook and their fingers bled, teaching them every trick Syrio had given her, to aim for the eyes, to never hesitate, to trust their instincts. She rode the walls with Robb, watching the horizon, waiting for the first black banners, the first horns. The weeks passed in a blur. Ravens flew to every holdfast and village. The Manderleys sent more men. Lady Mormont rode in herself, hard as granite, with 50 women behind her. The Umbers brought axes, the Karstark spears. The North gathered, grim and ready. Then, one evening, as the sun bled out behind the trees, a horn sounded from the east watchtower. Shapes moved on the road. A column, 100 strong. Okay. At first, Arya thought it was the enemy, but then she saw the banners. Black of the Night's Watch, gray and white of Stark. A scattering of wildling tribes, ragged but alive. Jon rode at the head, cloaked in black, his sword across his knees, Ghost pacing beside him. Ned was with him, gaunt and hard-eyed, his beard grown wild, armor dented. Behind them marched the Watch, what was left of it, and the free folk, battered, half-starved, carrying their wounded and their children. The gates opened. Arya raced down the steps, Sansa at her side, Robb close behind. She threw herself at Jon, nearly knocking him off his horse, clinging to him as if she'd never let go. Jon laughed, holding her tight, and for a moment the world was right again. Robb embraced his father, a hand on his shoulder, silent and fierce. Sansa hugged Jon, tears on her cheeks. Bran and Rickon hobbled down from the ramparts, the direwolves howling a chorus that echoed across the yard. Ned held Arya last, his eyes shining. "I told you I'd come home, wolf girl. Did you lead?" Arya grinned, breathless. "I did. I learned." They led the battered host inside, made beds in the halls, brought food and fire and wine. Maester Luwin tended the wounded. Sansa and Bran oversaw the kitchens and supplies. Jon spoke little at first, only watched, eyes shadowed. That night, as the castle slept, Arya found Jon atop the battlements, Ghost beside him, watching the northern sky. "Was it bad?" she whispered. Jon nodded. "Worse than I can say. We lost half the watch. Mance Rayder fell. The wall is gone in places, broken, but we made them pay, and we'll hold here." Arya took his hand, cold and strong. "We'll hold together." Ned joined them, his cloak around his shoulders, silent for a long time. "The true war is only beginning," he said at last. "But we have the North. We have each other. That is how we win." Nantirun. Arya looked out at the dark woods, the fields stretching to the edge of the world, the fires burning in every yard, and felt the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. Heavy, but not crushing. She was not a child any longer. She was a Stark of Winterfell, a leader, a wolf. And when the dead came, when the night grew long and cold, and hope seemed lost, Arya and her family stood together atop the walls of Winterfell, swords in hand, torches blazing, the pack united at last. The North would not fall, not while the blood of the wolf still ran hot, not while their courage held, not while they remembered who they were and where they came from. The world outside trembled, but within those ancient walls, the heart of winter beat fierce and true. And Arya, standing watch in the cold, her hand on needle, her family beside her, whispered a silent promise to the gods and the darkness alike. "We are the wolves. We do not break. We remember. We survive." Autumn crept in behind the battered hosts gathered within Winterfell's walls, laying bronze and gold upon the ancient oaks and reddening the leaves of the heart tree in the godswood. The snow that threatened all summer began to fall again, light at first. A dusting in the mornings, a hush that softened stone and mud. The air was sharp, crisp with the coming cold, and every breath in the castle tasted of wood smoke and vigilance. Winterfell was full to bursting. Watchmen in black, wildlings with wary eyes, Northmen from every holdfast, the last of the Umbers and Glovers, Manderleys, Karstarks, men and women hardened by war and want. They filled every hall, every barracks, slept three to a bed, or by the warmth of the kitchen hearth. The wolves of Winterfell roamed the yards at night, furs silvered by moonlight, the howls of ghost and gray wind echoing from the ramparts, a warning and a promise. Arya moved through it all with purpose, needle always at her hip, hair cropped short, stride long, and swift as any boy's. She drilled her archers at dawn, calling out commands in the frost. Old men who'd fought at the Trident, girls barely older than Rickon, wildlings who scowled but learned quickly, bowstrings singing in the thin morning air. By mid-morning, she walked the walls with Robb, inspecting watchposts, learning every turn and weakness, every line of sight and fallback path. She'd long since shed any longing for the quiet comfort of girlhood. What remained was sharper, keener, forged by fear and loss, and the iron certainty that the world would take everything if she let it. Sansa worked beside Maester Luwin, keeping track of stores, supplies, medicines. She wrote letters every night, reports to Lady Mormont, pleased to house Reed, lists for the Karstarks and the Manderleys. In the afternoons, she trained with Arya, her stance awkward at first, but growing steadier with each passing day. Her beauty was changed now, not the softness of the South, but something leaner, stronger, steel beneath silk. Jon was never far from Arya's sight. He bore the mark of battle in the way he moved. Stiffness in his shoulder, a line of scars across his jaw. He rarely smiled, but when he did, it was for her, or for Ghost, or for some joke Bran or Rickon made around the supper fires. He met often with Robb and Ned, poring over maps, debating strategy, speaking in low voices by firelight. He brought the ways of the Watch to Winterfell. Silent signals, drills for breach and retreat, and always the warnings. Make fire your ally. Aim for the eyes. Cut the head from the snake. Ned himself moved among the men with quiet authority, gray in his beard, steady in his gaze. At night, he sat in the solar with Catelyn's empty chair at his right hand, staring into the embers. His voice carried through the castle, never cruel, never loud, but as sure as winter. Bran spent more time in the Godswood now, listening to the old ravens and watching the faces of the trees. Sometimes Arya joined him, sitting cross-legged among the roots as he told her of dreams. Wolves running, crows flying, a stag with a crown of flame battling a lion in the snow. "They're coming," Bran would say. "But so are we." As the snow deepened, the daily routine of Winterfell grew grimmer, more urgent. The walls were strengthened, towers shored up, every door and window sealed tight. Pits of pitch and fire oil were dug at the gate, caches of arrows and axes distributed through every yard and hall. No one questioned Arya's orders anymore, not even the gruffest of the Karstarks, not even the wildling spearwives who grinned when she barked at them. Ravens came and went, but fewer and fewer returned. South of the Neck, the world had gone quiet. No news from King's Landing, none from Old Town, none from the Riverlands. It was as if the world had drawn in on itself, bracing for the cold. One night, as the first true blizzard howled outside, Arya and Jon stood atop the gatehouse, the torches shuddering in the wind. Below, the last patrol staggered in, snow caked on their cloaks, faces raw and red. "Did you ever think it would come to this?" Arya asked softly, her breath frosting in the air. Jon shook his head. "Not like this. I thought our war would be with men. Tywin, Joffrey, the Lannisters. Not with the dead." He looked down at Ghost, who paced, restless, then back at the darkness beyond the walls. "But if we stand, it will matter. I believe that." "Nah." Arya leaned against him, silent. After a while, Jon spoke again. "I heard you're the best shot in the yard now." She grinned. "I had a good teacher." Jon ruffled her hair, the closest thing to laughter he'd managed in weeks. "You were always better than you thought." Their vigil was broken by a horn blast, once, twice, 3 times, echoing through the storm. Arya tensed. "The Watch?" Jon shook his head, eyes narrowing. "No, that's our own. Something's happened." They hurried down the steps, boots crunching on snow, Ghost a white shadow at their heels. The yard was chaos, men spilling from the barracks, archers scrambling to their posts, Sansa emerging from the kitchens, face pale but determined. Robb met them at the doors. Gray wind at his side. Voice clipped and calm. Riders from the east. Wildlings and watchmen, but not many. They're running. Ned appeared at Robb's shoulder. Open the gate, he ordered. Let them in. The doors swung wide, spilling light into the blizzard. Through the swirling snow staggered a dozen survivors, men and women bundled in blackened furs, wild-eyed, half-frozen. One fell to his knees at Jon's feet, gasping. They're here, he panted. The dead, the White Walkers, they've broken through at last hearth. The Umbers are gone, thousands coming behind us. You have to close the gates. You have to be ready. He collapsed, blood staining the snow, frost rhyming his beard. Arya knelt, pressing her hand to his heart, feeling the last shudders of life slip away. Robb's voice rose above the storm. Get the wounded inside. Arm the men. Double the watches. Wake everyone. Arya sprang to her feet. Archers, with me. Fire oil to the walls. Maester Lewin, get the wounded below. Babes. The castle became a living thing, every hall alive with running feet and shouted orders. The blacksmiths brought more swords. The cooks brewed gallons of soup. The old women gathered the children by the fires in the crypts. Sansa moved among them, calm and unyielding. Her presence a comfort. The blizzard raged outside, howling against stone, driving snow through every crack. Arya hardly slept, moving from wall to wall, watching as the horizon darkened with the coming storm. At dawn, the world was white and silent. Then came the sound. A low, distant moan, rising and falling. The cry of 1,000 voices at once. Bran, pale and thin, wheeled himself to the gatehouse, eyes wide. They're here, he whispered. I can feel them. I see them. The Night King leads them, a crown of ice on his brow. But we have to stand. If we run, we die. Arya nodded, hand tight on needle. She took her place atop the walls, Jon beside her, bow strung, quiver full. Robb walked the ramparts, his armor gleaming, gray wind snarling at the gates. Ned moved among the men, speaking to each in turn, his words a balm and a fire. Sansa and Maester Lewin waited in the cellars, the wounded and the children gathered close. Bran whispered to the ravens, sending messages north and south. We stand. Winterfell stands. The North remembers. When the dead came, they came as a tide. Shambling wights in furs and rags, armored corpses, great white deerwolves, giants with pale eyes, all beneath a sky gone black. At their head rode the Night King, silent and cold, his crown of ice shining blue. The first volley of arrows loosed from Winterfell's walls, a black rain. Arya aimed for the blue-eyed riders, saw one topple from his horse, limbs stiffening. Fire arrows caught in the dead grass, spreading light and heat. Oil poured from the walls, and the flames rose. The dead did not falter. They crashed against the gates in waves, climbing, falling, clawing at stone. Men screamed, steel rang, the scent of death and fire filled the air. Arya fought atop the walls, loosing arrow after arrow, leaping down when the breach came, needle flashing silver. Jon fought at her side, long claw in hand, ghost tearing at the dead. Robb led the charge at the gates, gray wind at his heel, a banner of hope in the chaos. Ned fought with the veterans in the yard, cutting a path to the stairs. Bran called to the wolves, to the trees, to the old gods, his voice ringing through the storm. For hours they held. The dead surged, and still they stood. Then the Night King raised his hand, and a wall of cold swept over the yard. Men fell, rose again with blue eyes, turned on their brothers. Arya watched Jon fall, clawed at by dead hands, then rise, shaking them off, long claw blazing with fire. At the last, when hope seemed lost, Arya found herself before the Night King atop the wall. He smiled, cold and terrible, and reached for her. She ducked beneath his grasp, rolling in the snow, needle striking for his neck. The blade met air, slid from his armor, but Arya was too quick. She threw herself at his feet, drove needle into his ankle, firelight flashing. He staggered and Jon leapt to his side, sword descending. Ghosts howled. Bran shouted from the ramparts. Sansa rallied the last of the women in the yard. The Night King fell, and with him, the tide of the dead slowed, faltered, broke. When the sun rose, the yard was filled with ash and silence. Winterfell stood, battered but unbroken. The pack gathered in the Godswood, the heart tree blood red in the dawn. Ned held Arya's hand. Jon stood with Ghost, Robb and Sansa, Bran and Rickon, all together. "We are the wolves," Ned said softly, voice breaking. "We remember. We survive." Arya looked at her family, at the burned and battered castle, at the sun rising over snow and ash, and felt the truth of it. The world had changed, but the North endured. She was Arya of House Stark, needle in hand. Heart strong, the blood of the wolf in her veins. Whatever darkness might come, she knew they would stand together. The pack survives. Hey. The snows finally ceased on the 10th day after the battle, revealing the devastation and the stubborn will of Winterfell beneath drifts streaked black with soot and clotted with the detritus of war. Crows clustered on broken parapets and picked through the silent, shrouded dead that lay in heaps beyond the shattered main gate. In the yard, every footstep crunched on frost and bone. The dawns were pale, almost colorless, as if the world itself had been scoured raw. Arya woke each morning with her muscles aching, hands blistered and raw from the haft of bow and sword alike, heart full of ghosts. Sleep was thin. Memories of the screams, the flames, the endless snarling surge of the dead chasing her into every dream. Yet she rose with the first cold light and went to work, because there was work to do, and her father's voice rang always in her mind. "We endure, little wolf. We endure for those who cannot." Jon and Robb walked the walls together, silent and bruised, overseeing repairs. Bran, thin and drawn, sat at the window in the maester's tower, eyes fixed north. Rickon, pale, changed but alive, clung close to Shaggy Dog and refused to sleep alone. Sansa moved among the wounded in the great hall, her voice gentle, her touch sure. Maester Luwin worked by her side, mixing poultices and binding wounds, keeping careful count of the living and the lost. Ned Stark was everywhere at once. In the morning, he helped the masons shore up the breach in the east wall. By noon, he consulted with Robb and Jon, mapping the disposition of the battered defenders. At dusk, he could be found in the Godswood, sitting with Bran and Rickon, holding their hands as the wind sighed in the heart tree. His voice was quiet, but it carried. When he spoke, men listened. When he asked, people gave. The days blurred. Men and women were laid to rest in the Godswood, beneath the boughs of ancient trees. The pyres burned for 3 nights, black smoke curling up to mingle with the morning mist. There were no songs, only the silence of old grief and new scars. Yet even as they mourned, life returned. Fires were relit, bread was baked. Laughter flickered now and again by the hearth as stories of the battle grew in the telling. The North remembers, and the North heals. Arya worked with the survivors, teaching boys and girls who'd never held a blade to nock arrows and string bows, showing the wildlings how to mend torn leather and string new nets for the Godswood pond, drilling the youngest with wooden swords in the empty yard. She was tireless, fierce, but no longer the Quicksilver girl who'd left Winterfell all those years ago. Her voice had a weight to it now, a presence that made the gruffest Karstark or Mormont pause and listen. One day, while teaching a freckled girl from White Harbor how to draw and loose, Arya caught Jon watching from the steps. He looked older, a streak of white in his hair, a tightness around his mouth that rarely left. "Am I doing it wrong?" she challenged, not bothering to hide her smile. Jon shook his head. "You do more right than you know." His own smile was brief, but real. "We owe you, Arya. All of us." Arya flushed, not knowing what to say. "We did it together. You, Robb, father? All of us." He shook his head again, more solemn. "Not all of us would have dared what you did." She let the words settle, then changed the subject. "When will the gates be mended?" "Soon. We've sent for stone from the quarries at Barrowton, and there are rumors of Lannister banners in the south, though the snows have them bottled up." Arya's eyes narrowed. "If they come, we'll be ready." Jon laid a hand on her shoulder. Yes, but I hope they do not come, not soon. Then, sire. By the next moon, the castle was transformed. Piles of rubble were cleared. Watchfires blazed atop the towers. More men had come. A trickle at first, then a steady stream. Broken men from the south, small folk from the ruined villages, even a handful of battered knights watch brothers who'd survived the wall's fall. All were welcomed, all given work. Robb called council in the great hall. Grey Wind lounged at his feet. Sansa and Arya beside him, Jon and Ned on his right, Bran and Rickon further down the table, Maester Luwin with his books. The hall was filled with the North's new leaders. Lady Mormont, Lord Wyman Manderly, Dour Roderick Castle, wildling chieftains and 2 stony-faced men from the Vale, come to offer alliance from Lady Arryn. The North stands, Robb said. But it stands alone for now. Our enemies are not vanquished, only delayed by the snows and the dead. There is word of Lannisters in the south, of Ironborn on the coast, of Dorne stirring for vengeance. And the dragons are said to have risen again, far away across the sea. Ned's jaw tightened. We must rebuild. We must prepare for what comes next, and we must not let ourselves be divided. And Jon nodded. The living must not fight among themselves again. We've seen what happens when they do. Sansa's voice was soft but steady. We have lost so much. I will not let us lose our hope as well. They spoke long into the night, making plans. The North would heal, but not sleep. Patrols would range as far as the White Knife and Last River. Every village fortified, every child taught the horn calls of war. The wildlings, once enemies, were given land in the frost fields to the west and trusted as new kin. In the quiet after, Arya walked the empty corridors of Winterfell. She found herself in the old armory, surrounded by half-mended helms and battered shields. Needle was at her side. She drew it, traced the blade with her thumb, thinking of all she'd lost and all she'd saved. The castle was full of ghosts now. Her own, her family's, the North's. That night, sleep finally found her. She dreamed of the Godswood, of the Heart Tree's bloody face, of her mother's voice singing a lullaby she half remembered from childhood. In her dream, she saw herself running with wolves, Nymeria beside her, Robb and Jon at her back, Sansa's laughter floating on the wind. The days grew shorter again. The snows returned, gentle at first, then heavier. With each flurry, Arya felt herself growing older, more rooted to the ancient stones, more certain of her place. She trained the youngest, taught Sansa the finer points of parrying, scolded Rickon for reckless courage, listened to Bran's half-mystical tales of green dreams and faraway woods. Jon began to smile more. He and Robb drilled the guards together, made time for their brothers, and talked often late into the night with Ned. Plans for the future, memories of old Winterfells, the weight of what had been lost and what could yet be built. Sometimes word from the south arrived, carried by desperate ravens or wildling runners. Daenerys Targaryen had landed on Dragonstone with a host and 3 dragons. The Reach was ablaze with rebellion. King's Landing itself teetered on the brink, every faction plotting. The North, battered but whole, waited and watched, ready to move but not yet called. One clear afternoon, Arya stood atop the highest tower, watching sunlight glitter on the snowbound roofs and the river running black and swift below. Sansa joined her, silent for a while. "Do you ever wish it could go back to the way it was?" Sansa asked. Arya shook her head, wind whipping her hair. "No, we can't go back, Sansa. But we can make something new, something better. We're Starks, we survive." Sansa smiled, tears bright in her eyes. "We do." Down below, in the yard, Jon and Robb were wrestling with Rickon, laughter ringing out in the cold air. Bran and Ned watched from the steps, their shadows stretching long across the stones. Arya took her sister's hand, and together they watched as the North, scarred, proud, unbroken, prepared for whatever came next. The castle was full, the fires bright, the wolves howling at the night. The darkness would return, it always did. But for now, hope lived here, stubborn as the first green bud beneath the snow. And in Arya's heart, there was no more fear, only the steady flame of promise. The pack endures. The pack survives. And as long as Winterfell stands, so will they. Ka-ka-kamande. Smoke curled from Winterfell's chimneys, thin and white against the gray sky. A sign of warmth within stone and a claim that this, at least, remained unconquered. The war in the world beyond had quieted, but it was not peace, rather the wary silence before new storms. Each day the snows receded a little. The air grew softer, and hope crept in with the thaw, cautious and tentative. Yet none in Winterfell mistook this for safety. Arya walked the castle before sunrise, boots leaving fresh prints on the wet flagstones. She paused at each watch post, speaking with the sentries in low, steady voices, sharing what news she could glean from the night. On the wall walk, a hawk circled above, dark against the wan sky, and she watched it spiral a while, breathing in the sharp cold. Every breath reminded her that she was home and alive. She carried Needle always, a comfort and a promise. She slept little and trained hard, teaching the younger children, watching over Sansa and Rickon, trading advice and sharp words with Jon and Robb. She felt the world pressing in, waiting for something to change. One morning, Jon found her alone in the Godswood, sitting at the base of the heart tree. Head bowed, the pale light slanting through the red leaves. Ghost paced beside her, tail low, ears pricked for threats. Jon knelt in the snow and waited until she looked up. "You haven't slept," he said gently. "Neither have you?" she answered. He smiled, but it faded quickly. "Father thinks it is time we called a council." Arya nodded. "The world's waking up again. The Lannisters have sent envoys. So have the Tyrells. The South is in chaos. And the dragons," Jon said, voice soft. "If the tales are true, Daenerys is in the reach with half the world at her back." Arya shrugged. "We have Winterfell." He laughed, and this time it was real, brief but bright. "We do." In the great hall that afternoon, banners of wolf, trout, bear, and merman hung along the walls. The lords of the north sat in stern rows, their faces lined by battle and memory. Wildling chiefs clustered near the doors, silent but attentive. Maester Luwin sat with his ledgers, Sansa and Bran beside him. Rickon fidgeted at the edge of the table, glancing up every so often to meet Arya's gaze. Robb presided, grave and measured, with Ned at his right, Jon at his left. "We have survived the dead and the winter," Robb said when all were silent. "But the South stirs. The Lannisters want a treaty, the Tyrells seek alliance, the Vale and Dorne hedge their words. And across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen brings fire and change." Ned's voice was low but clear. "We must decide what future we wish for the North. Will we stand alone? Will we join a realm that has always scorned us? Or will we make something new?" Lady Mormont spoke first. "The North is strong, my king, but we are not unbreakable. Winter is always watching, yet we have found strength in unity, wildling and Northmen, old and new." Wyman Manderley's voice rumbled from the back. "Trade is life. If we stay isolated, our people suffer, but we will not kneel again to any lion or flower." The wildling chief, a woman called Skag, shrugged. "We crossed the wall because we had to. Now the wall is gone. You sheltered us, fought beside us. That is worth more than any king's promise. We follow the wolf." The room murmured its approval. Bran, thin and pale, spoke up. "If we make peace, let it be on our terms. We are not the South. We are not their vassals." Sansa looked around the room and added, "We must be wise. The world is changed. People will follow us if we are just, and if we remember the lessons of war. There must be a place for those who lost everything, even those who fought against us. Or else war will come again." Robb's gaze lingered on each in turn. "A free North. A just North. But we do not close our gates to the world?" Ned placed his hand over Robb's. "Let them come, but let them come with respect. We will not kneel, but we will not hide." Ned and Warsaw. Arya felt the old restlessness rise in her blood. If the south sends envoys, let them see our strength. Let them see the wildlings and the Northmen and all those who call Winterfell home. Let them see the pack. A vote was called. The voices rang out, proud and fierce. The North would be free, open to peace but wary, unbowed, untamed. Messengers would be sent south, not as petitioners, but as equals. That night, Arya found Sansa in the sewing room, humming softly as she stitched a new banner, direwolf and red leaf entwined. "Did you ever think we would see peace again?" Arya asked. Sansa looked up, her smile gentle but haunted. "I think this is only the beginning. But it's something, isn't it?" "It's enough for now," Arya said. "But we need to show them what strength means." Together, they walked the walls, watching the lanterns bloom one by one as the castle settled for the night. The next week, envoys arrived, first from the Vale, then from Dorne, then from the Reach, and at last, with greatest ceremony, from the Lannisters. Gold cloaks and red lions, silks and polished armor, banners fluttering in the sun. Arya watched them dismount in the yard, their eyes full of calculation and curiosity. The North met them in the great hall. Robb wore his wolfskin mantle, Sansa a crown of winter roses, Jon his black cloak of the Watch, Arya a simple jerkin and breeches, needle at her side. Ned sat at the high table, Catelyn's place beside him empty, but draped in Tully blue. The Lannister envoy was Sir Cavan, older now, careful in his words. "King's Landing seeks peace and trade. We have all lost much. Let us not lose more." Robb's answer was cool. "The North is free, and we intend to keep it so. But we are not your enemies if you do not make us so." From the Reach came Sir Garland Tyrell, offering alliances of grain and goods, cautious words about dragons and loyalty. Arya caught the fear beneath his charm, the worry of what Daenerys might bring. From Dorne, a quiet woman in red silk spoke only once. "We have our own ghosts. We do not forget the North's courage." From the Vale, a pale knight in Arryn blue bowed deeply. "Lady Arryn remembers old bonds. If the North stands for justice, so will we." Back. Arya watched the proceedings with a sharp eye, listening for half-truths and hidden threats. She saw how Sansa wove between the guests, reading their faces, steering the talk. She watched Jon and Robb, both cautious but bold, offering peace but not yielding an inch. Days passed in a flurry of feasts, councils, private meetings. The envoys saw the wildlings drill beside the men of Winterfell, watched Lady Mormont's women at archery, tasted the thick bread and salt pork that was Winterfell's bounty. Some lingered in the Godswood, asking Bran quiet questions about the old magic. Arya felt the pull of the world beyond the walls. She wanted to ride, to see the broken villages, to find those lost on the roads. But for now, she stayed. Her place was here, beside her family, beside those who still looked to her as a leader. One evening, Jon climbed the broken tower and found Arya sitting in the dusk, legs dangling over the edge. "It's not over, you know," he said, voice soft. "It never is," Arya answered. "But we're still here." He nodded, the wind tugging at his hair. "I have to return to the Watch soon. There's work to be done. But I'll come back. I promise." She leaned into him, silent a long time. "I know you will, and if you don't, I'll come find you." They laughed, the sound drifting down to the yard below. As the days warmed, Arya took Sansa riding across the green, showing her the wild places beyond the walls, where the woodsmen built new huts, where wildlings planted the first hopeful gardens in northern soil. Rickon ran beside Shaggy Dog. Bran learned the names of every bird. The scars of battle healed slowly, but they healed. Spring brought new births, lambs and calves, a litter of wolf pups in the woods. Hope, Arya thought, was stubborn as weeds and twice as hard to kill. The day came at last when the envoys departed, carrying word of a North that was strong, proud, and resolute. They left gifts, books, bolts of silk, casks of wine. Sansa saw them off with gentle words, Robb with measured promises, Jon with a warrior's salute. That night, the family feasted together, all of Winterfell's halls echoing with laughter and song. Arya danced with Sansa. Jon taught Rickon to toss a knife. Robb and Bran played at chess with the Karstark boys. Ned watched it all, silent but smiling. When the fires burned low, Arya slipped out into the yard, looking up at the stars. Jon joined her, then Sansa, then Robb. They stood together, shoulder to shoulder, the wolves of Winterfell. "We're not done yet," Arya whispered. "No," said Jon. "But we're together. That's all that matters," Sansa agreed. "For now," Robb said, smiling in the dark. "It's enough." Above them, the moon was bright, and the world was silent, as if the old gods themselves had paused to watch the children of Winterfell and the north they would shape. And in the stillness, Arya felt something fierce and unbreakable kindle in her chest. The pack survives. The pack remembers. The pack endures. Winterfell would stand as long as wolves ran in the woods, as long as hearts burned in the dark, as long as hope returned with every dawn. No shadow, no dragon, no king could take that away. The north was free, and the Starks, together at last, were home. Cow, Arya. The sun rose pale and slow over Winterfell, limning every tower and rooftop in a soft gold haze. Even now, after so much loss and terror, the ancient stones seemed to stretch and breathe, as if the castle itself could sense relief in the thinning cold. Spring had truly come at last to the north, though its footsteps were tentative. Patches of green crept up in the sheltered gardens. Crocuses thrust their spears through the old snow, and the scents drifting from the kitchens were thick with the promise of new bread and sweet herbs. Arya stood in the yard, watching a pair of wildling girls practice with short spears under the sharp eye of Lyanna Mormont. The clang of steel, the laughter of the youngest recruits, the scoldings of old Roderick Castle, all echoed up to the ramparts where ravens perched. A few years before, this would have seemed impossible. Stark, wildling, and bearwoman training side by side. But now it felt inevitable, like the coming of the next season. Robb came striding from the main hall, cloak flaring, a fresh letter in his hand. "Another raven from the south," he called, his tone wry. "I think the Lannisters have run out of ways to write the word peace." Sansa joined them, hair braided with ribbons of ice blue, her face open and calm. "Perhaps they finally mean it," Robb snorted. "Or perhaps they want us to stand aside when the dragons arrive." Jon descended from the wall, ghosting at his heels, and Arya's heart lifted to see him in the sunlight, even if his eyes still carried the memory of shadows. "The Lannisters mean peace, the way a wolf means mercy to a lamb," Jon said. "But they are not our greatest worry. The South is ready to kneel if it means survival. Daenerys will test them." "Mine?" Robb nodded, unreadable. "And us?" Jon's gaze drifted to the new fields beyond the walls, where wildlings and Northmen turned the dark earth. "We hold, we watch, we heal." Arya had come to love these small moments, when her brothers and sister gathered around her and spoke as equals. It was no court, no council, just the heart of her pack. She felt herself growing into her bones here, the shadow of a lost girl giving way to the clarity of someone who knew what it was to survive. She slipped away after breakfast, needle at her side, to run the old routes along the battlements. The air was clear, cold enough to sting, sweet enough to make her smile. She passed the rebuilt bell tower, paused to nod at old Nan, who sat wrapped in a heavy shawl, telling the youngest children tales of giants and wolf kings and children who spoke with trees. Arya saw Bran, thinner and graver than ever, but bright-eyed, reading to Rickon in the sun. The wolves sprawled nearby, Grey Wind, Ghost, Shaggy Dog, lounging like living emblems of the north. In the week since the southern envoys departed, Winterfell's halls filled with the business of restoration. Robb, Ned, and Maester Luwin oversaw every detail. New thatching for the roofs, fresh plaster on the storerooms, a rebuilt smithy, new pipes for the wells. The wildlings became villagers, then citizens, many taking Stark banners as their own. Women and men who once feared each other's shadows now tended the same fields, sang the same songs, buried their dead in the same cold ground. Trade flourished. Manderley ships carried grain to battered ports. Reed men sent fish and rare roots from the neck. Glover axes and umber horses brought in from the outer settlements. The North was stronger than Arya could remember it. If not as rich or as easy as the stories Sansa used to read by candlelight. Most of all, the pack held. Sansa found her voice as a peacemaker. Her calm the quiet that soothed storms before they began. Robb balanced strength with mercy, always listening before he commanded. Jon counseled restraint, never trusting too quickly, but refusing to hold grudges. Arya herself rode with the patrols, helped build the new watchtowers, sat beside the youngest as they learned to string bows or draw a blade. Letters from the south grew more urgent. Lord Kevin Lannister's words dripped with flattery and careful warnings. Garland Tyrell wrote of ships gathering in Old Town's harbors. The Vale's messengers hinted at marriage alliances. From Dorne, the silence was stony and ominous. News of Daenerys Targaryen traveled with every merchant and every bird. The Dragon Queen, now ruling the Reach, had put down rebellions with fire and freed thousands of slaves. Her court was a tapestry of old and new Westerosi knights serving alongside Unsullied and exiles. Arya watched the banners flutter in the yard and wondered when the dragons would truly arrive. Sometimes in her dreams, she saw wings of black and red above the fields, fire reflected in the pools of the godswood. She woke from such dreams with needle clenched in her fist. Robb called council one evening when a raven arrived, marked by the Dragon Queen's own seal. The hall was crowded. Ned presided, flanked by his children, Sansa in pale blue, Robb in gray and black, Jon with Ghost at his feet, Arya in her dark leathers, Bran with his eyes like deep-water green, Rickon wild and sharp at the end of the table. The great lords of the North, wildling leaders, Maester Luwin, even Lady Mormont, all stood at attention. Robb broke the seal. His voice was quiet as he read, "To the lords and ladies of the North. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. I do not seek vengeance for old wars, nor do I come to claim your knee. I offer you my hand as an ally, not a conqueror. The world is changing. Let us shape it together, for the free and the living. Send your voice to me, and I will send my dragon. Queen Daenerys of House Targaryen, first of her name." Yasi. A hush followed. It was Sansa who broke it, her voice low but certain. "She could burn us if she wished. She could try," Robb replied. "But she does not wish." Jon's fingers drummed on the table. "If we are wise, we can shape the world. If we are stubborn, we might watch it burn." Ned's eyes, grave and deep, sought Arya's. "What do you see, daughter?" Arya felt the weight of all her journeys, all her pain, the memory of cold and fear and loss. She saw Winterfell full, alive, the wolves and wildlings and Northmen working as one. She saw dragons on the horizon, yes, but also green fields, fat sheep, children running on the walls. "I see the North," Arya said at last. "Not alone, not conquered. Strong and proud and free." Robb raised his cup. "To the North, then. To peace, on our terms." The others joined in, and for the first time, the sound felt like more than hope. The next days blurred in preparations. Sansa drafted letters, careful and clever, weighing each word. Bran sent ravens to every bannerman. Robb called his captains, readying for either feast or battle. Jon oversaw the drilling of the watch, working beside the wildlings, forging new bonds in the fire of shared labor. Arya patrolled the woods beyond the walls, searching for the first hints of change. The trees wore a green mist now, buds swelling. Birds returned, and she glimpsed deer in the thicket, a fox slinking past the river. On the third evening, she found Nymeria's prints near the edge of the woods, fresh, huge, impossible to mistake. She crouched, pressing her hand to the mark, a thrill racing up her arm. That night, Arya told Jon. He only smiled, his hand rough and warm on her shoulder. "She survived," he said softly. "So did you?" The sun rose on the day Daenerys' envoy was to arrive. All of Winterfell seemed to buzz with anticipation. Sansa directed the kitchens. Robb led the riders out to meet the guests. Ned waited in the yard with the lords. Arya took her place by the main gate, eyes sharp for trouble, needle strapped to her hip. They came at noon, banners streaming. At their head rode a young woman with silver hair, eyes bright as polished amethyst, wearing plain wool and a cloak of midnight blue. 3 dragons wheeled overhead, vast shadows dancing on the grass. The envoys who followed were a mix of Westerosi and Essosi, unsullied in grey Westerland's knights, even a sullen Dornish prince. Daenerys herself did not come. Her message was simple. The world was changed by fire, but she wished to know the North and be known by it, not to rule it. She offered trade, freedom, an alliance of equals. In the great hall, Arya watched Sansa and Robb field the questions and the challenges. She watched Ned's face, every twitch and frown. She saw Jon, silent, assessing, as the dragon's shadows passed again and again over the walls. In the days that followed, Winterfell became a meeting place. Wildlings and dragonmen, Northmen and knights, small folk and freedmen. There were quarrels and old grudges, but also laughter, even friendship. Arya walked among them, finding a place for every outcast, smoothing trouble with her quick words or her blade when needed. At night, she sat with Sansa in the solar, remembering the faces of those they had lost, planning for those who might yet be found. "It feels like a dream," Sansa whispered once. "To be safe, to be heard." Arya squeezed her hand. "We made it real, all of us." Spring quickened, and the first real rain fell, drumming on the towers, flooding the cellars, rinsing the last of winter from the air. When the sun returned, the fields were green and gold, alive with promise. One dawn, Arya took the road west, alone but for Needle and her courage. She passed the wildling villages, the half-built watchtowers, the shepherds on the hills. In a glade beyond the old mill, she knelt and whistled, sharp and clear. Nymeria came, silent as a storm, yellow eyes bright. For a moment Arya could only breathe. Then she ran, laughing, into the great wolf's embrace. Together, they circled in the dew, girl and beast, a song of survival and return. When Arya returned to Winterfell, mud-splattered and grinning, Robb stood atop the gate, smiling. Sansa waited with a cup of honeyed milk, Jon with a wordless embrace. Bran watched from his window, eyes far-seeing. "We are home," Arya said as the doors swung wide. All of us. Inside, the halls rang with life. The walls stood strong. The wolves ran in the woods. The children played in the yard. The fires burned, warm and bright. The world was still full of danger. Old enemies waited, and new ones would rise. But for a time, peace reigned in Winterfell. Not because the world had grown gentle, but because the North, scarred, stubborn and united, had chosen to endure. Hope, Arya realized, was the true North. It was not soft, not easy, not quick, but it was strong. It was a blade and a promise, and in the long nights to come, it would light their way. The pack survives. The pack remembers, and so does the dream of spring. A.K. Ravens traced looping arcs across the pale blue morning sky above Winterfell, their shadows flickering along the ramparts and across the bustling yards. It was the first day since the great thaw that the wind was warm, carrying the promise of another world. Every corner of the castle and its fields hummed with activity, hammers ringing on stone, voices rising and falling, the bray of young oxen, the laughter of children mingled with the measured shouts of drill masters. The very stone seemed to hum with anticipation, as if Winterfell itself was waking from a long bitter sleep. Arya stretched at the edge of the yard, loose and easy, Needle hanging at her hip. Her hair was cropped short, her cheeks sun-brown, her hands callous from the bowstring and the hilt. She wore her scars proudly. All around her, new life was asserting itself. Wildling girls splitting logs, Bear Island women sharpening spearheads, stark men arguing good-naturedly with white-haired elders from the Gip. The old lines, Northman and Wildling, noble and small folk, man and woman, had grown thin as ice beneath the new sun. She watched Sansa across the green, standing in the midst of a knot of younger children, her voice musical as she led them through a recitation of the old northern prayers, half song and half story. Rickon tumbled nearby with the wolf pups, the animals yapping in circles around him. Bran, lean, bright-eyed, and growing taller by the day, was conferring with Maester Luwin and a reed boy in the shade. Jon stood at the far side of the yard, surrounded by Night's Watch brothers, wildlings, and a few stolid Manderly men, reviewing defenses and drawing plans for new towers on the back of a scrap of parchment. Ghost slunk at his side, his muzzle flecked with mud. Robb, in black and gray, moved through it all with steady purpose. His hair was a little longer, his beard trimmed close, and his voice was quiet but certain. Every so often, his gaze would lift and meet Arya's with a ghost of a smile. That was all she needed. One look to know her place and her worth. The world outside Winterfell was waking too. Ravens came every morning. From the Neck, word that crannogmen and their skiffs watched the southern roads, wary but open to barter and passage. From the Vale, news that Lady Arryn sent new coin for northern iron, her knights itching for the glory denied them in the Long War. From White Harbor, reports of a great festival to be held when the first of the year's ships sailed home. Even from the far south came messages, Dorne seeking news of the North's harvests, the Reach promising casks of golden wine and barrels of apples in exchange for rare furs. All of it filtered through the high table where Robb, Ned, Sansa, and Maester Luwin measured each word and chose their answers. What none could ignore, though, was the growing presence to the west and south. Daenerys Stormborn's dragons, their shadows seen by shepherds and travelers, her armies marching up from Old Town and Tumbleton. Tales of unsullied discipline and Dothraki ferocity abounded. Arya heard them all, weighed each for truth and for threat, and wondered what it would mean for Winterfell if the dragons at last came north. That uncertainty threaded the castle with tension, even as the days grew long and sweet. Some evenings, as the dusk slipped like purple velvet across the yards, Arya would find Sansa on the battlements, quiet and thoughtful, her hands full of correspondence, and her mind full of strategies. Other times, Jon would take Ghost and vanish into the forest for hours, coming back silent but with fresh game over his shoulders. Bran wandered the Godswood, learning from the old trees and the ravens, growing into some new version of himself. One morning, Arya woke to the sound of a horn at the gate, a clear, ringing note. She rolled from bed, grabbed her jerkin and boots, and hurried to the yard. By the time she arrived, Robb was already there, gray wind at his side. Sansa and Rickon appeared next, Bran wheeling after, Jon bringing up the rear with 2 black-clad Night's Watch men and a pair of wildlings. A column approached up the muddy road. Targaryen banners rippled in the breeze, red and black and gold. 3 dragons circled high above, shadows wheeling. The banners of House Mormont, Manderly, and Glover rode out to meet them. Arya tensed, hand on needle. Robb turned to her, his look both reassuring and grave. This is it. Let's greet them as the North. At the head of the Targaryen party rode the Dragon Queen herself, silver hair streaming, her face open and unmasked. She wore a simple riding cloak over scaled leather, and was flanked by unsullied Dothraki and Westerosi knights. At her side rode a tall, narrow-eyed woman in red silks, and a dour man with a burn-scarred face whose gaze swept the walls with the wariness of a wolf. Daenerys dismounted first, her feet sinking into the black, half-thawed mud. She looked at the gate, the yard, the wildlings and Northmen and children with wolves at their heels, and nodded once. "Lord Stark," she called, voice clear and unafraid. Robb and Ned came forward. Sansa followed, her blue mantle glimmering in the thin sunlight. Jon came next, unsmiling. Arya stepped beside her siblings, standing tall, needle resting easy at her hip. The pack together, as it had always been. "We welcome you to Winterfell, Your Grace," Robb said. "You will find the North is not easily moved, but we keep our word." Daenerys smiled. "I know what it is to keep a promise." Her eyes flicked over Arya and Jon, then lingered on Sansa, reading something in her bearing. "I did not come to conquer, but to make peace." Inside, the castle was bright with banners and filled with the scents of roast meat, fresh bread, and juniper. There were too many guests for the high table. So the lords and knights filled the side tables, wildlings and small folk scattered among them, as was now custom. Daenerys sat with her own, but her eyes kept returning to the Stark siblings. That night, the High Lords met in council. Robb and Ned, Daenerys, Jon, Sansa, Arya, and the Queen's closest advisors. They spoke of peace, of trade, of the scars left by war. Arya was surprised at Daenerys' candor, her laughter, the warmth she showed to Sansa, and even to Rickon. But the talk was not only of hope. The scars of the South, the burning of King's Landing, the betrayal of old houses, all haunted the edges of every word. When they parted, Arya caught up with Jon beneath the gatehouse. "What do you think?" she asked. "She's what she claims," Jon said. "No one survives as she has without iron inside. She wants peace, but she won't bend if she thinks it's weakness. We must be clever." Arya grinned. "We are. We survived the dead and the winter. We can survive dragons." Jon squeezed her shoulder, a shadow of pride in his eyes. The next days were a festival of sorts, as Daenerys and her court mingled with the people of Winterfell. Her dragons, at first feared, became a source of wonder and joy. Arya watched children dare each other to approach them, and old men cross themselves when their shadows passed. Sansa spent long hours with the Queen, their voices low and full of secrets. Jon drilled Unsullied and wildlings together, and the two armies found an odd respect for one another. Arya watched, learned, and wandered. She found herself more often with the people who didn't quite fit. The wildling girl who preferred smithing to hunting, the dour Glover squire who'd lost 3 brothers, the Dothraki boy who stayed behind when his Khalasar rode south. She listened to their stories and, in return, told her own. Of running, hiding, fighting, living. She saw herself reflected in them, 1,000 different ways. On the last night before Daenerys' departure, a great feast was held. The great hall blazed with light, music, and the scent of roasting meats. Daenerys rose to speak, her cup in her hand. "Winterfell stands," she said. "It stands for more than stone and blood. It stands for a north that is free, that remembers, and that endures. I came here seeking allies. I leave with friends." She turned to Robb. "Lord Stark, you have my word. The dragons of Targaryen will not burn the north. Our fire is yours, if you ever have need." Robb stood, glass raised. "And the wolf will answer if called." Arya found herself standing as well. Sansa at her side, Jon beside them, all of Winterfell rising behind them. The walls seemed to tremble with the force of the moment. A promise, a reckoning, the birth of something wholly new. Later, as the music faded and the fires burned low, Arya slipped away to the godswood, seeking the silence and the old gods. She knelt before the heart tree, feeling the rough bark beneath her hand, the pulse of sap and memory deep within. For the first time, she wept. Not for what she had lost, but for all that had survived. For the family that still stood. For the new world being born beneath these ancient boughs. Jon found her there, his cloak pulled close against the night. "Are you well, little sister?" Arya smiled, tears on her cheeks. "Better than I ever was." He sat beside her, and together they watched the moon rise over Winterfell, their home whole at last. When dawn came, the dragons took flight. Their shadows passed over the walls and fields. But this time, Arya saw no fear on any face. Only awe and, perhaps, the first true hope she'd ever seen in the north. Life pressed on. New work to be done, new alliances to be made. But for now, the wolf and the dragon had made peace. The north remained free, unbroken, full of old scars and new promise. Arya trained with the next generation. Boys and girls learning sword and bow, laughter mixing with the clang of steel. Sansa tended the gardens, her voice everywhere in the castle. Gentle but sure. Rickon ran with the wolves. Bran watched, eyes full of secrets. Jon drilled the guards, rebuilt the Black Brothers, rode to the edges of the world and back again. Robb ruled, not as a king set above, but as a brother among his people. And Arya, for the first time, felt no need to run. Her place was here, within stone, within memory, within the hearts of her pack. Winter would come again, as it always did. But spring had found them, and in its gentle thaw, something wild and new was taking root. A story of wolves and dragons, of survival and return, of scars and of hope, written forever in the stones of Winterfell. The pack endures. The pack survives. And in the morning light, the world felt wide and young and full of song. Eka. Clouds drifted like slow sails across the wide spring sky above Winterfell, and all that was green and growing surged through the castle grounds, unfurling over stone and field as if the earth itself had decided to begin again. The air was fragrant with the smell of pine needles and wet earth, mingling with the scents of bread and roasting venison, the sweet tang of mead and honey cakes. Every morning, the sunrise painted the ramparts gold and pink, glinting on the steel of sentries and the wild color of banners, stitched with wolf, bear, merman, and dire wolves, head entwined with red leaves of the old gods. Arya ran each dawn, looping the walls in the inner courtyards, vaulting steps 2 at a time, her heart pounding with the fierce joy of movement. She would pause in the yard to watch the day's first lessons. A new generation of wildlings, Northmen, Crannogmen, and even a handful of Vale squires drilling beneath Lyanna Mormont's glare. Or Roderick Castle's barked instructions. The youngest children raced after pups and played at sword fighting with sticks, laughter echoing from the stables to the old glass gardens. In all of it, Arya saw the promise of the North, not just surviving, but blooming. Sansa was a quiet pillar of the new order. Each day, she moved from the great hall to the kitchens, from the small folks' huts to the solar, always with her ledger and a kind word. She had become the keeper of Winterfell's peace, her counsel softening feuds before they could harden, her judgment sought by young wives and proud lords alike. No longer the frightened bird of King's Landing, she was composed and sure. Silver threads in her hair and wisdom in her smile. Robb ruled as lord in the north, but Arya knew his strength was that he ruled as a brother and son first. In council, his word was law, but it was always spoken last, after he had listened to every captain and farmer. His laugh was rare but warm, his frown enough to silence the room, his pride in his family never hidden. He walked the fields with Glover and Manderley, planned new bridges with the Reeds, listened to the wildlings' gripes, and gave their children the run of the yards. To every challenge, he brought patience and purpose. The North would not break again, not while Robb wore its mantle. Jon had become a living bridge between old and new. He drilled the watch, trained the wildlings in the ways of castle and keep, served as Robb's sword and shadow, and rode out to the borders every few weeks with a band of trusted men and ghosts at his side. When Arya ran the yard with him, they spoke little, but the silence was easy, a shared comfort that needed no words. She saw in him the gravity of a leader, the wariness of a survivor, the gentleness of a brother, and the sorrow of a man who had seen too many dawns after nights of terror. Bran's world was different. He spent long hours in the Godswood, sometimes with Mira Reed, sometimes alone, sometimes with his brothers and sisters, all of them gathered around the heart tree. The ravens flocked to him, as if drawn by memory. He had become the quiet heart of the pack, his dreams and counsel taken as the word of the old gods by many. Sometimes, Bran's eyes seemed to look through Arya, through Winterfell, as if he was seeing not just what was, but what could be. Rickon was all wild energy, half boy and half wolf, dashing through the woods with Shaggy Dog and the other pups, learning to shoot from horseback. Already taller than Arya remembered. Sometimes Arya wondered what sort of man he would become. This boy who had survived so much and yet remained unbroken. The wildlings were now kin. The spear wives hunted with Manderley men. The younger free folk planted barley and oats, and their children learned side by side with Northmen in the yard. The women brought their customs, tattooed arms, braided hair, songs sung around fires at dusk, and these slowly mingled with the old northern ways. It was not always easy, but it worked. Arya saw in every blended meal, every shared joke, the future that her family had carved from pain and fear. Every week, A new rider came from the south, a knight with a veil favor, a merchant from White Harbor, a sellsword with news from King's Landing, a courier in martel orange and gold, their faces tight with hope or dread. Each carried news of Daenerys Targaryen's new reign, the uneasy peace in King's Landing, the slow retreat of Lannister gold from the courts of the Reach, the North's alliance with the Dragon Queen held. Her envoys came and went, their dragons never far behind, sometimes glimpsed at the edge of the forest, sometimes circling the skies with slow majesty, their shadows rippling across the fields. One afternoon, as Arya practiced with needle beneath the heart tree, Jon joined her, his brow furrowed, a new letter in his hand. "It's from Daenerys," he said. "She asks for Robb's voice at her council in Old Town. She wants to hear the North's terms for peace and its promises should the world break again." Arya glanced at him. "Will you go?" He shook his head. "Robb will. Sansa too, if she'll agree. I'll stay. My place is here. And yours?" "I'm done running," Arya said softly. "I belong here." They sat a while in the dappled shade. Arya listened to the birds, the distant clang of steel, the low murmurs of the wind through the godswood. She remembered all the roads she had run, all the names she had borne, and felt them fall away, leaving only Arya Stark, daughter of Winterfell, wolf-blooded and whole. Preparations for Robb and Sansa's journey were made with care. Lady Mormont would command Winterfell in their absence. Jon would oversee the garrison. Arya would drill the young, teach sword and bow, keep the peace. Rickon would remain under Bran's watchful eye, and the wildlings would tend the fields and hunt. Before dawn on the day of departure, the castle gathered to see Robb, Sansa, and their escort away. Arya embraced her sister, holding her fiercely. "Bring us news," she whispered, "and don't let them treat you like a southern lady." Sansa kissed her brow, her voice soft but fierce. "I am a wolf, Arya. I know who I am." Robb clasped Arya's shoulder, pride and gratitude in his eyes. "You'll watch the pack." "With my life," she promised. The party rode out beneath a sky streaked with lavender and gold, their banners snapping, gray wind leading the way. The gates closed behind them, and Arya felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, familiar now, almost welcome. The days that followed were full. Arya drilled the youngest in the yard, taught wildling girls to shoot, worked with Jon to fortify the western wall. She heard Sansa's voice in every plan, Robb's guidance in every hard decision. Every night, she and Jon walked the walls, discussing the day's troubles and victories. Bran shared his dreams, a fleet of ships in the shivering sea, a dragon flying over white cliffs, a wolf pack hunting in endless twilight. Arya listened, knowing the world was vast and full of strange currents, but also that here, at Winterfell, the heart of the North beat steady. Ravens brought news from Robb and Sansa, Old Town in bloom, Daenerys' court a mix of Targaryen steel and Cersei splendor, alliances forged and tested, respect won by patience and quiet strength. Sansa wrote of the Dragon Queen's questions, her curiosity about the North's customs, her gratitude for peace and her wary hope that the future could be shaped by something other than fire and blood. The North, Arya saw, was at the heart of the New World. Its voice was heard in every hall. She felt it in the letters, in the quiet pride of the people, in the ease with which free folk and Northmen lived side by side. Spring deepened. New lambs tumbled on the hills. The rivers ran strong. Each morning, Arya walked the ramparts before the sun rose, pausing at the gate to look west, toward Old Town, toward the wider world, toward whatever challenges might come. One night, Jon joined her with news. A new ship from the Iron Islands, Yara Greyjoy at its helm. She wishes to speak with Lady Arya Stark. Arya grinned. "Let her come. Winterfell has room for all manner of wolves and krakens." Yara proved fierce and shrewd, her loyalty hard-earned but unwavering once given. Over shared ale in the hall, Arya listened to her tales of storms and battles, and told her own. They became fast friends, both knowing what it was to live wild and free, and to fight for a place in a world that rarely welcomed women with sharp steel and sharp tongues. The pack endured, changed but not broken. Bran's counsel brought peace to the wildling villages. Rickon grew strong and tall, swift as his wolf. Jon rebuilt the Watch in the image of the New North, teaching loyalty instead of blind obedience. The people called Arya the Wolf Girl of Winterfell, and when trouble threatened, she faced it head-on, resolute, unyielding, her heart as wild and old as the woods themselves. Robb and Sansa returned in the high summer, bringing with them the news of an alliance sealed in trust, not in fear. Daenerys sent gifts: sacks of saffron, a knife forged in Valyria, bolts of purple silk. She promised her dragons would never fly in anger over Winterfell, so long as the wolf held to its own. The first feast after their return was a true celebration. The tables groaned with food and drink. Laughter rose to the rafters, and the wolves howled beneath the silver moon. Arya danced with Yara, then with Jon, then with the youngest wildling girl, who had never seen a summer like this. In the quiet after, Arya slipped to the godswood and knelt beneath the heart tree. She pressed her palm to the old red bark, feeling the pulse of memory and hope and all that was yet to come. "I am Arya Stark," she whispered to the leaves and the stars and the sleeping gods. "I am home." And somewhere far off, a wolf howled, and she knew that every road she'd run had led her here, to this bright and fierce and unbreakable place at the heart of the world. The pack endures. The pack survives. And spring at last was more than just a promise. It was life, and it was hers. Kindly. The green of summer rolled thick and high through the north, a living tide climbing every stone and wall and tower of Winterfell, banishing the last gray stain of winter's old cruelty. Early mornings, the castle rang with the shouts of children, the clatter of new work, the thrum of a dozen tongues, and the humming, secretive pulse of hope. From the highest windows, Arya watched the mist rise off the lakes, and the barley sway in fat, green rows beyond the walls. It was a world that seemed, for the first time in years, made for growing. Arya ran those mornings as if to test the promise of the sun, vaulting garden walls, leaping over puddles, taking the steps 2 and 3 at a time. Her shadow flickered behind her, stretched and slender, almost unrecognizable from the girl who had left this place all those years ago. Sometimes Rickon ran with her, his legs long and wild as a young wolf's, Shaggy Dog yapping at his side. Sometimes a wildling boy or girl tried to keep pace, laughing breathlessly as Arya twisted through the winding ways and hidden doors that only a true Stark could know. The castle itself was a tide of change. Masons hammered at the broken archways in the inner wall. New gardens crept out along the streams, filled with beans and cabbage, golden flowers, and hard sweet apples. Northmen and wildlings together worked the fields, their song strange but strong, echoing at dusk under the flutter of banners. In the cellars, brewers mixed the last of the honey with oats for the midsummer ale. On the green, Bear Island women drilled with spear and bow. Crannog men brought nets for the rivers, and children chased each other with wooden swords as Lyanna Mormont shouted orders that made even old Sir Roderick smile. Arya's days belonged to Winterfell now. She rose with the sun and went to sleep only after the gates were barred and the yard was silent. She taught the young and the small, drilled the new archers, helped Jon check the patrols on the southern road. At night, she would sit with Bran in the godswood, listening to him speak softly of ravens and green dreams, and things he saw in the world's secret places. Sometimes she helped Sansa in the solar, reading and answering letters from Old Town White Harbor, the Eyrie and Dorne. Sansa shone in these months, the soft iron at the heart of the household, listening to every quarrel, easing every pain, welcoming the southern traders as if they were old friends. She wore simple dresses, her hair caught up in northern braids, her smile gentle and sad. She was the first to greet new mothers, the first to speak with the sick, and in the great hall, no voice could soothe a frightened child or a shamed wildling with the same quiet grace. Jon rode further than any, his watchful calm a shield over all. He spent days in the hills with the patrols, nights in the library with Bran and Maester Luwin, and hours by the kennels with Ghost. When he returned from the wild, Arya saw how the children followed him, and how the oldest men deferred to him without question. He and Robb, always close, could sometimes be seen walking the battlements in quiet, heads bent together, planning the next defense or the next harvest. Robb himself grew heavier with care, but it was a strength and not a burden. He kept the peace between the wildlings and the old houses, settled quarrels, sent out invitations for the summer feast. Arya saw how he trusted Sansa and Jon, how he relied on Lady Mormont, and how the wildling chieftains and the North's old lords all looked to him with pride, not just loyalty. It was not the crown that gave Robb his place, Arya thought. It was the way he listened, the way he forgave, the way he never forgot a kindness or an old grief. The letters from the south kept coming. Lady Yara of the Iron Islands sent word of new ships built, and raiders turned traitors. From Old Town, Sansa's friend, Lady Illyria, described Daenerys Targaryen's court, where dragonfire was reserved for threat alone, and lords and commoners alike spoke of the North with awe. Lady Arryn offered support for a new road to link the Vale and the North. Even from the Westerlands came cautious greetings, Tyrell gold exchanged for wolf furs and salted fish. Only Dorne's silence was constant, but Arya knew that the sand snakes watched and waited, never forgetting. As the days stretched into true summer, a restlessness took hold in Arya, not fear, but a wild, eager longing to see what came next. The peace was real, but it was not fragile. She felt its strength every time she rode out beyond the walls and found the wildlings tending sheep, the Northmen clearing new ground, the children swimming in the cold streams. She heard it in Sansa's laughter, in Rickon's shouts, in the low voices of Jon and Robb as they planned for winters still to come. One afternoon, Arya stood on the wall above the gate, watching the blue banners of House Reed appear along the road. The Crannogmen rode in, their small brown horses splattered with mud, their banners green and silver. Meera Reed rode at their head, slim and bright-eyed, and Arya ran to meet her at the steps. They hugged as sisters, laughing, and Meera whispered, "Your brother told me you run the whole North now." "Only when Robb's not looking," Arya grinned. "Or Sansa, or Jon, or Rickon if he's in a mood." They walked the yards together, sharing news of old friends, the quiet peace in the neck, the rise of wild wheat and herons in the marshes, and Bran's growing strength as dreamer and lord. That night they ate together, Bran at Meera's side, and Arya felt the pack was whole again. At the midsummer feast, the great hall was filled with the glow of lanterns, and the smell of roast lamb, fresh mint, and golden cakes. Northmen, wildlings, Crannogmen, Vale Knights, Ironborn and Southern traders all shared the benches. Sansa sang the old songs. Jon drank with the Black Brothers and the wildling chiefs. Bran told a tale of the first Wolf King. Rickon slipped off to wrestle pups in the straw. Robb raised a cup to the company, and Arya watched as every voice stilled to hear him. "We have survived more than winter," Robb said. "We have survived each other's wounds. Today, there are no strangers in Winterfell. There are only those who came home, and those who helped them find the way." Nanderdewald. After the feast, Arya stole away into the cool night. Meera at her side, and they raced down to the stream and waded knee-deep laughing, the stars turning overhead. When Arya lay back in the grass, she felt every scar, every ache, every old sorrow, felt them and let them go. In the days that followed, work resumed. More stores to be laid in, more walls to repair, more new fields to sow. Arya took a small party. Meera, 2 wildlings, and Rickon, west along the Wolf's Wood, seeking the source of rumors of a pack of direwolves sighted near the ruined watchtower. It was a long ride, and on the 3rd day, as dusk was falling, they found the tracks. Huge prints in the soft earth. A black tuft of fur caught on the brambles. Rickon's eyes glinted, wolf-bright. Shaggy Dog's kin. Arya felt something old and deep stir in her chest. She pressed her hand to the tracks and let her mind run wild with hope. They spent the night in the open, a small fire between them, Meera spinning a tale of the first Crannog lord who rode a giant lizard through the marsh. Stars flickered above. Rickon and Arya dozed beside the coals, the wolves restless, noses twitching in the wind. At dawn, Arya woke to a hush. a soft padding through the trees. She sat up, heart pounding, and saw them, 4 direwolves, gray and black and white, with eyes like embers and shadows. The largest moved with a slow kingly stride, fur silvered with age, eyes yellow as lanterns. Arya stood. The direwolf sniffed the air, then bowed its head. Slowly, Arya knelt. She felt the world shiver and shift, the line of wolf and girl blurring. For a heartbeat, she felt every scar, every grief, every victory of her pack, and knew they were all one story. The wolves watched, then melted into the wood, leaving only prints in the grass and a hush as deep as the old gods. On the ride back, Rickon was silent and thoughtful. Mira squeezed Arya's hand. They're still here. The old blood runs strong. Back at Winterfell, Arya told Bran what they had seen. He listened with eyes gone distant, then nodded. They are our kin, Arya. They will come if we call. The year ripened. The harvest was strong, the stores overflowing, the rivers clean and fast. New children were born, and at the next feast a babe was named for Sansa, another for Jon. The pack's laughter filled the halls, and Arya stood at the heart of it all. A sword at her side, a song in her chest, and always the North endured. Envoys came and went, bringing news, seeking peace, testing the strength of Winterfell's new heart. Daenerys' dragons circled above once in high summer, but only as a sign, not a threat. Yara Greyjoy rode with Arya to White Harbor and back, and the Ironborn became unlikely friends. Mira stayed for a month, hunting and laughing, leaving behind a cloak and a promise. At last, the first leaves began to turn gold at the edge of the Godswood, and Arya felt the wheel turn. She was no longer a girl running from shadows. She was Arya of Winterfell, wolf-blooded, strong, and sure. One night, as the moon rose full over the towers, Arya stood atop the battlements with Jon and Sansa Dai. The land below was quiet and bright, a patchwork of shadow and silver. "We did it," Jon said softly. "We made it home." Sansa took Arya's hand, her voice trembling with joy. "We are the pack." Arya felt the old gods listening. She smiled into the wind, certain at last that her place was not in running, but in standing and in leading. The pack endures. The pack survives. And now, the pack thrives. Unbroken, undivided, and unafraid beneath the wide wild sky of the north. Gay! A fresh breeze wound through the open gates of Winterfell, heavy with the scent of green earth and wildflowers, and all the summer fields beyond the walls were awash in gold. The crops stood tall. Children's voices rose above the hum of bees. Somewhere on the wind, the distant, mournful call of a direwolf drifted, answered by the quick, joyous yips of the castle's growing pack. Under the new sun, it seemed to Arya Stark that every stone and shadow of Winterfell had softened, as if the old keep itself was learning how to hope. Arya had grown into herself like the season. Strong and lean, the awkwardness of youth vanished in the smooth power of her stride, the glint in her eyes sharper than needle's point. She spent her mornings running with Rickon and the pups, vaulting from the old broken walls, racing across the soft new grass. There was laughter in her now, the wild laughter of someone who had learned every inch of her own skin and no longer flinched at the memory of fear. The rhythm of days at Winterfell was shaped by old ways and new unwise. The wildlings and Northmen rose early, their song rough but bright as they harvested barley and rye in the shadow of the Godswood. The Bear Island women drilled with spear and shield, sweating and laughing beneath Lyanna Mormont's hawkish gaze. The young men and women of the North learned from each other, swapping tales as easily as they swapped lessons. How to hunt in the tall pines, how to read the sky for rain, how to set a bone, how to tie the knots of a net or the braids of a wildling clan. Sansa had become the keeper of peace, the voice of comfort in a world that still bore wounds. Each morning she gathered the children for lessons, history and letters for the youngest, song and healing for the older girls, and for all the wisdom of the North. In the kitchens, she was never idle, tasting the bread, stirring the honey, listening with gentle patience to every worry. At council, Her voice was soft, but her words carried as surely as her brother's. Robb wore the years and the war well. He moved among his people with quiet confidence, never above helping with the heavy work or settling a quarrel himself. His laughter, once rare, came more easily now, echoing from the yard as he shared a joke with a wildling chieftain or a story with the old crannogman. He trusted his siblings, relied on their judgment. In Arya, he saw the wolf he needed at his side. In Sansa, the grace and reason that made peace endure. In Jon, the watchful guardian who would keep the night at bay. Jon was everywhere at once. His presence in the yard made the archers stand straighter. His words in the council chamber drew even the most stubborn to listen. He had rebuilt the watch, opening its gates to wildlings and outcasts, creating a brotherhood more loyal to the living than to the cold stones of the wall. Arya watched him sometimes from the battlements, riding out beyond the fields with Ghost at his side, and knew that the north was safe while he stood its watch. Bran was still the dreamer, the weaver of quiet wisdom and mystery. His eyes saw far and deep. He listened to the land, to the wind, to the soft footfalls of wolves in the night. In the Godswood, he taught the youngest how to find a deer track, how to move silently beneath the trees, how to listen for the old gods in the rustle of the leaves. The ravens flocked to him, and the people, wildlings and Northmen alike, came to him with questions great and small. Rickon had grown fast, all wild energy and stubborn pride. He followed Arya everywhere, learning sword and bow, but also how to run with the wolves, how to climb the tallest tree, how to care for a sick pup or ride the wildest horse. He was the heart of the younger pack, the first to leap into a new game, the first to offer a hand to any left out. As the days grew longer, Arya felt the old restlessness sometimes tug at her, a yearning for the wide roads beyond Winterfell. She rode out often with Mira Reed and a handful of wildling friends, following the trails of deer, exploring forgotten ruins, fishing the bright rivers that wound through green valleys. Each time, she returned with stories. An eagle's nest high on a crag, a night spent in a ruined tower where a ghost had whispered in the wind, a hidden pool full of silver trout. At night, by the fire, she spun her tales for Sansa and Bran and the children, always ending with laughter and the promise that tomorrow would bring something new. News flowed steadily from the south. The Dragon Queen's reign grew more secure with every season. The Reach sent gold and apples. Old Town sent learning and books. The Vale sent skilled stonecutters. Even the Lannisters, what was left of them, sent polite words and careful gifts, though none in Winterfell trusted gold that came stamped with a lion. The Iron Islands, under Lady Yara, became a true trading partner, their ships bringing salt fish, pearls, and the wild tales of the sea. The wildlings, now kin, prospered. Their villages grew on the hills, their herds fattened, their children learned sword and lore and song. Every new moon, wildling chiefs and Northmen gathered in the great hall for feast and council, arguing fiercely but with laughter, forging something new and lasting. The old hatreds softened, reshaped into stories of survival and kinship. Arya's own place in all this felt finally, blessedly clear. She was the wolf girl of Winterfell, the teacher of the restless, the comfort of the frightened, the protector of the pack. When trouble threatened, a blight on the barley, a quarrel between a Glover and a free folk woman, rumors of raiders on the western shore, Arya was swift and sure, bringing peace or judgment as needed. Her skill with needle was legend now, her eyes quick to spot a lie or a secret pain. The youngest came to her for help, the oldest watched her with respect. As high summer burned across the fields, a new rider arrived, a knight in Tyrell green with gold roses and news of Daenerys' plans for a council of all the kingdoms, north and south, to forge a peace that would outlast any crown. Robb and Sansa prepared for the journey south, their retinue made up of Northmen, wildlings, Manderleys, Bear Islanders, and a scattering of Ironborn. Arya would stay. She wanted no more of southern courts or dragon banners. Her place was here, with Jon and Rickon and Bran, keeping the heart of the pack strong. The day Robb and Sansa rode out, all Winterfell gathered to see them off. Jon gave his brother a black cloak, embroidered with silver, As a sign of his watch, Arya pressed needle to Sansa's palm, a promise that she would always have a stark strength. The wolves howled as the gates swung open, and for a moment, Arya felt the old ache of goodbye. But it faded as she looked around. At Bran, at Jon, at the wildlings and Northmen, at the fields green and thick with promise. With Robb and Sansa gone, Arya threw herself into the rhythms of the north. She led the hunt for the first bear of the season, hosted the wildling spearwives for the full moon feast, taught a group of village girls how to ride fast and shoot straight. At the midsummer fair, she judged the archery and racing, handing out sweet cakes to the victors. Rickon's laughter was the loudest, but the whole yard echoed with joy. There were still dark days. A fever swept the lower villages. Arya helped Sansa's apprentice healers tend the sick, carrying water and hope from house to house. When a wandering band of Sellswords tried to steal cattle from the wildling pens, Arya and Jon rode out together and saw them off with words and steel. When a letter came from Dorne, full of veiled threats and requests for marriage, Arya met with Bran and Meera to craft a reply that was both sharp and kind. Each night, Arya walked the battlements, breathing the cool air, feeling the pulse of Winterfell beneath her feet. She knew, as surely as she knew her own name, that she was home. As the day shortened and the first leaves turned gold, Robb and Sansa returned. Their journey had been long, but the peace was real. Daenerys had sworn no dragon would ever threaten the north, and the council had agreed to a new order, kingdoms joined not by conquest but by oaths freely given. The feast that night lasted until the sky grew pale. Robb told of the council, of dragons and queens, and the slow work of binding wounds that went back generations. Sansa spoke of friends made and hopes kindled. Jon toasted them all, and Bran, quiet and grave, blessed the meal in the name of the old gods and the new old gods. When the music faded, Arya slipped into the yard, Rickon and the wolf pups at her side. The air was cool, the grass damp, the stars sharp above the towers. "We're whole," Rickon whispered, his voice trembling with wonder. "We are," Arya replied, and she knew it was true. Winter would come again. There would be trials and darkness and grief. But the pack would endure, as it always had, stronger for its wounds, fiercer for its losses, and at peace in the land it called home. In the heart of the night, Arya raised her face to the stars, her hand resting on Rickon's shoulder, and breathed in the wild living air of the north. The pack survives. The pack thrives. And for the first time in a lifetime, peace was not only possible, it was real, and it was theirs. A new moon hung above Winterfell, thin and bright as a sliver of polished bone. The long summer's heat had softened into gentle dusk, and the air shimmered with the scent of clover and dew. All across the north, flocks moved slow in green pastures. Foals danced in the shadow of stone barns, and the old wolf's den in the godswood was crowded with the fresh-born litter, their eyes still blue and unfocused, their cries sharp as the wind. Arya woke at the first hint of light, the edge of her quilt tangled around her knees. She stretched, feeling the quiet ache of well-used muscles, the dull throb of a fresh bruise on her hip from sparring with Jon the day before. Through the open window, she heard the clash of steel, the shouts of morning drill, the gurgle of the fountain in the kitchen court. For a moment, she lingered in bed, breathing in the comfort of home, a sweetness that had taken years to earn. But habit was stronger than any soft bed. She pulled on breeches and boots, buckled needle at her hip, and padded barefoot down the hall, past Sansa's chamber where her sister's voice murmured in the hush. Already reading to the little ones, Arya guessed, before breakfast. She paused a heartbeat at Bran's door, saw the pale gold of candlelight flicker from within, and caught a whiff of herbs. Bran and Meera always rose before the sun, tending the old gods and the sick in equal measure. In the yard, the air was cool and clear, the sun not yet over the battlements. Rickon was already running wild, wolf pups yipping after him, his laughter bouncing from the stones. Lyanna Mormont barked orders at a tangle of recruits, wildlings and Northmen alike, while Lady Mormont herself stood nearby, arms folded, lips twitching with pride. Arya joined Jon at the edge of the archery range, nodding in greeting to the knot of black-clad watch brothers who watched from beneath the shade of the new oaks. Jon smiled, a rare thing in him these days, but brighter for its scarcity. Ghost ranged just beyond, half invisible in the morning haze. "Morning," Jon said, handing Arya a bow. "Reckon you can still beat me?" Arya grinned, not bothering with words, and loosed her first arrow. They fell into the easy rhythm of siblings, wordless challenge, and shared laughter, the world shrinking to the sound of bowstring and the thrum of their own hearts. By the time the sun climbed above the highest tower, Arya had won, but just barely. Jon had gotten stronger and surer. "You're getting slow, big brother," Arya teased, slinging an arm around his shoulder as they walked off the range. Jon only shook his head, feigning wounded pride. "You're getting too clever, little wolf." Breakfast was a blur of warmth and noise, Sansa presiding at the high table, Sansa's laughter and Rickon's stories, Bran's soft wisdom woven through it all. The castle was awake in full now. Stewards and stable boys, maids and smiths, the new maester bustling with parchments, Lady Mormont discussing supply routes with Lord Glover, and Sansa listening to everyone with the patience and authority that made the peace in the halls feel inevitable. After the meal, Arya found herself wandering the gardens with Sansa, arms linked. The old hurts between them were gone, worn away by time and care, by the work of survival and forgiveness. Sansa's voice was bright as she described a new recipe for apple bread, but her eyes were grave when they turned to the subject of the South. "The council at Old Town," Sansa murmured, glancing at Arya de Tachiano. "Do you think peace will last?" Arya considered, tugging a leaf from the nearest currant bush. "I think it's ours as long as we keep it, but the world changes. There's always someone hungrier or colder or too proud." Sansa smiled, melancholy and wise. "That's what Mother would have said." "Mother would have made sure the bread didn't burn too," Arya replied, and they both laughed. In the weeks that followed Robin Sansa's return, life settled into new routines. Arya worked with Jon to bolster the defenses, new watchtowers, hidden stores of oil and grain, secret signals known only to a handful. She taught swordplay and archery to the youngest and the oldest alike, rewarding the quickest with sweets and extra time on the walls. She spent time each afternoon in the Godswood with Bran and Meera, helping care for the sick and wounded. Bran's knowledge had grown strange and deep. He saw things in dreams and in the flight of birds, and there were moments when Arya swore he spoke with the wind itself. Rickon was often there too, carving whistles from willow for the children, teaching the wolf pups to hunt in the low sunlight that filtered through the red leaves. The harvest festival came and went, the first since the new peace. The north sent wagons of grain and salted fish to the distant castles, still mending from war. Wildlings brought hard cheese, mead, furs, and stories of white bears and giants in the hills. The feast was a raucous riot of song and rivalry, with Lyanna Mormont drinking half the men under the table, Sansa leading the young girls in dance, and Jon and Arya squaring off in a mock duel that left them both breathless and laughing, sword points resting gently at each other's throat. The moon turned, and ravens arrived with news. Lady Yara had brokered peace with the Reach. Daenerys' dragons were seen only at festivals, and the Vale's roads were open and safe for trade. The banners of the north, wolf and merman and bear, flew beside new flags, free folk colors, a Crannog frog, a wild rose for Sansa's new council of women. One crisp morning, Arya led a party into the wild woods north of the castle. Meera Reed, a wildling spearwife named Dalla, 2 Bear Islanders, and Rickon. They sought the boundary stones that marked the edge of Winterfell's ancient lands, hoping to find the rumored wolf pack that had haunted the Edge of Dreams all summer. They moved quiet as shadows, picking their way through brush and fern. Birds darted overhead, and once they glimpsed a pair of foxes melting away into the green. As the day lengthened, Rickon called out. A fresh paw print, as wide as Arya's hand, pressed deep into the damp earth. "Not Shaggy Dog," Rickon breathed, his eyes bright. "Not any tame wolf," Meera agreed. They pressed on. Dalla, light-footed and silent, led them to a tumble of stones beside a shallow creek. There, In the hush of the woods, they saw them. 5 direwolves, wild and wary, coats mottled gray and black, yellow eyes shining in the green gloom. The wolves did not run. The largest, a great silver beast with a torn ear, watched Arya and Rickon with uncanny intelligence. Arya knelt, heart pounding. The wolf approached, slow, deliberate, unafraid. She reached out a hand, palm up. For a moment, nothing. Then the wolf brushed her fingers with its cold nose, and a low, rolling sound rumbled in its chest. Approval, perhaps, or memory. "We are the same," Arya whispered. "We survive." The wolves vanished as quickly as they came, leaving only paw prints and the echo of wild trust. They returned to Winterfell by dusk, muddy, tired, exhilarated. Rickon recounted the tale again and again, his eyes alight. Sansa listened, her arm around his shoulders, smiling that secret smile Arya now recognized as hope. Bran listened in silence, a faint smile touching his lips, as if he had already known. As autumn crept in, golden leaves swirling in the castle yards, Arya settled into herself. She was no longer restless. Her place was among her people, teaching, leading, guarding. She sparred with Jon, ran with Rickon and the wolf pups, debated harvest and war, and the future with Robb and Sansa and the Wildlings chiefs. She stood at council beside Lady Mormont and Lord Glover, Yara Greyjoy and Mira Reed, and knew her voice mattered as much as any man's. Robb called a council as the first chill wind swept in, gathering the North's lords and their new kin. Sansa wore a garland of autumn leaves. Jon's cloak was stitched with white fur, and Arya wore leather and wolf gray. The talk was of the seasons, of old debts paid, and new alliances forged. Robb's words were simple and true. "We stand together or we fall divided. The pack survives." The room thundered with assent. That night, Arya walked the walls, the wind sharp in her hair. She watched the stars wheel above Winterfell, saw the shadows of wolves moving at the edge of the wood, and felt the old gods watching. The world was still full of danger. But for now, for tonight, the North was whole. In her heart, Arya felt the pulse of peace, won, not given, and guarded by the strength of the pack. Winter would come, but so would spring, and summer after that. In this new world, shaped by the courage of wolves, and the dreams of women and men who refused to kneel, Arya found what she had sought on every road, in every shadow. She was home. The pack endures. The pack thrives. And under the thin, bright moon, in the wild heart of the North, Arya Stark smiled and knew she would never run again. In doubt, dawn came. The first frost came early that year, tracing the windows of Winterfell in delicate patterns of white and silver. But the warmth of the castle ran deep, and the fires never died. The fields had already yielded their bounty. Bins brimmed with oats and barley. Cellars glowed with the gold of apples. Casks of cider and ale crowded the storerooms. Outside the walls, the hills lay under a patchwork of stubble and turning leaves. Inside, the laughter of children mingled with the drone of the blacksmith's hammer and the sweet notes of Sansa's voice as she led the youngest in song. Arya relished the cold. It stung her cheeks and made her feel sharper, more alive. She moved through the days with restless energy, her boots crunching on frosty grass, her hair cropped to a silvered tangle by the wind. She trained the archers every morning, wildlings, Northmen, the sons and daughters of both. She still ran the walls at dawn, leaping stairs, skipping stones across the half-frozen moat, sometimes racing with Rickon and the wolf pups, sometimes alone. Each evening, she sparred with Jon or Mira, or a pair of Mormont cousins, and always with needle, her steel grown burnished and sure as her hands. In the shadowed corners of the yard, the youngest watched with wide eyes, learning as much from her laughter as from her form. The castle itself bustled with the preparations for winter. The kitchen's windows fogged with steam as preserves boiled, pies were shaped, and bread rose in warm pans. Sansa kept lists for every household. How many mouths to feed, what herbs and medicines to set aside, who needed mending, who needed comfort. She was everywhere, as familiar in the cold as in sunlight, her quiet command turning chaos to order. Even old Roderick Castle, slow now but stubborn, deferred to her. Bran lingered in the godswood more often, cloaked and still, watching the ravens gather, his eyes distant but never lost. He spoke less, but his words were weighted. The rivers will freeze before the moon turns, or there is a cold in the east, but no shadow on the land. The people listened, and Arya most of all. Robb was the heart of it all. He moved from forge to stable to hall, as likely to sling a sack of grain as to sign a new treaty. He and Jon walked the walls each night, sharing plans and worries, checking the stores, watching the clouds for omens. When they spoke of the world beyond, it was with a cautious hope. The South, they said, was quiet and full of harvest, the Dragon Queen content, the Reach and Dorne trading in earnest. Yara's ships brought news of peace and wild adventure. The Vale sent tapestries and master masons. Even the Lannisters, toothless now, sent gold and respect. It was easy in these days to imagine the world would remain this gentle forever. But Arya was a wolf, and she had learned too well that peace must be guarded. One bright morning, as the frost lingered, Arya took Rickon, Meera, and 2 wildling girls to the edge of the wolf's wood. They tracked a stag through the yellowing bracken, laughing and hush, boots wet with dew. Near a cold stream, they found not only the stag but a litter of foxes playing in the brush, and Arya watched Rickon crouch and whistle, his patience rewarded when the boldest kit nosed his palm. Meera grinned. "You have the touch, Rickon. A king's hand." Rickon snorted, but Arya could see he was pleased. She remembered when he was just a child clinging to her skirts. Now he stood nearly as tall as Jon, his hair wild, his voice rough with growing. They returned to Winterfell before dusk, faces flushed, arms full of mushrooms and wild apples. Sansa met them at the gate, smiled as she doled out tasks. Apples for the kitchen, mushrooms for the sick, a careful word for Rickon as she ran a gentle hand through his hair. "Father would have been proud of you," she said quietly. Rickon only ducked his head, but Arya caught the quick, fierce gleam in his eyes. Inside, the evening was full of stories. Old Nan told tales of the first long night, of children lost in the snow and saved by wolves. Meera recounted an adventure in the marshes, all laughter and sly grins. Jon spoke of a night beyond the wall, his words simple but threaded with the mystery of all that he had seen. Arya, for once, only listened, her heart full, content to be silent. She woke later than usual the next morning. Sunlight angled through the shutters, and the castle was already busy. From her window, she saw Jon and Robb walking with a pair of strangers, one in rough furs, the other in silks edged with gold. They moved with the quiet authority of envoys. Arya dressed quickly and went to the hall, where Sansa was already listening to their report. The man in furs spoke with a northern accent. His news was plain but urgent. "We've seen riders near the lonely hills. Not raiders, but scouts, I think. Bannerless. They melt away at dawn." The woman in silk bowed. "There are rumors on the coast. Ships not of Ironborn make. Dorne, maybe, or Old Town. Trade or something more." Robb was calm, nodding as Sansa asked gentle questions. Arya stood behind Jon, silent and watchful. She knew the world would always come knocking. That afternoon, Robb called council in the Solar. Jon, Sansa, Arya, Meera, Bran, Rickon, Lady Mormont, and Lord Glover all gathered. The map of the North spread between them. Doc was careful. New patrols, sharper watches, welcoming the traders but watching them, sending ravens to Yara and the Vale. Sansa's voice was soft but steady. "Peace is like bread. It must be made fresh, every day." Arya smiled at that. "And guarded by wolves." That night, she patrolled the walls alone, the moon high and cold. Below, she saw the fires burning in the yards, children's shadows dancing, the flicker of the wolves at play. She let herself imagine, just for a moment, that this was what her mother and father had dreamed of, a North united, strong, kind, and safe. The next days were full and bright. Arya led the first hunt of the frost, the hounds baying and the wolves ranging wide. She worked with the smiths, forging a new set of knives for the kitchens and axes for the outlying farms. She shared apples with the youngest, sparred with Jon, and helped Meera and Bran gather winter herbs in the godswood. One evening, Sansa brought word to the yard. A letter from Old Town. Daenerys calls a new council. She wishes to send envoys to Winterfell, to learn how we have kept the peace. Robb considered. Let her come. We will show her what can be built. Arya nodded, a little proud, a little wary. She remembered the South's games. The edge beneath every promise. If they come for peace, they're welcome. If they come for anything else, they'll find wolves, Jon finished for her. The months turned. Frost deepened. The Council of Old Town sent 3. An old maester, a young knight, and a merchant's daughter with eyes like steel. They marveled at the peace of Winterfell, the mingling of wildling and Northmen, the laughter in the halls, the strength of the new alliances. They watched Arya train the children, watched Sansa smooth quarrels, listened to Jon and Robb plan for storms and lean years. When they left, they carried back tales of hope and strength, and a warning: Winterfell's peace was neither accident nor gift, but the work of every hand and every heart. On the first day of true snow, Arya stood with her family atop the walls. Bran's cloak billowed in the wind, Sansa's hair gleamed gold, Rickon and the wolf pups danced at their feet. Robb and Jon stood together, silent and certain, their eyes on the horizon. Arya felt the old wildness in her blood, the thrill of the coming cold. But beneath it was something steadier, a warmth that had nothing to do with fires or sun. "We are home," she whispered, more to herself than to any god. Jon looked at her, and in his eyes Arya saw the same truth. "We are the pack," he said. Below in the yard, the people of Winterfell lit their lamps, and the wolves howled their joy. The cold pressed in, but inside the walls the North was alive and unafraid. The pack endures. The pack survives. And as the snow began to fall in earnest, Arya Stark looked into the night and saw, at last, a peace that she could trust. Not soft, not easy, but unbreakable, forged by blood and loss and the stubborn, joyful strength of the wolves of Winterfell. Yin. The first true snows came on a wind from the east, veiling Winterfell in white until the towers loomed like old gods out of a storm. Yet for all the cold, there was nothing of the old fear. Hearths glowed behind every window, and the laughter of children drifted up even through the drifting flakes. Lanterns bobbed from the battlements, wolf-shaped shadows leaping and shrinking in the golden light. The castle was not quiet, never quiet, but content, woven tight in warmth, work, and kinship. Arya stood watch on the east wall as the dawn came thin and gray, her cloak pulled tight about her shoulders, her cheeks stinging with cold. Below, the yard was already alive. Wildlings and Northmen heaving bales of straw for the horses, Glover men splitting firewood, the Bear Island spearwives drilling in the slush. Sansa moved among them, her voice low, her smile gentle as she handed out honey cakes and new mittens to the youngest. A wisp of steam rose from the kitchens, carrying the scent of baking bread and roasting meat. Rickon, red-cheeked and wild, dashed past with 2 wolf pups and a brace of other children, all shrieking with joy. Jon appeared beside Arya, silent on the fresh snow. He carried no sword, just his old black cloak, a knitted scarf about his throat, Ghost pacing at his side. "Trouble on the horizon?" he asked softly, his breath white in the morning air. Arya shook her head. "Nothing but snow and crows." She looked up at him, her smile small and crooked. "It's a good winter, Jon, a strong one. It feels like it's ours." He nodded, eyes sweeping the white world beyond the walls. "We've earned it." In the days that followed, the world contracted into a ritual of comfort and labor. Arya rose early to train the children in sword and bow, her lessons growing sharper as the weather worsened. Mira Reed and a knot of wildling girls joined her each morning, their laughter bright against the cold. The archers learned to string and shoot with numb fingers. The younger ones played at being wolves, racing with the pups and hiding in snowdrifts until Arya's whistle called them home. Sansa became the heart of the keep. She organized the kitchens and stores, saw to the sick and the lonely, arranged mummers' shows and song for the hearth at night. She worked quietly, never seeking praise, but every man and woman knew the peace in the halls was half her doing. Bran kept to the godswood, his dreams grown stranger as the snows deepened. The ravens brought him news of bountiful years in the riverlands, of trade along the narrow sea, of Daenerys Targaryen's court settling into order at Old Town, of Yara's ships braving the storms to keep the north in salted fish and rumor. He spoke little, but his words brought a comfort that was almost like prophecy. Robb oversaw the defenses. The walls were kept clear of snow, the gates always manned, the horses exercised in the lower yard. He and Jon walked the battlements every evening, reviewing plans and sharing quiet jokes. Their ease was a shield. Everyone who saw them together felt safer, as if nothing outside could ever breach the bond between brothers. Winter brought hardship, but never despair. The peace they had made, between wildling and Northmen, free folk and lords, old gods and new, held steady. The free folk villages sent gifts of smoked meat, furs, and stories. The old northern houses sent sons and daughters for training and learning. Even the smallest children seemed to sense that the dark days were, if not ended forever, at least held at bay. One afternoon, as the sky bruised with snow, Arya went hunting in the Wolf's Wood with Meera, Rickon, and Dalla, the wildling spearwife. The forest was silent under the weight of snow, every twig outlined in white. The only sound the hush of their steps and the distant calls of birds. They found deer tracks, fresh, sharp-edged, leading into a stand of holly. Ghost ranged ahead, his fur almost invisible in the snow. They followed the tracks for hours, deeper into the woods than Arya had dared in years. The wind died, and the world became nothing but breath and heartbeat, the whisper of wolves passing unseen. At last they saw their quarry, a small herd moving slow and wary. Rickon loosed an arrow and brought down a doe. Meera and Dalla knelt to thank the old gods, their words soft and grave. As they dressed the deer, Arya felt a presence at the edge of her senses. She turned, scanning the trees, and saw them. Wolves, huge and wild, watched from the shadows, their eyes golden, their coats bristled with frost. The biggest, gray and old, with a scarred muzzle, stepped forward, then melted back into the gloom. Arya's heart thudded. She felt no fear, only the echo of some deep recognition, as if the wolves were kin come to witness, not to threaten. They returned to Winterfell by torchlight, the air sharp with wood smoke. In the yard, Sansa and the others welcomed them with cheers and warm cider. Rickon carried the deer to the kitchens, proud as a prince. Dalla and Meera exchanged a look, fierce, joyful, exhausted. That night, the feast was bright and rowdy. Old Nan told stories of the last winter's long night. Meera played her reed pipes, and Sansa sang old songs of summer. Robb led a toast to the wildlings who had become kin, and Jon raised his cup in silent thanks for peace. Arya sat at the fire, her boots steaming, Ghost curled at her feet, and let the sound of home fill her chest. Days passed. Letters came from the south, bearing news of great works and slow healing. The Dragon Queen wrote of new laws, of schools and markets, of a dream for a united Westeros built on promise, not threat. Yara's ships carried goods and tales of distant lands, and the Vale sent apprentices and stonemasons for the spring building. The north sent back furs and honey, barley and stories of its own, of wolves running free, of wildlings and Northmen feasting together, of peace built on trust and defended by kin. Winter deepened. The rivers froze. The snow grew high on the walls. But the castle never closed itself away. Every night the gates opened to travelers. Crannog men with salt eels, hill folk with stories, wildlings come to barter, or just to hear Sansa's voice. One night, during a blizzard so thick the lamps on the wall were lost in white, a horn sounded at the gate. Arya hurried down, torch in hand, Jon and Robb behind her, the guards tensed for trouble. Through the swirling snow came a rider, cloaked in gray and silver, her hood blown back to reveal a narrow, weathered face. She was Lady Yara, soaked and grinning, her cheeks red from cold. "Lost half a sail, and 3 men to the storm," she called as the guards helped her from her horse. "But I'd not miss a Winterfell feast for all the gold in Old Town." The hall that night was full of old friends and new. Yara brought news of Ironborn traders settling on the White Knife, of Dorne's first envoys since the peace, of a wedding in the Reach that had ended with more laughter than blood. Later, after the feast, Arya and Yara walked the battlements together, the wind still fierce, but less bitter for the warmth inside. "You never thought you'd stay, did you?" Yara asked, a wry edge to her voice. Arya shook her head. "I always thought my place was somewhere far away. But here is everything." Yara grinned. "It takes most of us a lifetime to know what you do." Arya smiled into the wind, feeling it sharp on her teeth. The rest of the winter passed in a blur of light and shadow, hardship and joy. There were days when the food ran short and the cold pressed close, but never a moment when hope faltered. Sansa's calm and Jon's strength, Bran's wisdom and Rickon's wildness, Robb's courage and Arya's restless drive, they wove the North together like thread and sinew. When the thaw finally came, slow and sure, and the first green broke through the snow, all of Winterfell gathered in the yard for the turning. Bran led the blessing at the heart tree. Sansa sang a song of welcome. Jon and Robb raised the gates to the bright world beyond. Arya ran with Rickon and the pups through the new grass, laughing as they chased the crows from the barley. That night, at the first feast of spring, the hall rang with 1,000 voices, and Arya looked around at her family, her pack, and felt her heart surge with joy. The old world was gone. What had grown in its place was better, truer, wild, and alive. The pack survived. The pack thrived. And in the morning, when the sun rose gold on Winterfell's walls, Arya stood alone on the highest tower and watched the world unfold, green and bright, endless and new. Home, she thought. The pack endures. Home, she whispered to the wind, and the old gods answered in the silence. Ainen. The thaw came gradual but certain, each day a little softer than the last, each sunrise splintering through the last stubborn crust of snow on the battlements. The world around Winterfell awoke by slow degrees. The fields blushed with early green, the rivers sang loud beneath breaking ice, and the wolves in the godswood gave up their winter dens for the wild, running anew beneath the trembling leaves. Even the air changed. It was full of birdsong, wood smoke, and the sweet promise of earth ready for the plow. Arya rose with the dawn and felt the old thrill in her limbs, a restless energy that belonged not to a child fleeing but to a young woman returning. She took her morning runs through a world reborn, leaping over puddles that reflected the sky, dodging laughing children with armfuls of flower buds and wildling girls trading tales as they braided each other's hair. The walls and yards were busy as hives. The Bear Island women repaired the roof beams. The wildlings dug new garden beds in the thin mud, singing in their thick, strange accent. Maester Luwin's new apprentices trailed Bran with books and sheafs of maps, their shoes already caked with thawing loam. Jon and Robb spent the first weeks of spring riding the bounds, checking in on every outlying farm, free-folk village, and holdfast. Arya joined them when she could, galloping hard through the softening woods, her heart pounding in time with her horse's hooves. They were welcomed everywhere, with bread and salt and hopeful, open faces. There were no longer any outcasts in the north. Every home they entered belonged to the new order. A north knit together not by fear but by shared winters and shared harvests, by the strength of the pack. Sansa was tireless. She worked with the bakers and brewers, planned new feasts to mark the turning of the year, and met each dusk with a song that seemed to call the children from their play and the men from their work to gather beneath the hall's banners. She wrote letters to Old Town, to Dorne, to the Reach in the Iron Islands, keeping the North's promise of peace fresh and warm in every corner of Westeros. Bran grew in quiet confidence, his words sought by old and young alike. He read the wind for coming storms, watched the skies for the first returning swans, spoke with wildlings and crannogmen about the old ways and the new. Meera Reed was ever at his side, her laughter as bright as the spring sun, and sometimes Arya saw them walking among the trees, Bran's wolf following with an easy lope. Meera's arm slipped companionably through his. Rickon was a wild thing, all energy and growth, his voice cracking as often as it shouted commands. He ran with the pups, climbed the towers, and spent afternoons with Yara Greyjoy learning the names of the western winds and how to balance on a ship's rolling deck. When Arya could catch him, she would spar with him, laughing as often as correcting. "You fight like a wolf," she'd say, and Rickon would grin, baring his teeth. The free folk and Northmen together tilled the earth, mended the fences, set new stone on the half-ruined towers. Newborn lambs stumbled in the fields. The first calves came into the barns at night. The godswood echoed with the voices of children learning the old prayers. News from the south was as bright as the weather. Lady Yara's fleet had returned from Braavos with trade for 100 casks of northern mead. The Reach sent seed and grafts for new apple orchards. From Old Town came word that the Queen's Council had approved a League of Free Cities, a promise of open roads and open harbors for all who kept the peace. Arya heard all of it, but kept her eyes and heart on the present, on the faces that surrounded her and the warmth in her own chest. In late spring, a new visitor arrived. A tall girl with hair the color of wheat, armor bright as a sunrise, and the careful watchfulness of one who had survived much. She bore the arms of House Tarth and the blessing of Daenerys Targaryen herself. Brienne, she called herself, though some at the fire that night whispered, "The beauty of Tarth," with more respect than jest. Brienne came not with demands or tidings, but with an offer. "The Queen has asked me to see with my own eyes what peace looks like in the north. If you will have me, I would learn from your pack, and perhaps share some lessons of my own." Sansa welcomed her. Robb and Jon offered a seat at council, and Arya challenged her to a match in the yard before the sun was up the next morning. Brienne was faster and stronger than any Arya had faced, and their duel drew a crowd. Wildlings, Northmen, Bear Islanders, even Bran and Meera, at the edge of the ring. Steel flashed, boots skidded on new grass. Laughter and shouts rang out as they sparred, first in earnest, then in delight. Neither ye ground easily. At last, Arya yielded with a flourish, bowing low as the Bear Island girls cheered, and Brienne's shy smile creased her scarred face. "You're the best I've ever fought," Arya said, grinning and winded. "You too," Brienne replied. "But I think you'd have me if I blinked." Brienne quickly became part of the household. She sparred with the Bear Island girls, shared tales of far-off lands with Sansa, and worked with Jon and Arya on new ways to train the archers and keep the gates strong. At night, she sat by the fire and taught the children sword dances from the Summer Isles, her voice soft but full of longing for the world she'd seen. Robb called a spring council, gathering the leaders of every house and village in the north, wildling, Northmen, and free folk alike. They met in the rebuilt Great Hall, banners overhead, light streaming through high windows, onto a table ringed with faces, old and new. "We have the peace we dreamed of," Robb began. "But peace is not a gift. It is something we keep. We defend it as we do our walls, with every hand and every heart." Sansa spoke of trade and law, of songs and learning. Jon told of the watch, of the roads and borders, of the need to train even in peace. Bran spoke of the land and the old gods, Meera of the wild and the harvest, Rickon of the young and their dreams. Arya spoke last, her words as simple as steel. "We are strong because we stand together. The world will always change. But if the pack holds, nothing can break us." That is tomorrow. They left the council with new plans, roads to the new wildling villages, schools for the youngest, healing for the hurt, new feasts to mark the seasons. Arya led the youngest out to plant the first seeds in the new garden. Sansa presided over the kitchen as cooks prepared the first feast of spring. Jon rode the walls with Brienne, teaching and listening. As the moon waxed and the earth warmed, Arya found herself at ease, in a world she'd once never dared dream. She sparred in the yard, rode the fields with the wildlings, sang at Sansa's feasts, traded letters with Lady Yara, and debated long into the night with Jon and Brienne about swordplay and the shape of the world. One night, after a day spent hunting in the woods, Arya found herself at the heart tree in the Godswood, Bran and Meera at her side. The leaves shivered in a faint breeze, and somewhere close, a wolf howled, low and content. "We're safe for now," Bran said, his hand on the bark. "We're more than safe," Arya answered, her voice sure. "We're whole." Mira squeezed her hand. "You did it, Arya. You brought them home." "We all did," Arya said. In the days that followed, the pack thrived. The wolves ranged far, the fields grew thick, and the laughter in the halls of Winterfell was a living thing, bright and wild. The world would change again, Arya knew. Storms would come and enemies would rise. But the North would stand as long as there were Starks to hold it, and a pack to endure. When midsummer arrived, Winterfell opened its gates for a festival unlike any in living memory. Banners flew from every tower. Music echoed day and night. There was dancing and feasting, contests of strength and archery, stories told by firelight. Brienne of Tarth was the first to win the sword dance, but Arya won the foot race, laughing with Rickon and the wildlings as she crossed the finish. At the feast, Sansa raised her cup. To the pack that survived. To the North, united and free. Arya's heart soared as all around her. Voices rose in answer. The pack endures. The pack survives. And as the sun set in a sky streaked with gold, Arya Stark stood amid her kin, at home, at peace, and certain that whatever came, she would face it as she always had, with needle in her hand, a song in her heart, and the fierce, unbreakable love of her pack beside her. And now, the sun rose clear and cold over Winterfell, gilding the high windows and making the snow on the battlements shine like silver. But it was not the bitter glare of old winters past. The warmth that filled the great hall was deeper, more stubborn, born not of fire or feasts, but of laughter, and the trust that lingered in every voice. All through the castle, the air was bright with the scent of wood smoke, pine, and the first hint of green shoots pushing through the garden beds. Arya woke to birdsong. She lay for a while beneath her furs, feeling the world breathing around her, the soft shifting of wolves at the foot of her bed, the thud and rumble of distant footsteps as the castle roused itself. Somewhere nearby, Sansa's gentle singing floated through the door, and Arya smiled. It felt impossible that she could wake in peace, with no looming shadow of death or exile. But here she was, and every dawn was a quiet gift. She rose, dressed quickly, and laced needle at her hip. Out in the yard the air nipped her cheeks, but promised warmth to come. Rickon was already running, wolf pups bounding after him, his shouts of glee chasing birds from the eaves. Jon and Robb watched from the steps, arms folded, easy and alert. Their presence set the tone for the day. Steady, unhurried, and unbreakable. The morning routine was as intricate as any dance. Wildlings and Northmen drilled together in the yard, arrows thudding into straw butts, wooden swords clashing. Lyanna Mormont led her cousins, and half the Bear Island women in spear form so swift and fierce that even the old guards gave way, shaking their heads and muttering about stubborn girls and new times. Bran, cloaked in gray, watched from the godswood, a pack of ravens turning and banking overhead. Sansa took stock of the kitchens, then the sick rooms. She paused to praise a new apprentice baker, to help a limping shepherd boy from the western fields, to offer a quiet word of comfort to a woman who'd lost a child in the long snows. Sansa's touch was gentle and sure. It was she, more than any, who made the halls feel safe, who soothed those places where old grief lingered. She sent baskets of bread and soft cheese to the wildling huts, sweet wine to the old maester, and a sheaf of new songs to the children's chamber. Arya watched it all as she stretched and rolled her shoulders, feeling the familiar itch of energy and anticipation. Today she would train a new group, 5 wildlings, 3 Northmen, and the youngest daughter of Lord Glover, all eager, awkward, and full of questions. She led them through basic forms, then let them challenge one another, laughing at their boasts, correcting a stance, showing a trick Syrio had taught her long ago. It was a different sort of satisfaction than battle. Slower, quieter, but no less real. After drills, Arya joined Jon and Robb in the study. They pored over maps, marking new patrol routes and planning the first great ride of spring. Jon read a letter from Lady Yara, reporting safe passage along the northern coast and the arrival of a dozen new traders from Bravos. Robb shared news of the Queen's Council in Old Town. A new road between the north and the Riverlands had been approved, and the first Manderley ships were even now unloading wine and books at White Harbor. "Should we send someone?" Jon asked, looking up from the parchment. Robb shook his head, thoughtful. "No need. Let them come to us. It's time the rest of Westeros learned what peace looks like in the north." Arya grinned. "Let them see the wildlings plow the fields and Bear Island girls outshoot their sons." Jon's mouth quirked in a rare smile. "And let them see the Lady of Winterfell best every highborn knight in council." Robb's eyes crinkled with humor, but his tone was grave. "Peace is a blade. We sharpen it every day." The days ran together, each one brighter and fuller. The rivers sang under their bridges. The wildflowers spilled through the cracks in the walls. Sansa's feasts became the stuff of song, her new minstrels teaching dances no one had seen since the first kings rode the land. Bran's wisdom was sought for planting and healing, Mira's skill at the hunt made her a legend, and Rickon's laughter was as much a part of the castle as the clang of hammers or the howl of wolves. One afternoon, Arya rode with a company of young archers to the edge of the Wolf's Wood. The snow had receded, and in its place grew carpets of bluebells and the sharp green points of new fern. They set targets among the trees and practiced until their arms ached, then lay in the moss to eat bread and cheese, sharing tales of old hunts and ghost stories whispered among the pines. On the way home, Arya and Mira found the tracks of a wild direwolf, huge, fresh, and heading north. At dusk, the yard filled with music. Jon and Robb returned from the fields with wildling farmers and Northmen in tow. Sansa presided over a circle of children playing at knights and queens, and Arya watched it all with a heart full of joy. The sky burned pink and gold, and the first bats swooped in the warm air, chasing gnats over the gardens. Inside, Bran led the blessing at the meal. "Let the old gods watch and the new gods guide," he intoned, "and let us remember always the gift of peace." That night, as the stars rose clear above the towers, Arya wandered out to the Godswood alone. The heart tree's face glowed white in the moonlight, its red leaves whispering in the stillness. She knelt, resting her forehead against the rough bark, and felt the thrum of roots, the pulse of ancient memory. A presence came softly through the leaves. Bran, his gray eyes wide and knowing, Mira at his side. "You are content," Bran said simply. Arya nodded. "I am home." Mira smiled, sitting beside her. "You made a home for all of us." Bran's hand brushed the grass. "There will be storms again, but the pack is strong." Arya rose, her resolve as sure as steel. "Let them come. The north stands." Spring thickened and flourished. The first ships from Old Town arrived, laden with fruit and casks of sweet wine. Yara's Ironborn brought pearls and stories of distant harbors. Messengers from the Queen came north. Envoys, merchants, even a maester or two, eager to study Winterfell's growing libraries and schools. The wildlings built new huts in the shadow of the walls, their children learning to read and sing the old northern songs. The days were filled with work, but it was a good work, one that made the arms ache but the heart swell. Arya taught archery and riding, patrolled the outlying farms with Jon, hunted wild goats in the high crags with Mira and Rickon. Sansa and Bran opened the hall for music and stories every seventh night, drawing even the shyest wildling girl into the circle. One evening, as the whole household gathered in the yard for the first bonfire of spring, Robb raised a cup and toast. "To Winterfell, and to the peace we keep. To the old gods and the new, to the pack." All around, cups rose, voices lifted, and Arya felt the truth of it settle in her bones. That night, Arya lay awake and listened to the wolves howl, to Rickon's breathing, to the wind curling against the stones. She thought of all the roads she'd run, all the dangers faced and wounds endured. She thought of her mother's hands and her father's voice, of Sansa's patience and Jon's quiet courage, of Robb's laughter and Bran's dreams. In the morning, she would rise and run again, across stone and earth, through garden and gate, as fast and as free as any wolf. She was Arya Stark of Winterfell. This was her home. This was her pack. And as long as there were Starks to remember, as long as there was laughter and steel and hope beneath the northern sky, the pack would endure, and the world whatever storms might come, would always find Winterfell standing, proud and unbroken, at the heart of it all. Undead key. A fine spring rain whispered down on Winterfell, veiling the gray stone towers in mist and glossing the new leaves of the godswood with silver. The world was softened, hushed, yet within the castle all was alive and busy. It was the last day before planting, and the air buzzed with 100 small urgencies, baskets of seed to be counted, plows to be checked, stores to be tallied, and new wildling huts to be roofed before the next storm. Arya woke early, feeling the restless pulse of the day in her bones. She lay in her narrow bed a moment, listening to the rains patter on the window, to the distant bark of a wolf, and the softer tread of Sansa's feet in the hall. A memory drifted up, of herself as a child, curled beneath the furs, and wishing for adventure, for escape, for a world that was wide and wild and sharp. Now, she wanted only to rise and meet the day, to be part of everything and everyone that made Winterfell what it was. She dressed quickly, tugged on her boots, and left her chamber. Needle hung at her hip, but it felt more like a promise than a weapon these days, a part of her like breath or blood. She passed Sansa outside the solar, armful of ledgers balanced with a basket of oatcakes for the children. Sansa smiled at her, tired but unbowed. "Up early, little sister?" she asked, falling into step. "The rain woke me," Arya admitted, "and I wanted to check on the wildlings' new roof." Sansa squeezed her arm. "You're good to them, Arya. They listen to you more than anyone else, even Jon." Arya snorted. The warmth bloomed in her chest. "They know I don't care about titles or old grudges. I just want them fed and safe. Isn't that what any lord wants?" Sansa teased. Arya shrugged. "You're the lady, I'm just me." They parted at the hall, Sansa to her books and her counsel, Arya down the steps and out into the misty yard. The rain was gentle, the mud thick and sweet-smelling, and the first green was pushing up between the stones. Arya found Gilly and the wildling spearwives atop the unfinished roof, their hands nimble as they wove willow branches and thatch. She scrambled up beside them, ignoring the squeal of mud on her boots. "Looks good," she said, nodding approval. "But you'll want to double the binding on the north side. The wind's always sharpest there." One of the spearwives grinned, her cheeks painted with ochre and soot. "We'd never get it right without you, wolf girl." "Just make it strong," Arya said, ducking as a clod of wet straw nearly caught her ear. The women laughed, the sound bright and fierce, and Arya lingered, trading stories of rain and wolves and the first planting days of the year. By midday, the rain let up. Arya made her way to the training yard, where Jon and Robb were drilling with a line of new archers. Wildlings, Northmen, and a few Ironborn lads sent by Yara for the season. Arya watched the bows bend, the arrows fly, the patient correction of form and stance. She jumped in beside Jon, calling encouragement, coaxing the shyest girl to find her balance, correcting the grip of a broad-shouldered Ironborn boy, who fumbled but did not complain. Robb came over, his face damp but alight. "You'll have them ready for patrol by the solstice." Arya grinned. "If they can outshoot you, brother, I'll be satisfied." Jon only snorted, flicking rain from his cloak, but Arya caught the glint in his eye. The training dissolved into a friendly contest, and soon even the youngest were taking their shots at the old shield hung from the post, laughing at every near miss by. After, Arya and Jon walked the wall, their boots leaving twin trails in the wet stone. The rain had cleared, and sunlight was breaking through, brightening the banners on every tower. Jon leaned on the parapet, gazing out at the fields where teams of wildlings and Northmen turned the earth, the plowshares shining. "It's a good day." Arya nodded, her hair clinging to her cheek. "They're working together. All of them." "Mensar." He glanced sidelong at her. "That's your doing." Arya shook her head. "It's everyone's. Sansa's peace, Robb's justice, Bran's dreams, and you keeping the watch. I'm just a part." Jon smiled, rare and quiet. "You're the heart, Arya. You remind them that they're all wolves now." She didn't answer, but something eased inside her, something she hadn't known she was holding tight. The day rolled on. Bran met with Maester Luwin's apprentices to mark the first sites for new beehives, and berry rose in the Godswood shadow. Mira and Rickon raced the wolf pups along the edge of the barley fields, their laughter echoing up to the towers. Sansa's voice called orders from the kitchens, the sweet sour scent of berry tarts drifting out into the hall. Robb met with wildling chiefs and Northman lords, his hand steady on every quarrel, his word the final law. As dusk came on, the whole castle seemed to pause. Arya stood on the stairs and watched the day's light catch in the wet grass, turning every blade silver. She felt for a moment as if all of Winterfell held its breath, not with fear, but with the deep satisfaction of a thing well done. The bell tolled for supper, and the halls filled with warmth and clamor. Arya found her place beside Sansa and Mira, Rickon and Jon, and Robb across the table. Bran further down with the wildling children had adopted as students and kin. The talk was of seed and soil, of plans for the next ride north, of how much cider the Bear Island women could drink before Robb's birthday. Old Nan recited a story of the first planting, of the wolf and the stag, the bear and the salmon working together to save the land from hunger. The tale was ancient, but Arya heard new echoes in every line. After supper, Sansa played the harp and sang, her voice full and strong. Arya watched Jon, his face soft in the firelight, and saw how the youngest, wildlings and Northmen, boys and girls, looked to him with a quiet devotion that made her chest ache. When the music faded, Arya slipped outside. The rain had stopped. The sky was clearing. She wandered to the Godswood, where Bran sat alone beneath the heart tree, his hand on the roots. He looked up as she approached, and his smile was the same as it had been when they were children. Sweet, secretive, full of things unsaid. "You're thinking again," he teased. "I always think in spring," Arya said, settling beside him. "I remember all of the old roads. I remember what it was to run and not know where to stop." Bran nodded. "You stopped here. You brought us all home." Arya looked up at the branches, at the red leaves stirring in the wind. "I did. We all did. I'm just—" She broke off, unsure. "Just Arya," Bran finished, his voice full of approval. They sat a while in silence. The frogs called from the pools, the wolves howled from the edge of the wood, and somewhere in the distance, Sansa's voice rose again, soft and true. As night deepened, Arya walked the ramparts, looking out across her home. In every light, in every voice, in every wolf's shadow, she saw the living memory of those who had fought and lost, who had survived and built. She felt the peace as a living thing, fragile and fierce, woven from every scar and every hope. Below her, Robb and Jon walked together, sharing quiet words. Sansa led the children in a slow dance in the hall. Mira and Rickon slipped out into the yard to chase the pups. Bran's voice, low and calm, drifted out to the heart tree. The wildlings sang their own songs. The Northmen answered with their drums. The pack was whole. Arya pressed a hand to the cold stone and whispered her thanks to the old gods and the new, for the family she'd saved, for the world they'd made, for the peace they guarded with laughter and steel. She had run far. She would run again, if ever the call came. But for now, she was home. And the North was alive and safe. The pack endures. The pack thrives. And under the open sky, Arya Stark smiled, certain at last that peace had not only been won, it had become the very heartbeat of Winterfell. Uate. The first golden wheat ripened in the fields beyond Winterfell, bending in the wind like rivers of coin, and the apple trees in the kitchen gardens were heavy with green fruit. Not yet sweet, but fat with promise. At dawn the mists clung low to the ground, threading the ramparts and curling around the feet of the guards on the wall. As the sun rose, the air filled with the shouts of children, the clang of hammers, and the long musical song of the stone masons, shaping a new archway at the gate. Arya was awake before the light. She sat on the sill of her window, boots on the cold stone, hair tangled, watching the crows wheel and tumble over the fields. The restless energy that had always pulled her beyond walls still thrummed in her, but it had a different shape now. She felt it like a bowstring drawn tight, a sense of anticipation, not flight. She wanted to run, but only to to teach, to hunt, to laugh, to make something stronger than what she'd known. She dressed in silence, laced up boots with hands as deft as any smith's, and belted needle at her hip. The sword was both a memory and a tool, a part of her as much as her stubbornness or the wild way she grinned at the world. Out in the yard, dew glistened on every cobble. Arya found Jon already there, sparring with a pair of Bear Island girls under the watchful eye of Lyanna Mormont. Robb leaned on a spear, laughing, shouting encouragement in his deep voice, while Rickon darted in and out with the wolf pups, shouting orders of his own. Sansa appeared at the kitchen door, hair braided and sleeves rolled up, handing out bread and cheese to the youngest, her smile easy and true. Mira Reed watched the chaos with calm delight, her arms slung around the shoulders of a wildling girl. Bran wheeled through the bustle, books piled on his lap. A wild crow perched on the rim of his chair, bright-eyed and curious. It was the hour before the day's real work began, a time for swordplay and stories, laughter and rough plans. Arya joined Jon's line of sparring partners, her first strike swift as always, her footwork a dance learned half from Syrio and half from the ghosts of her own long road. They moved together, reading each other's feints, until Jon laughed and dropped his guard, and Arya rapped his knuckles lightly with needles flat. "Still too slow," she teased, breathless. He shook his head, grinning. "Or you're too quick." Robb clapped her on the back, wolfish pride in his eyes. "She'll train us all to be faster, or she'll shame us every morning." The drills ended as the sun climbed higher. The yard spilled out to the fields, where wildlings and Northmen alike turned the soil, readying for the second planting. The children trailed after Sansa, who told them stories about kings and harvests, and when she sent them off to gather kindling, she joined Arya beneath the heart tree in the godswood. They sat together in the hush beneath the red leaves, the soft green shade threaded with sunlight. "I dreamed of Mother last night," Sansa whispered. She was in the kitchen, singing as she kneaded bread. "I almost smelled the yeast and honey. I woke crying, but not for sorrow. It was like she was here." Arya squeezed her sister's hand. "She is, Sansa. In you, in me, in all of us. You make this place what it is." Sansa smiled, her eyes shining. "We all do. The day's work called soon enough." Arya joined the patrols riding out along the shivering sea. The road was lined with wildflowers, columbine and goldenrod, the white bells the wildlings called Ghost's Breath. At the villages, people welcomed them with baked fish and sweet cider, their eyes bright, their words free of fear. There were children everywhere, brown as nuts and bold as pups, eager to boast of their father's fields or their mother's tales. Arya answered every question, asked for stories of their own, listened to their news. When they found a trio of Crannogmen hunting eels in a rush-lined pool, Arya sat a while and listened to their tale of the night the marsh lit up blue with fireflies, and a pack of direwolves ran silent through the reeds. One boy, a boy with reed green eyes and clever hands, asked to see Needle, and Arya let him hold it, watched him weigh the balance with reverence and awe. "Will you teach us?" he asked, all hope. "I'll send you a teacher when the harvest's done," Arya promised. "Or come myself, if Robb and Sansa will let me." They returned to Winterfell as the sun began to set. The world turned to gold and lavender. Robb met them at the gate, his brow furrowed, but his voice warm. "Letter from Old Town," he told Arya, handing her the scroll. "The Queen's Council wants you and Jon to come for the autumn festival. Games, tournaments, a meeting of the kingdom's finest. She says the North is the example she wants all Westeros to see." Arya read the letter, the dragon seal pressed deep into the wax, and felt both pride and an old twinge of wariness. "Will we go?" "Only if you wish it," Robb said. "I trust you'll know best." That night, the hall was filled with music and the scent of roasting venison. Mira and the wildlings played their reed flutes and drums, and Bran sang a song in the old tongue, his voice deepening, haunting. Sansa watched the dancers, her eyes distant but peaceful. Jon and Robb shared a cup by the fire, and Rickon, for once, sat still, watching the flames flicker and leap. After the meal, Arya joined Jon in the yard, the night cool and full of the sharp scent of pine and stone. "You'll go to Old Town?" he asked, his voice low. Arya hesitated. "I don't know. The South feels so far away now. I belong here." Jon nodded, understanding. "The world is changing. Maybe it's time they saw how we live. Not as lords and ladies, but as a pack." Arya grinned. "Maybe I'll race every night in the South and show them what a wolf can do." Jon clapped her shoulder, pride and mischief in his eyes. Let them try to keep up. In the weeks that followed, the work continued. The wildlings brought their first bushels of barley to the granaries, and the Northmen helped build a new hall in the Free Folks' village. The wildling children learned to read in the sunlit yard, while Sansa and the Bear Island women started planning a feast for the harvest moon. Bran's ravens brought news of peace from the Vale, and Lady Yara sent a shipload of spices from the Summer Isles. Even the Reach sent a gift, white rose cuttings for the new gardens. Every evening, Arya walked the walls, looking out over her home. She saw the first fields going gold, the orchards heavy with fruit, the wild grass swaying in the wind, and the banners of Winterfell and her allied houses flapping from every tower. She listened to the laughter of children, the bellow of the cooks, the clang of the smiths, and the deep, gentle song of Sansa's harp. On the eve of her journey south, Arya stood at the heart tree with Sansa, Bran, Jon, Robb, Rickon, and the pups. The Godswood was quiet, the last light caught in the leaves. Bran spoke a blessing in the old tongue. Sansa whispered a prayer for safe roads, and Jon pressed his brow to Arya's, their foreheads touching, wolf and wolf. "I'll run fast," Arya promised. "We'll be here," Robb replied, his voice fierce. Rickon hugged her, his arms all elbows and hope. "Bring back stories." Arya felt the pull of the road in her bones, but no fear, not now. She and Jon rode south with a small company: Mira, 2 Bear Islanders, a wildling archer, and a Crannogman scout. They moved swift and sure, the world opening before them. Through woods of birch and oak, along rivers choked with lilies, past villages where old faces smiled, and new voices called greetings. At Old Town, the Queen's festival was a marvel. Crowds and banners, bright pavilions, music and laughter. But Arya found her heart always tugged north. She watched the jousts and the swordplay, judged the archery, outpaced every southern runner in the foot races. At every feast, she told tales of Winterfell, of wolves and snow, of peace and kin, of wildlings and Northmen, forging a world together. The South listened, sometimes with wonder, sometimes with envy, sometimes with disbelief. But Arya saw their longing too, the hope that peace could grow even in hard ground, that the old wounds could heal. When she returned to Winterfell, the castle was more alive than ever. The harvest was in, the first cider pressed, the halls wreathed in apples and grain, the free folk and Northmen feasting together in the golden light. That night, Arya climbed the ramparts, looking out at the fields, the woods, the river running silver beneath the moon. She thought of the pack, of her mother's quiet strength, her father's steady hand, Sansa's gentleness, Jon's resolve, Robb's laughter, Bran's wisdom, Rickon's wild heart. She touched Needle, smiled, and whispered to the wind, "We are the pack. We have endured. We have built. We will run and fight and love and thrive. And the world, whatever storms may come, will never break us." Nawatini. In the hush of autumn, beneath the banners of Winterfell, Arya Stark found herself not at the end of her story, but at its brightest beginning. The pack survives. The pack thrives. And the North, warm, wild, and whole, endures. Waima. Dinishiri. The autumn moon hung full and heavy over Winterfell, bathing the fields and towers in silver, burnishing the banners on every wall with quiet fire. The harvest was nearly done. Great mounds of wheat and barley stored in barns, apples heaped in cool cellars, fat pumpkins rolled to the kitchens, and every storeroom thick with the scent of honey and new-baked bread. The evenings were rich with music and warmth, but the work never stopped. It was a season of gratitude and of preparation. Arya felt it in every muscle. She rose in the cold dark, running the walls and yards with Rickon and the wolf pups, racing Dawn to the stables, her boots soaked with dew, She helped the wildlings bring the last sheep down from the high hills, learned to shear wool with a hand as deft as with needle, and traded jokes with Bear Island women as they chopped firewood by the gods' wood. The rhythm of labor wove her closer to her kin and her people than any battle ever had. Sansa, too, was everywhere at once. She organized the pressing of cider and the making of candles, walked the rows of root vegetables with the castle gardener, listened to every small complaint and need. She oversaw the sewing of winter clothes, taught the youngest to sing, and gently brokered every small peace between Northman and wildling, lord and lowborn. In the great hall, her voice was the calm that steadied every hand and heart. Robb's burdens were heavier now that the harvest was in, but he bore them lightly. He led the hunt for boar in the misty woods, rode the boundary with Glover and Mormont, settled quarrels with a word or a wry grin, and checked the cellars himself at sunset, hands stained with apple and clay. At night, by the fire, he told tales to the children, of the direwolves and the Starks before them, of kings and wildlings and the hard, proud land that shaped them all. Jon spent long days on the walls and in the wild, his bond with the free folk now as deep as any blood. He trained patrols to watch for raiders and broken men, though they came rarely now, and made a habit of bringing back news, game, or laughter to every heart. In council, he was Sansa's steady support, Robb's sharp eye, and Arya's challenger on every question of justice or custom. Bran's wisdom rooted them all. He guided planting and the laying in of stores, read the skies for weather, and met with the old gods in the godswood to learn what the world whispered through leaf and water. The youngest crowded around his chair for stories. Half remembered, half dreamed, of green men and children of the forest, of wolves that sang the sun awake, and trees that remembered every word ever spoken beneath their boughs. Rickon had shed his last traces of childhood. He worked with the shepherds and the kennel master, kept peace among the wildlings' children, and led the wolf pups on long, proud hunts in the fields and woods. His voice, once high and wild, had deepened, but his laughter was the same, reckless and irresistible. The pack was strong. As the days shortened, the castle swelled with guests, Bear Islanders and Crannogmen, wildlings and Northmen from every hall and holdfast. The Ironborn brought news of Yara's safe crossing and gifts of salt fish, wool, and stories of strange lands. A raven from Old Town carried greetings from the Queen, her words full of respect for Winterfell's peace, her promise of open trade and new roads as the snows closed the passes. One afternoon, Arya and Mira led a group of the younger children into the woods to gather last nuts and mushrooms before the frost. The forest was golden and quiet, full of the rustle of leaves, the creak of boughs, and the sudden flight of birds. They found a fox den, watched a wildcat stalk the edge of the clearing, and followed fresh wolf tracks to a secret pool where the oldest direwolf of the pack waited, watching with wise, steady eyes. Mira knelt, and Arya felt the moment spin out, a hush that was not fear, but wonder, as if the land itself was blessing them for another year. On their return, the children ran ahead, arms full of wild bounty, voices high with triumph. Arya paused with Mira at the edge of the wood, looking back at the fields and walls of Winterfell, alive, unbroken, burning with lantern light against the dusk. "They'll remember this," Mira said, her tone quiet, "long after we're gone." "They'll have to," Arya replied, and smiled, her heart full. That night, the castle celebrated the end of harvest. Lanterns hung from every tree and archway, filling the yards and halls with gold. Great tables were set in the open, groaning with bread and apples, venison and cheese, casks of ale and cider. Sansa wore a crown of rowan and wheat, her dress plain but shining. Robb and Jon moved among the people with tankards in hand and grins on their faces. Rickon juggled apples for the youngest, the wolf pups barking and chasing him between benches. Bran led the first dance, Mira at his side, their steps graceful and sure. Arya joined the circle, spinning with the Bear Island girls, then Sansa, then a wildling boy who could outpace her in every turn. Music wound through the air, pipes and fiddles, drums and laughter, the old songs and the new, until every voice was raised. When the feast ended, Arya slipped away from the firelight, climbing the steps to the high tower where the night stretched black and wide, She breathed the cold, crisp air, listened to the last strains of music, and looked north, where the aurora shimmered like a banner in the sky. Jon found her there, silent and watchful, Ghost at his side. They stood together, shoulder to shoulder, watching the lights dance. "You did well, Arya," Jon said, his voice low, full of pride. "We all did." She shrugged, the gesture familiar and true. "We did it together." He smiled. "You're the soul of the pack." Arya looked out across the fields, the woods, the rivers curling away into the dark. She thought of the years behind her, the long roads, the lost and found, the blood and tears and laughter. She thought of Sansa and Robb and Jon, of Bran's dreaming and Rickon's wild joy, of the people who now called Winterfell home. "We'll keep it," she said. "This peace. We'll guard it as long as we live." Jon nodded, his hand warm on her shoulder. "And if we fall, others will rise. That's the way of the North." The autumn passed in a rush of small joys. Rickon and Arya led a hunt for the first wild boar. Meera taught the girls to snare rabbits, and the boys to weave baskets for the apples and pears. Bran watched the first geese come down from the north, and knew the snows would soon begin. Sansa oversaw the weaving of new blankets for every child in the keep, and spent long hours writing to lords and ladies across the realm, shaping a future as deftly as she mended a torn sleeve. At the first frost, Arya called the pack, her brothers and sisters, Meera, Jon's watchful wildlings, the oldest of the Bear Islanders, the wildling chiefs, and the children who would inherit the world they'd made. They met beneath the heart tree in the Godswood, the air sharp, the stars bright above the red leaves. Bran spoke of the old gods and the new, of storms past and calm ahead. Robb swore that Winterfell would never again close its gates to the lost. Sansa promised the hall would always welcome song and laughter. Arya pledged her blade and her courage to any who would keep the peace, and Jon, his eyes bright and sure, promised his loyalty to the pack above all crowns. The wolves howled, as if in answer, their voices lifting and merging in the still night. After, Arya lingered beneath the heart tree, her fingers pressed to the rough bark. Meera joined her, and together they watched the first snow begin to fall, gentle, clean, a benediction. In the days that followed, Winterfell was a song of warmth and work. The castle never slept, but it never feared. Every new storm was met with laughter and fire, every night with stories and the promise that no one would face the dark alone. Arya taught the youngest to fight, to run, to trust in the pack. Sansa taught them to heal and sing. Robb and Jon taught them to lead, to listen, to stand together. And Bran, wise beyond his years, taught them to remember. Winter would come, as it always had. But now the North was ready. The world beyond the walls grew quiet as snow deepened. But inside, Winterfell burned, alive, united, free. On the eve of midwinter, the pack feasted once more, the hall aglow with lanterns, the air sweet with pine and bread. Arya raised her cup and spoke for them all. To the pack. To the peace we won and the world we made. To the North, now and always. All around her, voices echoed her words. The wolves sang in the night. And Arya Stark, wolf-blooded, wild and whole, smiled into the firelight, knowing at last that her home was as strong as her heart. The pack survives. The pack thrives. And under the northern sky, nothing would ever break them again.